We are reaching the end of another year navigating the treacherous wilderness of mirrors that is the world of spying and espionage. This year, I've continued to delve into the clandestine realm of secret agents, double crosses, and hidden agendas. I've explored the lives of individuals who operated in the grey areas of morality, where loyalty and betrayal are engaged in a delicate dance. My journey this year through these true-life spy stories has reinforced two fundamental truths. Information remains the most valuable currency in international relations, and the human element, with all its flaws and complexities, remains at the heart of every intelligence operation. In the second volume of my anthology of true-life spy stories, I present to you a curated selection of the videos I have uploaded over the last year. Thank you all for sticking with me this year while I experimented and had a bit of fun on the channel. To new viewers, welcome, and I hope you stick around. With that, let's begin. Mata Hari is a name that has for more than 100 years captured the public's imagination. The woman behind the persona acquired her fame as an exotic dancer and courtesan living in Paris during the French Belle Époque. Meaning Eye of Dawn in Javanese, Mata Hari would have had you believe that she was a Hindu princess born of a union between a Dutch adventurer and a Javanese temple dancer. As the story goes, she blossomed into a beautiful young lady and learned the sensuous and sacred temple dances from her mother. It was then her gift to bring these lithe routines to the Western world, where she entertained, enthralled, and seduced. Yet the character of Mata Hari was just that, an invention. According to biographer Pat Shipman, Mata Hari loved men, but she did not love the truth. Ultimately, the myth that she had created was turned against her as she faced a French firing squad. Convicted of being the most lethal and dangerous spy of World War I, it was said that she was responsible for the death of 50,000 French soldiers. Not surprisingly, the true story of Mata Hari, insofar as it can be ascertained, is far different from what both she and the French political elite of her day would have you believe. This is the legend and the truth about Mata Hari, the naked spy. Mata Hari's real name was Margaretha Zeller MacLeod. She was born in 1876 to Adam and Anna Zeller, a middle-class Dutch family living in Leeuwarden, the Netherlands. The eldest sibling and the only girl among her three brothers, Margaretha's dark hair and eyes and a tawny complexion made her stand out from most of those around her. Her father Adam was a successful haberdasher, but also made some well-timed investments in the oil industry. This brought enough wealth for the family to live in comfort, and for Margaretha and her brothers to be sent to private schools. Margaretha's father doted on her, spending lavishly on gifts and dressing her in fine clothes. She took piano and horse riding lessons from an early age and was taught English, French, and German at school. The fortunes of the Zeller family soon, however, took a turn for the worst, with Margaretha's father declaring bankruptcy in 1899 and her parents divorcing soon after. Adam Zeller moved to Amsterdam, with Margaretha and her brothers being left behind to live in a small, cramped apartment with their mother Anna. Sadly, Margaretha's mother died 2 years later of tuberculosis. The four Zeller children were sent to live with various relatives, and the then 15-year-old Margaretha attended a boarding school in Leiden, having aspirations to one day become a kindergarten teacher. This dream was cut short when the school principal took an inappropriate interest in young Margaretha, with the result that she was sent home in disgrace in 1893. The headmaster, a man in his 50s, in a position of authority over minor children, suffered no consequences. Cast adrift, at 16 years of age, Margaretha was sent away to live with yet another set of relatives in The Hague. As a 17-year-old young lady with few prospects for her future, Margaretha was restless and longed for excitement. Hoping for love and adventure, Margaretha responded to a Lonely Hearts advertisement placed in the local newspaper. The advert read, "Officer on home leave from Dutch East Indies would like to meet a girl of pleasant character. Object, matrimony." The officer in question was Rudolph John MacLeod, a Scottish-born captain in the Dutch colonial army. 20 years her senior, Captain MacLeod had for nearly 2 decades been stationed in the Dutch East Indies, which is present-day Indonesia. He posted his advert in the newspaper in 1895 after returning to the Netherlands for a period of sick leave the year prior. MacLeod was intrigued when he received Margaretta's reply, which happened to include a photo. Rudolph MacLeod and Margaretta exchanged a few letters before agreeing to meet at the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam on the 24th of March 1895. The pair fell instantly in love. Just 6 days after they met, they became engaged to be married. The wedding took place a few months later in July 1895 at the City Hall in Amsterdam, just prior to Margaretta's 19th birthday. After a brief honeymoon in Germany, the couple returned to live in the Netherlands. The marriage was immediately beset with problems, with Rudolph drinking heavily, abusing Margaretta, visiting prostitutes, and having affairs with multiple other women. Margaretta, on the other hand, was a flirt, was discontent with the meager pension her husband was earning, and had no intention of being a housewife. Rudolph MacLeod was eventually well enough to return to active military service, and on the 1st of May 1897, he and Margaretta moved to Java in the Dutch East Indies. Given Rudolph's officer's status, the couple were set up in a grand colonial residence complete with servants. When Margaretta was 20 years old, she gave birth to a son who was named Norman John. The family soon welcomed a second addition, this time a daughter named Jean-Louise, affectionately nicknamed Non. The marriage, however, remained far from the idyllic union Margaretta hoped for. Rudolph's struggles with alcohol, infidelity, and financial irresponsibility contrasted starkly with Margaretta's vibrant and passionate demeanor. She quickly became known in her community for her elegance and charm, and her beauty did not go unnoticed among the military men stationed on the Indonesian archipelago. Her flirtatious nature served only to fuel the fire of her husband's ire. Despite the domestic strife, Margaretta thrived living within the social circles of the high-ranking military elite. She entertained guests regularly and became a fixture at dinner parties and events. She also became enamored with Indonesian culture, in particular, the style of dance she observed the local women performing. It was here that she began to create for herself a new persona, adopting for the first time the name Matahari. The excitement of living in an exotic location soon wore out when the MacLeod family relocated to a secluded village after Rudolph retired from the army. The isolation of rural life and Rudolph's increasing bitterness and antagonism towards his wife pushed their marriage to the brink of collapse. Compounding the couple's marital woes was the sudden sickness that befell their children in the summer of 1899. Norman, who was just 2.5 years old, succumbed to his illness. Nonnie, though barely a year old, managed to pull through and recover. The circumstances surrounding young Norman's death were unclear. Rumors swirled that he had been poisoned by his nanny. What is more likely is that he was suffering from congenital syphilis, a disease introduced to the MacLeod family thanks to Rudolph's many visits to prostitutes and his affairs with other women. In those days, the disease was treated using mercury, the toxicity of which more than likely contributed towards the young boy's death. The tragedy of their son's passing took Rudolph and Margaretta's marriage to breaking point. Not only did Rudolph abuse Margaretta, on one occasion even attacking her with a bread knife, but he also openly kept a Javanese woman as a concubine. This was enough to drive Margaretta from the family home, and she went to live with another Dutch family on the island who agreed to take her in. In March of 1902, the MacLeod family returned home to the Netherlands. This did little to mend the marriage, and by August of that year, Rudolph and Margaretta had officially divorced. The court granted Margareta custody of Non, but with Rudolph's refusal to pay alimony, Margareta wasn't able to support her daughter. As a divorcee with few opportunities available to her, Margareta was compelled to surrender her 4-year-old daughter to her ex-husband. Then aged 26, Margareta faced a bleak reality, devoid of financial resources and family support. In 1903, Margareta set her sights on Paris, driven by the hope of earning enough money to get her daughter back. Her first attempts at working as a painter's model and teaching German and English conversation were unsuccessful, and she was soon compelled to return penniless to the Netherlands to live with Rudolph's aunt and uncle. When Rudolph learned of this, he forced his uncle to turn her out of the home. Faced with few options and nowhere else really to go, Margareta returned to Paris in 1904. A city known for being a haven for runaways and romantics, she joined the circus performing as a horse rider under the name Lady MacLeod. The owner of the circus, noticing Margareta's exquisite body and charm, suggested to her that she should take up dancing. It was then that Margareta took a definitive first step to reinvent herself. Drawing inspiration from the time she spent in Indonesia, she crafted a series of exotic dances inspired by the cultural traditions of the Javanese women she had observed. She imbued her movements with an eroticism and religiosity that shattered the boundaries of acceptability set by Victorian conservatism. Using the name that she had adopted in Indonesia, Matahari began to create her mythology, centered around the claim that she was a Javanese princess who held the secrets of Oriental sacred dance. Some have said that she was a pioneer of early modern dance, but her exotic dancing style was more akin to a theatrical striptease or burlesque. Her routines involved the shedding of her veils until she was wearing nothing except her jewelry and a gold-plated breastplate. Although she customarily wore skin-toned tights which only gave the appearance of her being naked, she did at least on one occasion appear totally nude on stage. Her first few dances were performed at private parties in Paris, but her sensual form of dance and exotic backstory soon started to attract the attention of the public at large. Matahari had her big break when on the 13th of March 1905, she performed at the Guimet Museum for an audience of the Parisian social elite. Margareta happened to be the mistress of the museum's founder, French millionaire industrialist Émile Guimet. She became an overnight sensation, her admirers and the press alike showering Matahari with praise and adoration. This success paved the way for her to tour across Europe's most prestigious theatres, including the Scala in Milan, the Olympia in Paris, and the Opera of Monte Carlo. At the height of her career as an exotic dancer, Matahari was being paid as much as 10,000 francs per show, which is approximately $42,000 today. By 1907, Matahari had amassed for herself a considerable fortune. Her problem was that she spent her money just as fast as she earned it. Her immense popularity opened other opportunities for her beyond the stage. She appeared on the cover of Vogue magazine and became an influencer of consumer products and fashion trends, being paid by well-known designers to wear their clothing at events and parties. Matahari was, however, not the only woman to be casting off her veils on stage. From the theatres of London to New York, she had many competitors and imitators. Most notable among these was Maud Allen. All these performers were in one way or another playing the role of Salome, the passionate, sexually desiring Jewish princess who performed a striptease for her stepfather, King Herod, in exchange for the head of John the Baptist on a platter. While she competed for attention on stage, Matahari's personal life was no less colourful. As her biographer Pat Shipman put it, she left a trail of smitten admirers behind her wherever she went in Europe. With her penchant for flirtation and seduction, the many relationships she had with wealthy military and businessmen supported her extravagant lifestyle. She carefully selected her many courtiers based on their wealth, status, and willingness to spend enormous sums on her upkeep. Among her many benefactors was Lieutenant Alfred Kiepert of the 11th Hussars Regiment in the German Imperial Army. Mata Hari became his mistress after she performed in Berlin. Naturally, Kiepert's wife was none too pleased, forcing her husband to part ways with his courtesan. Kiepert broke off the relationship, but not before famously giving his sweetheart a parting gift in 1909 of 300,000 gold marks, a sum equivalent to approximately $1 million in today's terms. Another man to whom Mata Hari became a paramour was the French banker and stockbroker Xavier Rousseau. He provided for her every want and need, putting her up in a hotel, then a chateau in the French countryside, and finally in a Normandy-style mansion. She lived as Madame Rousseau until the end of 1911. Rousseau turned out, however, to be a spendthrift, squandering not only his own fortune, but that of his mistress as well. Mata Hari and Rousseau ended their relationship when the money on which it was built ran out. By 1912, Mata Hari was entering her late 30s. Her ex-husband Rudolf MacLeod had divorced from his second wife, which prompted Margareta to petition the courts for custody of her daughter Non. Her request was denied. Mata Hari's allure was also starting to fade by that time. Her star was most definitely on the wane. She had set the stage ablaze for nearly 10 years, a career much longer than many of her contemporaries. In truth, she was not a particularly good dancer, relying more on her sex appeal and mythological backstory than her dancing skills. She sought work in the more traditional theatre, but her self-confidence took a knock when she was turned down for a role after being described by its producer as looking too matronly. Mata Hari was starting to get a little older and a bit more curvy. She couldn't compete with her many younger imitators then gracing Europe's stages. She nevertheless managed to sign a 6-month run of her new performance called The Profane Vision, which she was to perform at Berlin's Metropole Theatre. Before even her first performance, Europe descended into chaos. The First World War marked the end of the optimism and prosperity of the Belle Époque. The formerly vibrant world of performance, art, and the theatre was virtually snuffed out. When Germany declared war on France on the 3rd of August 1914, the continent braced itself for a period of bitter fighting. The hostilities brought Mata Hari's already declining career as a performer to a complete standstill, forcing her to rely increasingly on the financial support of her many male patrons. Mata Hari was in Berlin when war broke out. Although she was Dutch, a country officially neutral in the war, she was marked as a citizen of an enemy nation because of how long she had spent living in France. In a move that left her both indignant and financially strapped, the German authorities froze her assets and confiscated her belongings. Margareta's show was cancelled, and after a dispute with the costume maker, her prized collection of fur coats was garnished to defray expenses. She was thus compelled to leave Germany in 1915 to return for the first time in many years to The Hague. There she rented a fashionable home courtesy of one of her patrons, Baron Eduard Willem van der Capellen. But she quickly grew bored with her new quiet life. Her Dutch citizenship allowed her the ability to travel relatively freely between warring nations France and Germany, although she was compelled to pass through Spain and Britain to avoid the front lines of battle. As she planned what to do next, she was unaware that her movements across Europe had attracted the watchful eyes of espionage agencies the world over. The British, French, and Germans all shadowed her, intrigued by her social connections, frequent cross-border travels, and many lovers, all of whom were senior military officers. During one such excursion, she was stopped by the authorities in Britain and questioned about her travels and intentions. She answered that she was on her way to Paris to sell some personal effects and to book some new shows, MO5, which would be renamed MI5 just a few months later, marked in a report that Margareta Zeller was most unsatisfactory and should be refused permission to return to the UK. In the autumn of 1915, when she was back in The Hague, Mata Hari received a visit from Karel Koecher, the German consul in Amsterdam. He represented the interests of German intelligence, and the purpose of his visit was to persuade Mata Hari to become a spy for the Germans. The elite social circles within which she moved, her feminine wiles, and her ability to speak multiple languages made her the perfect candidate to gather intelligence from enemy officers. Margareta was reluctant at first, but couldn't resist when the promise of payment of 20,000 francs was dangled in front of her. She accepted the offer, considering the payment compensation for the fur coats and jewels that had been confiscated from her by the Germans. She later claimed that she never intended to fulfill her end of the bargain, but rather saw the acceptance of the money as a form of retribution. Margareta was codenamed Agent H21. The H stood for the name of her handler, Captain Hoffman, and she was the 21st agent to be recruited by the Germans. Now enlisted as a German spy, Margareta was sent to Cologne to receive training in spycraft from the renowned Dr. Elisabeth Schragmüller, including in the use of invisible ink and writing in secret code. Again, Mata Hari would claim that she never actually intended to spy for Germany, saying that she poured the contents of bottles of invisible ink given to her over the side of a ship. When she returned to Paris in May 1916, Mata Hari attempted to fall back into her former life of glamour and luxury. However, her celebrity status and the sheer number of her high-profile lovers, which when war broke out included French Minister for War General Adolphe Pierre Messimy, now served a dual purpose. Margareta was a key person of interest to the French intelligence service. While living at the Grand Hotel in Paris, she routinely spotted two men following her. The men were French intelligence agents eager to uncover any evidence of pro-German activities or espionage. They observed, with great suspicion, their cosmopolitan target receiving a large number of male visitors, many of whom were military officers. It was during this time in Paris that Margareta met and fell in love with Vladimir de Maslov. The 23-year-old Russian army officer was fighting for the French as a member of the Russian Expeditionary Force. Margareta referred to Maslov affectionately as Vadim, describing him as the one great love of her life. The couple's love affair was cut short when he returned to the front. Vadim was badly injured in a phosphine gas attack while fighting at the Battle of Verdun, losing the sight in his left eye and severely damaging his lungs and vocal cords. He spent many months recovering in a military hospital near the front lines of battle. Mata Hari was determined to spend time with her new love, and so planned to travel to the French town of Vital, which was near to where Vadim was stationed. The pretext for her journey was to seek treatment for her ailing health. The challenge, however, was navigating the bureaucratic and military hurdles required to travel to the spa town, which was situated dangerously close to the lines of battle within a strictly controlled military zone. To her consternation, Margareta was denied the permits necessary to make the trip. She called on the help of a former lover who worked for the local police. He suggested that she seek out a man by the name of Georges Ledoux at the Military Bureau for Foreigners on the Boulevard Saint-Germain. Unbeknownst to Mata Hari, she was being set on a path that would lead to her ruin. She was now moving in a world far removed from the bright lights of the stage where she had once shone so brightly. As she entered the immigration office at 282 Boulevard Saint-Germain, she had no idea she was entering the very heart of the French intelligence service headquarters. It was there during August of 1916 that Margareta found herself face to face with the formidable head of French counterintelligence, Captain Georges Ledoux. He had been closely monitoring her activities following the reports from British intelligence that raised suspicions of Mata Hari being a German spy. The report even said that if Mata Hari entered Britain again, she would be arrested and handed over to Scotland Yard. For Ledoux, the unexpected arrival of Matahari was nothing short of providential. His prime suspect had unwittingly walked straight into his hands. Seizing the moment, Ledoux gained her trust and authorized her travel documents, seeing in her request an unparalleled opportunity either to recruit her as a spy or, more likely, to entrap her. Returning from Vittel after spending time with her beloved Vadim, Margareta resumed her conversations with Ledoux. Driven by money and a desire to secure a future with the Russian captain whom she wished to marry, Matahari agreed to spy for France. What she didn't do, however, was disclose to Ledoux her dealings with Germany. Had she done so, perhaps her story might have ended differently. The assignment given to Matahari by Ledoux was for her to go to Belgium to seduce the Crown Prince of Germany, Wilhelm. Even for a woman of Matahari's repute, this was an audacious, if not impossible task. In exchange, Matahari was promised to be paid a staggering sum of 1 million francs as her fee, which is more than $2.5 million in today's money. Ledoux promised her that the details of her mission and the subsequent payment would be arranged once she arrived back in the Netherlands. With that, Margareta left Paris on the 5th of November 1916. Travelling with a conspicuous 10 trunks of luggage, she proceeded to the Spanish port city of Vigo. From there, she boarded the SS Hollandia, which on the 14th of November docked at the Cornish town of Falmouth. Given the wartime conditions, the British authorities conducted a search of the ship's cargo and inspected the passenger list. When a Madame MacLeod was spotted among the travellers, agents from Scotland Yard promptly arrested her. Despite the protestations of the ship's captain, she was subjected to a strip search by a policewoman, then removed from the ship and taken to London for interrogation. The arrest by the British authorities was in fact a result of mistaken identity. They thought Matahari was Clara Benedicts, a known German agent from Hamburg. While Margareta was subjected to days of questioning by Sir Basil Thompson of the Metropolitan Police, telegrams were exchanged between the British and the Dutch legation as to Matahari's identity. In what was most certainly a bluff, the British said they had received a telegram confirming her identity as the exotic dancer Matahari, and that she was also a confirmed German spy. Matahari then broke, finally admitting to espionage, but on behalf of the French, not Germany. She said she was working for George Ledoux. The British made inquiries with Ledoux, who replied saying that he had always suspected Matahari of being a German spy and had only recruited her with the goal of exposing her. With no evidence of having committed any crime, the British reluctantly released Margareta, but she was not permitted to continue her journey onwards to The Hague. She was instead forced to return to Spain. Once back in Spain, Matahari found herself having to improvise in a desperate bid to salvage her increasingly precarious position. She immediately wrote to Ledoux to request new instructions, but received no reply. With her original mission of seducing the Crown Prince proving unattainable, she set her sights on other targets. She looked through the diplomatic register at the Ritz Hotel in Madrid and quickly found the name of a high-ranking German officer. Major Arnold Calais was the German attaché and a formidable figure within the German intelligence network. After making an appointment, she presented herself to Calais as a German ally. As with so many other men, she seduced him. Margareta started feeding Calais what she deemed harmless gossip, in return for which he told her of Germany's plans to land soldiers via submarine on the coast of Morocco to stir up a local revolution against the French. She triumphantly penned a letter to Ledoux, which she sent through the hotel post. She wrote uncoded and in plain ink, her training in spycraft evidently having been forgotten. As a neutral country in the war, Spain was crawling with spies and counter-spies. It was more than likely that hotel staff members were on the payroll of at least one, if not both sides in the war. Mail, especially letters sent by those of high social standing or persons under suspicion, was likely to be intercepted and read before reaching its final destination. Mata Hari was playing a dangerous game and had unwittingly set in motion the final act in her tragic saga. Her letter to Ledoux had been intercepted, and Major Calais was furious when he learned of Margaretta's betrayal. He decided it was time to set an elaborate trap. The German officer dispatched a series of telegrams to Berlin detailing his interactions with Agent H21 and seeking guidance on her compensation. As he knew they would, the communications were intercepted and decrypted by French intelligence, who swiftly deduced that Agent H21 could only be Mata Hari herself. Calais had written his telegrams in a code that was known to have already been broken by French cryptographers the year prior. Mata Hari's web of deceit was quickly unraveling. Concerned about not having received a single telegram from Ledoux since she had arrived in Spain, Mata Hari found herself increasingly isolated. She decided it was time to return to France. She arrived back in Paris on the 3rd of January 1917. For the next few weeks, Mata Hari went about her business in Paris, getting her hair dyed, seeing the dressmaker and her many lovers. But she was sick with worry. Ledoux had still not replied to her letters, and she had not managed to re-establish contact with him. Even worse still, she hadn't received any word at all from her beloved Vadim. Eventually she was reunited with him when he returned to Paris on leave, but was devastated to learn that his superiors had forbidden him from marrying Margareta. He promptly ended the relationship and returned to the Western Front. Heartbroken and feeling a sense of the world closing in around her, Margareta knew that time was not on her side. On the morning of the 13th of February 1917, Margareta heard a knock at her door. Outside room 131 of the Elysee Palace Hotel stood the men sent to arrest her on charges of espionage. Mata Hari was read her warrant of arrest, was allowed to get dressed, and was led away. Margareta found herself confined within the cold walls of the notorious Saint-Lazare women's prison. Her transformation from celebrated star to a common prisoner was a total humiliation. For 6 months, she was interrogated by Captain Pierre Bouchardon, all the while being kept in deplorable conditions in a cold, dank cell. She wrote a great many letters to her network of powerful French military and businessmen, but to no avail. There would be no knight in shining armor coming to save her. Mata Hari persistently denied the charges leveled against her, but her resilience was worn down as the months dragged on. When Bouchardon told her about the telegram sent by Calais, she finally cracked and admitted to having accepted money from the Germans. However, she denied ever having acted against France. Mata Hari thought her confession would serve to exonerate her, but it had the opposite effect. Captain Bouchardon remained unpersuaded of her innocence. In the shadow of the ongoing war, and with French morale at an all-time low and the need for a public victory acute, the truth of the matter became secondary to the desired narrative. Mata Hari had become a pawn in a chess game of statecraft, and she moved across the board as it suited French political objectives. Her role as a spy and the importance she played in the war was greatly exaggerated, serving as a convenient distraction from the country's military and morale crises. There were fears that France was on the brink of collapse under the weight of the exhaustion of war. Perhaps Mata Hari would become the perfect scapegoat. Her reputation as an international woman, an exotic dancer, and a courtesan meant that even before her trial commenced, the scales of justice were irrevocably tipped against her. On the 4th of July 1917, formal charges of espionage were levied against Margareta. Her trial, which was little more than a fait accompli, commenced on the 24th of July 1917 and was held in camera at the Palais de Justice. Captain Bouchardon, representing the French state, portrayed her as a traitor who had maintained clandestine communications with the enemy, collecting and transmitting vital information to German forces. The prosecution heavily emphasized her frequent travels and her interactions with various high-ranking German officials. The trial lasted only 2 days. Despite the absence of any direct evidence against her, the panel of 7 judges convicted Margareta on all charges. The sentence imposed was death, a verdict that the prosecution said marked her as arguably the greatest female spy of our century, and the cause of the death of as many as 50,000 French soldiers. On the morning of the 15th of October 1917, the inhabitants of the city of Paris were oblivious to the somber proceedings due to take place that day at the Vincennes firing range. It was here that Margareta Zeller was escorted from her prison cell to meet her fate at the hands of a French firing squad. Mata Hari chose to face the soldiers with unbound hands and without a blindfold. As her lawyer and a nun from the prison looked on, she blew a final defiant kiss. As dawn broke, the signal was given, and Margareta was struck by a volley of bullets. A non-commissioned officer then walked up to her already dead body and fired a final bullet into her temple to confirm the execution. The reaction across Europe was a mixture of vindication and sensationalism, with newspapers lauding the execution as a triumph in the unrelenting battle against espionage. In a final act of dispassion, the French state auctioned off Margareta's belongings to recoup the costs of her trial. As nobody came forward to claim her body, it was given to the Paris University Medical School to be used for dissection. Her head was embalmed and, strangely, went missing sometime during the 1950s. It has never been found. Rumors began to circulate that Mata Hari had in fact escaped and was still alive. One story said that she had thrown open her fur coat, her naked body so dazzling the men before her that she was able to run off into the forest. The unfortunate reality for Margareta Zeller was that the tragedy of her life ended that day at the firing range. Margareta's then teenage daughter Non, although having disowned her mother, was devastated to learn of her fate through an article in the newspaper. A few years later, Non suffered a fatal cerebral hemorrhage at the age of 21. The lingering spectre of syphilis, a cruel inheritance from her father, was speculated to be the cause. When Margareta's former husband Rudolf MacLeod was informed of her death by reporters, he remarked, "Whatever she's done in life, she did not deserve that." He died just over a decade later in 1928. Within a mere 2 years following her death, the narrative of Mata Hari's life began to captivate the imagination of writers and filmmakers. The portrayal of Mata Hari as a synthesis of a cold-blooded spy, a malevolent seductress, and a captivating femme fatale proved irresistible material for Hollywood, inspiring a slew of films from the iconic portrayal by Greta Garbo in Mata Hari to Jean Moreau's interpretation in Mata Hari, Agent H21. As the prototypical femme fatale character, Mata Hari is the subject of more books, TV shows, comics, movies, and even YouTube videos than any other spy. It was only in 2017, 100 years after her death, that France declassified and released the transcript of the judgment in the Mata Hari trial, along with an archive of other documents. Much has been written on why Mata Hari turned to spying, with the obvious answer being money. It's quite possible that other factors played a role also. Mata Hari was, after all, a performer, both on and off the stage. She constantly reinvented herself and became all things to all men. Perhaps for Mata Hari, spying was just another performance. In the words of Ernest Volkmann, no single individual has ever done so much to glamorize the world of espionage. As she passed from life unto death, her myth and legend became immortal. Barcelona, 1939. Amidst the ruins of the Spanish Civil War, a man finds himself standing at a crossroads. The brutality of the conflict in his own country has left him disillusioned, and the ominous spectre of Nazi Germany looms large over Europe. He can continue to run and to hide, or he can face his enemy dead on and fight against tyranny. Armed with nothing more than his wits and imagination, Juan Pujol Garcia embarks on a remarkable journey that would transform him from a chicken farmer and a failed businessman into a self-made spy. Using his elaborate network of fictional sub-agents, he has the Nazis hanging on his every word. As the Allies meticulously plan their invasion of Normandy and the liberation of Europe, he becomes their secret weapon. Arguably the most successful double agent in all recorded history, this is the true story of the brilliant, eccentric Agent Garbo, the myth, the spy, the legend. You may be interested to know that I am now posting my spy stories as a podcast called Heroes and Traitors with Philip Thompson. These episodes will be made available for listening on the podcast player of your choice. Please see the link in the description block for more information. Born on Valentine's Day 1912 to a wealthy upper-class family in Barcelona, Juan Pujol Garcia always had a vivid imagination. As a young boy, he would lose himself in his daydreams, on one occasion riding his bicycle through a classroom window as he was too preoccupied with the fantasy playing out in his head. As an unmanageable 7-year-old boy who had been sent off to boarding school, he had no interest in his schoolwork or the strict discipline imposed by his schoolmasters. Pujol grew into an athletic, charming young man. He loved poetry, the outdoors, and sweet-talking the local girls. To his family's disappointment, however, young Pujol dropped out of boarding school at age 15. He took up an apprenticeship at a hardware store where he worked for the next few years. And in his early 20s, he enrolled in an academy where he became a certified chicken farmer. In 1931, at age 21, Juan Pujol completed 6 months compulsory military service as an officer in Spain's 7th Light Artillery Regiment. He hated every minute of it, saying later that he lacked the essential qualities of loyalty, generosity, and honor to be a good member of the military. He was a humanist and a dreamer, his pacifism detesting any and all forms of violence. After leaving the military behind him, he attempted to enter the world of business, buying a series of movie theaters. Each of these ventures failed more miserably than the one before, and thus in 1935, at age 24, he returned to his life on the chicken farm. He was also engaged to be married to young Marguerite, a devout Catholic woman who, although being very kind to Pujol, was unable to ever truly win his heart. Juan Pujol must have thought at this point that he would simply settle into a humdrum, unremarkable existence. However, as 1936 dawned, Spain was headed inevitably towards political turmoil. 5 years earlier, in 1931, King Alfonso XIII fled the country, leaving a power vacuum in his wake that was filled by communist and fascist groups eager to seize power and impose their ideology. Unrest, violence, and instability plunged Spain into a civil war on the 17th of July 1936. Spanish bull rings became the public square for political executions, and bodies began to litter the streets. Pujol was dismayed when he was called up for military service by the Soviet-backed Republicans, his compulsory military service still fresh in his mind. Having no taste for what he considered a fratricidal conflict, he dodged the draft by hiding at his fiancée's house. While he was laying low, Pujol's mother, sister, and her fiancé were captured by the Republican army and charged with being counter-revolutionaries. Things for Pujol then went from bad to worse shortly before Christmas in 1936, when he was discovered in his hideout during a police raid and was taken into custody at the local police station. He stayed there for just a week, being freed in a daring prison break by a local resistance group known as the Socorro Blanco. It was his fiancée Marguerite who had made possible his escape. She also had connections with the right people to provide her beloved Pujol with a safe house in Barcelona. There he lived for a full year, hiding from both sides in the Civil War. The flat he lived in was owned by a taxi driver and was situated in a middle-class area. By the summer of 1937, the taxi driver left with his family, leaving Pujol in total isolation. His only contact with other humans was when a local girl brought him food and supplies, and the hushed conversations he had with his protectors over a radio. As the weeks dragged on, Pujol was growing depressed and emaciated. His isolated living conditions in a small apartment were taking their toll on both his physical and mental health. He knew that he had to escape Barcelona and planned to leave war-torn Spain altogether. Through a contact in the resistance network, Pujol managed to obtain forged identity papers that showed him to be too old for military service. He quickly realized, however, that the only way that he would be able to cross borders was to do the very thing that he had been hiding from for months. Pujol joined the Republican Army and was sent to the front lines of battle near Mont Blanc. One night in 1938, under the cover of darkness, he and two others fled their posts and crossed enemy lines by entering the nationalist camp. The deserting soldiers were promptly taken as prisoners of war and put into a concentration camp in the Basque province. After some weeks in captivity, one of the many letters he sent out to family and friends was answered. Having come from a wealthy background, a family friend with the right contacts was able to negotiate for his release. In extreme poor health, Pujol was taken to a hospital in the city of Burgos to regain his strength. One day during his convalescence, a young nurse walked into his ward. Pujol was immediately infatuated by the dark-haired beauty. Their casual conversations soon turned more serious, and they fell in love. Araceli González Carbello was very much like her beloved, a dreamer and an adventurer. But Araceli's dreams were, unlike Pujol's, centered around fine clothes and a glamorous lifestyle. She was described as fiercely intelligent, adventurous, dramatic, and a bit vain. The Spanish Civil War ended on the 1st of April 1939, with General Francisco Franco seizing power of a crippled and crumbling Spain. Juan Pujol and his young fiancée Araceli did their best to settle in the battered shell of the city of Madrid. Desperate to earn an income, Pujol became the manager of a 3-star hotel called the Majestic. The war had seen the once popular hotel fall into decline, and Pujol's ambition to restore the hotel to its former glory was in vain. If nothing else, his job at the failing hotel offered him the opportunity to meet a wide array of people and personalities. When the Spanish Duke of Torre came to stay at the Majestic, Pujol struck up a conversation. Pujol learned that the Duke's elderly pro-Franco aunts were complaining about their inability to get hold of any scotch in the wartime conditions. Seizing the opportunity, Pujol propositioned the Duke as follows. If he could be provided with a passport that allowed him to exit Spain and travel to Portugal, Pujol knew a man who could supply the Duke's thirsty aunts with enough of their coveted scotch to keep dehydration at bay. The Duke gratefully accepted what he considered to be an excellent plan, and soon Pujol was issued with a passport. Thus, for simply guiding the Franco royals through Portugal in search of 6 bottles of liquid gold, Pujol had earned for himself something of far greater value, a means to leave war-torn Spain. The world outside of Spain was, however, hardly faring any better. In September of 1939, Britain declared war on Germany after the Nazis began their march through Europe. As the fighting continued, Pujol started to hear rumors about the concentration camps popping up across Europe and the evils that were going on inside. He was incensed. My humanist convictions would not allow me to turn a blind eye to the enormous suffering that was being unleashed by this psychopath. These were words he wrote many decades later when reflecting on his life's journey. Juan Pujol was a man with progressive ideals. These were instilled in him by his father. Human dignity, liberty, and the value of the individual were to him paramount. He hated any form of extremism and considered Hitler to be a demon. In his own words, he wanted to start a personal war with the Führer. By January of 1941, Pujol felt compelled to do whatever he could to fight the Nazis and contribute towards the good of humanity. He wanted to do something practical, but knowing that he was no good as a soldier, decided to do the next best thing. He marched bold as brass into the British Embassy in Madrid to offer his services. Services of what? Was probably the reaction he received. 3 times Pujol was rebuffed. An eccentric Spanish chicken farmer who barely spoke a word of English was hardly the sort to rank highly on MI5's list of potential recruits. Spain was also officially neutral in the war, and MI5 didn't want to risk the fallout if discovered to be running a Spanish agent. Yet Pujol's enthusiasm and persistence was not to be dulled. He set his sights on proving to the British that he could be of some use to the war effort. Naturally, he decided the best way to achieve this was to become a spy for the very organization he hated, the Nazis. He knew nothing about espionage, and even less about the Abwehr and how it functioned. He knew that he would have to learn to play a role, that of the devoted Nazi committed to Hitler's vision for the new Europe. After exposing himself to as much propaganda and Nazi doctrine as he could lay his hands on, he called the German embassy in Madrid from the hotel telephone and asked to speak to the military attaché. After giving his best pro-Nazi spiel, he was surprised when the person on the other end of the telephone said somebody would soon call him. When he received a call back the following day, he was told to present himself at a nearby cafe the following afternoon at 4:30 p.m. Hitler hated spies and the dirty game of espionage. He had very few assets in Britain, and those the Germans had recruited ended up being turned by the British into double agents. It seemed thus that the Abwehr were less picky in choosing their agents and decided to give Pujol a shot. It was at the meeting at Café Leon that Pujol was introduced to a fair-haired, blue-eyed Abwehr agent codenamed Federico. This was the man who would go on to become his German handler. Juan Pujol again spun his tale of love and devotion to Hitler and his new order. He also said that he had a great many diplomatic connections, which he could put to good use to further the Nazi cause. Federico was impressed and decided to schedule a second meeting at a beer house. It was at the second meeting that Pujol was formally recruited by the Abwehr, being codenamed Arabelle, from the Latin meaning, ironically as it would prove for the Germans, prayerful or answered prayer. Pujol's first assignment as Agent Arabelle was to head to Lisbon, the veritable capital of espionage, which he did on the 26th of April 1941, leaving behind his pregnant wife Araceli. There he was to obtain for himself an exit visa to allow his onward travel to England. This was, however, easier said than done, with Pujol's request through official channels being refused by the consulate officials. Pujol spent days drinking in hotel bars, becoming increasingly desperate. He couldn't return to Madrid empty-handed. He felt he had no choice but to complete his mandate and prove his bona fides to the Germans. For a man like Juan Pujol, fate was bound to intervene. One day he was introduced by the hotel manager to a man named Señor Sousa. A fellow Spaniard, Pujol didn't think much of the man until during a trip to Estoril, he brought out with a flourish a diplomatic visa issued by the Spanish Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Pujol had to contain his excitement upon seeing the document, which would be his ticket not only to England, but also to gain the trust of his Abwehr handler. He immediately began to charm the man, taking him on trips to amusement parks, cafes, and nightclubs. When he invited Señor Sousa on a week-long gambling trip to the Casino Estoril, Pujol feigned sickness as an excuse to return to their hotel room. He implored his companion to go on. He would catch him up soon enough. Once back in the hotel room, Juan Pujol pulled out the camera he had packed, found the diplomatic visa in Señor Sousa's bag, and quickly took as many photographs as time would permit. With the original visa safely back in its place, Pujol rejoined his new friend at the casino. As soon as the trip was over, Pujol got to work creating a forgery. The con was on, Pujol managing to convince an engraver, a printing shop, and an office supply company to aid him in creating his forged masterpiece. When all was said and done, Juan Pujol held in his hands a passport that allowed him to travel around wartime Europe with comparative ease. He returned triumphantly to Madrid, confident that his success would prove to the Germans just how useful he could be. He continued to meet with Federico, spinning a tale of how he knew a man in Britain that was looking to convert 5 million pesetas into pounds sterling. If he played his cards right, Pujol said that he could broker a currency deal with the man. Spain was desperate for foreign currency, and this sounded like a good excuse to send Pujol to Britain to spy. When Pujol revealed his trump card, the forged diplomatic visa, the deal was done. Juan Pujol, Agent Arabelle, was given $3,000 in cash, cipher codes, and bottles of invisible ink. In July of 1941, he was told to pack his bags and make his way along with his family to England post-haste. His mission? Build up a network of spies in Britain and start feeding back military intelligence to the Germans. Pujol's first stop on his journey was Lisbon. He thought surely that with all that he had worked for and achieved, the British would welcome him with open arms and whisk him away to London. But alas, his services were again flatly refused when he presented himself at the British consulate. Although dejected, he felt too far deep into his dangerous game to give up. He decided it was time to stop impersonating a spy and to become one for real. In Lisbon, he bought for himself a map of England, a tourist guidebook, and got his hands on a copy of British railway timetables. On the 19th of July 1941, he sent a telegram back to the Abwehr in Madrid in order to convince his handlers that he had made it to England and was making headway in his mission. He even said that he had met a pilot for Dutch airline KLM who had agreed to courier his letters from England to Lisbon, which explained the Portuguese postmarks on his correspondence. Coming up with detailed backstories for what became as many as 27 non-existent spies. He crafted detailed reports of British Army, Air Force, and Navy movements, writing in a bombastic, florid style, turning the most innocuous of information into a compelling narrative. He gleaned the information that went into his stories from nothing more than his maps, propaganda flyers, cinema newsreels, and bits and pieces of information that he picked up from people on the street. He attributed the intelligence he was making up to his network of sub-agents scattered across the United Kingdom. He took credit when he guessed something close to the truth and blamed it on one of his pretend sources when he didn't. In October of 1941, Pujol sent his third letter to the Abwehr. In it, he said that his sub-agent, one William Gerbers, had observed an armada of 5 British ships leaving Liverpool, heading for the island of Malta. The small British Crown colony was a key link in British defences and of strategic importance in the Allied North African campaign. Pujol's fabricated tip-off caused German High Command to redirect its aircraft and naval forces to defend against an attack which never materialized. On another occasion, Pujol reported that a major British armada was leaving from Wales. This time, German U-boats and Italian planes were scrambled to intercept the non-existent armada, wasting valuable time and resources for the Germans. Pujol knew, however, that he couldn't keep up his ruse forever. If all he provided to the Germans proved to be false, he would soon be abandoned, or worse. Federico was applying ever-increasing pressure for him to produce more valuable intelligence. Yes, a tip-off about the location of an RAF pilot school near Sandwich, or a British ship spotted in a dry dock being equipped with a new prototype weapon was interesting to the Germans. It didn't advance their war effort or provide any real strategic advantage. Provide the details of a new expeditionary force, recruit an agent in Northern Ireland, and obtain copies of specific pamphlets issued by the Institute of Statistics in Oxford were just a few of the items on Pujol's to-do list. Feeling like a rat lost in a maze, and having no first-hand experience of actually living in Great Britain, he was also making mistakes. In one of his reports, he wrote that men from Glasgow would do anything for a litre of wine, not being aware that whiskey was the only drink of choice in Scotland. He also made mistakes when speaking of British currency, quoting figures using only shillings and pence when he should have been referring to pounds sterling. These may sound like minor details, but an astute German intelligence officer poring over every jot and tittle of what Pujol wrote may soon have noticed. Another problem was that the money was drying up. Pujol was by no means a spendthrift, but he had burned through the $3,000 given to him at the outset and was being sent only measly allowances, barely enough to keep a roof above his head and food on his plate. For a fifth time, Pujol approached the British consulate, this time in Lisbon, to offer his services as a double agent. For a fifth time, he was refused. Pujol's wife, Araceli, was sensing her husband's panic and was herself starting to feel desperate. She thus took it upon herself to do whatever she could to convince the British they were making a mistake. Araceli, in a moment of ingenuity, convinced an acquaintance to write out what seemed a harmless note for her in French. Araceli then wrote the text in invisible ink, substituting words to make it read as if one of Pujol's agents was providing key intelligence about a planned sabotage attack. She marched up to the American embassy and managed to meet with the naval attaché whom she showed the note. She said that she knew the source of this information, which just so happened to be her husband. This was enough to convince the Americans to put her in touch with MI6. Juan Pujol Garcia was finally a blip on British radars. While all of this was going on, the British had been intercepting and deciphering telegrams sent from Lisbon by a mysterious Agent Arabel to the Abwehr in Madrid. These messages read like intelligence reports from a spy within Allied ranks. Hairs at MI6 were set running when a dossier containing the decoded messages was handed to its subsection head of counterintelligence. The mysterious agent's reports were so meticulously detailed that MI6 was suddenly convinced that they were dealing with a genuine spy. What confounded the British, however, was that the information being leaked was not very accurate, and some of it was downright absurd. The messages were, however, near enough the truth that MI6 began to scramble to identify the Agent Arabel. What perhaps finally convinced the British that Arabel was no simple conman was how the Germans reacted to his messages, diverting large forces in response to his tip-offs, which were written in the most convincing prosaic style, yet were almost entirely made up. After sending out inquiries all across its intelligence networks in Europe, British intelligence received a telegram from MI6 in Lisbon, advising that a man by the name of Juan Pujol had approached the American naval attaché in Madrid to offer his services as a spy for the Allies in London. The Spaniard, having made this very peculiar offer, had also mentioned that he was feeding disinformation to the Abwehr from Portugal. As soon as MI6 had confirmed Juan Pujol to be Agent Arabel, it was decided to smuggle him to England via Gibraltar. In April of 1942, and leaving his wife and young son behind, Pujol secretly boarded a British merchant ship bound for the United Kingdom. Upon arrival, Pujol was whisked off to a North London safe house where he was debriefed by his future case officer, Tommy Harris. As enticed as they were by the prospect of recruiting a man out of whose hand the Abwehr greedily ate, MI5 proceeded with caution, wary of the possibility of Pujol being a Nazi triple agent. When asked about what motivated him to spy for the Allies, Pujol recounted a tale about his brother Joaquin, who had gone to France and had seen the Gestapo pull people from a farmhouse and execute them by the side of the road. Pujol said that when his brother told him the story, he decided then and there that he had to do something. This proved a lie. While he did have an older brother named Joaquin, he had never left Spain, let alone travelled to France. Nevertheless, after passing muster, Juan Pujol finally realized his life's ambition. He was recruited into MI5 and, likening his acting ability to that of the famed actress, was codenamed Garbo. Juan Pujol was brought into the double-cross system, a counter-espionage and deception operation chaired by Oxford historian and sportsman John Cecil Masterman. The double-cross system was coordinated by the 20 Committee and was created to run double agents who fed disinformation to the Germans. MI5 was careful not to run Agent Garbo too hard too soon. Aside from still being a little cautious over the possibility of Pujol being a triple agent, they also felt it wise to undertake some build-up. That is, that period during which an agent builds confidence with the other side. Agent Garbo passed on chicken feed to the Abwehr, that is, true but not very useful information, mostly about battalion movements that the British felt comfortable to pass on to the enemy. Pujol continued to expand his network of fake agents, from a travelling salesman to an Indian poet, and even an employee at Britain's Ministry of War. His spy ring grew to number 27 non-existent characters, each with detailed backstories and unique personas. The Nazis even paid the salaries of all these fake agents, handing over as much as $340,000 to Pujol to distribute among his network to keep his operation running smoothly. Agent Garbo was incredibly relieved to now be working for the British, which meant that he no longer had to invent the intelligence he fed back to the Germans. He knew, nevertheless, that he was still playing an incredibly dangerous game. He had to concoct excuses for when he failed to report on military matters his German handlers believed he would have access to. For example, when he didn't report on major movements of the British naval fleet, he said that a sub-agent had fallen ill and subsequently died. To give the story an air of plausibility, the British published an obituary for the non-existent dead agent, even paying, at least according to state records, a state pension to his equally non-existent widow. Pujol's first big coup as a bona fide British spy concerned the Allied campaign in North Africa. Both the 20 Committee and Garbo himself knew that they couldn't get away forever with peddling falsehoods to the Germans. To stay in the Nazis' good graces, Garbo needed to provide genuinely good intel. Pujol and MI5 thus devised an ingenious plan. It was decided that Agent Garbo would leak the true details of Operation Torch, being the planned Anglo-American invasion of North Africa, to the Nazis. This would, in theory, have jeopardized the entirety of the Allies' war efforts and cost many Allied lives. However, there was a catch. On the 1st of November 1942, Garbo typed out a coded letter in which he warned the Germans that Allied forces were planning to attack at Algiers and Casablanca. He immediately dispatched the letter in the post. This meant that his letter was both dated and postmarked 1 week prior to the start of Operation Torch. MI5, however, made sure that the letter was delayed as it proceeded through the British censors. On the 8th of November 1942, Allied forces stormed the beaches across Morocco and Algeria as Operation Torch got underway. The following day, on the 9th of November 1942, Pujol's German handler Federico held in his hand his agent's letter. Although bitterly disappointed that it had arrived a day late, he and Nazi High Command believed that their agent Arabelle truly was an oracle. Indeed, they considered him as strong as a 45,000-man army. They wrote back, praising their agent for the information he had provided, even apologizing that it was received just too late. In a show of gratitude and their confidence, Pujol was sent more vials of invisible ink by the Germans, along with 2 new ciphers. Agent Garbo was firmly entrenched as a trusted agent for the Nazis, and he was soon to be given his greatest mission yet. While Pujol was flying high as a British double agent, things were not going so well for him on the home front. In early 1942, and shortly after Pujol's recruitment as a British spy, his wife Araceli and young son were relocated to join him in London. Araceli was even less conversant in English than her husband, and, being made subject to MI5's tight limitations on her freedoms, found herself isolated in a foreign country. Araceli only rarely spent time with her husband, with Juan Pujol spending long days and nights working at MI5's headquarters on Jermyn Street. Also, the bland British wartime diet, characterized, as Araceli said, by too much macaroni, too many potatoes, and not enough fish, left much to be desired. Araceli felt trapped in her small London apartment. She had already proved her own worth as her husband's partner in espionage and resented being excluded from his exciting and important work. As 1943 progressed, Araceli's dissatisfaction intensified, leading to erratic behavior driven by homesickness and a strong desire to return to Spain. Pujol's handler, Tommy Harris, began to notice Araceli's seemingly unbalanced mental state. Things came to a head when on the 21st of June 1943, Pujol and Araceli got into an explosive argument. Araceli threatened that if she were not allowed to return immediately to Spain, she would expose her husband to the Spanish embassy. The stakes were too high for this to be allowed to happen, and the echo of Araceli's threats was heard all the way to the top of MI5 and beyond, to the desk of Prime Minister Winston Churchill himself. Despite MI5's best efforts, Araceli was not to be placated by gifts or reasoning. Agent Garbo's best weapon was deception, and unfortunately, he was compelled to use it against his very own wife. Pujol and MI5 agreed to carry out a ruse. An MI5 agent visited Araceli, telling her that her husband had been arrested and that he had been sent to collect a set of pajamas and a toothbrush. Arrested? Why? She asked. It was then explained to her that Pujol had been deactivated as an agent because of her threats. When this news was broken to Pujol, in a fit of anger he attacked an MI5 agent and thus found himself in jail. Araceli refused to cooperate and went on a rampage. She called Tommy Harris in anger and then Pujol's wireless operator, Charles Haynes. She insisted that he be at her London home within the next 30 minutes. Haynes rushed over to the Garcia home, where he found Araceli lying on the floor in a staged suicide attempt. She had opened all the gas taps and shut herself up in the home. Araceli was then taken to Camp 20, a British interrogation centre in southwest London, used to house captured German agents. After a brief conversation with her husband, who was dressed in prisoner's clothes, she was sent home and told to await the outcome of his fate. Pujol returned home the next day, telling Araceli that the British had taken mercy on him and would allow him to continue working as a double agent on condition that there would be no more trouble. Although it was partly of his own making, Pujol was shaken by the distasteful episode and never spoke or wrote about it again. Having to set aside the tumult of his personal life, the war continued on unabated as 1943 marched on. Juan Pujol was preparing for his biggest deception yet, and one which would help to secure the Allied victory in World War II. At that stage of the war, the English countryside had become a bustling hub of military activity in preparation for Operation Overlord. Military personnel, planes, jeeps, and tents filled the rural roads. This, of course, had not gone unnoticed by German reconnaissance. The key to the success of the invasion was surprise. If the Allied armies hoped to break through Hitler's seemingly impenetrable Atlantic Wall, they needed German forces distracted elsewhere. Operation Fortitude was the Allies' answer, with Agent Garbo being prepped to play a key role in the Allies' series of interlocking and ever more elaborate deception operations. Pujol's mission was to deceive the German forces into believing that the invasion would take place at the Pas de Calais, a location 200 miles north of the actual target, Normandy. If successful, this strategy would ensure that the bulk of Nazi troops were positioned far from where the real action would unfold. Garbo was not the only double agent involved in this grand operation. The 20 Committee was running a handful of spies who had embedded themselves within the Abwehr and who were sending similar disinformation to the Nazis. To orchestrate this grand illusion, Garbo had to convince the Nazis that a fictional million-man army called the First United States Army Group was gathering in southeastern England. This elaborate ruse involved lifelike inflatable tanks and ships dotting harbors and fields, fake hospitals springing up, dummy wooden aircraft being constructed, and even a sham oil facility near Dover, complete with dust-enhancing wind machines borrowed from film studios. The media played its part too, with staged photographs and fabricated letters from frustrated locals adding to the spectacle. General George Patton himself was seen rallying these imaginary forces across southeastern England to bolster the illusion. Garbo's fictitious sub-agents dispatched reports on all these military preparations. These maneuvers left Hitler and Nazi high command feeling ever more anxious. For months, Hitler believed the invasion would start at Pas-de-Calais. But as time dragged on, he became more and more focused on Normandy and Brittany as the likely targets. Garbo intended to reverse Hitler's thinking. By 1944, Garbo's intelligence and the strategic bombings near Calais by the Allies, leaving Normandy virtually unscathed, had thoroughly bewildered the German high command, convincing them that the Pas-de-Calais was indeed the target. Thanks to Agent Garbo and others like him, Hitler chose to hold back 250,000 troops in Scandinavia to defend against an attack in Norway. The culmination of the ruse came on the 6th of June 1944, when Allied forces landed at Normandy's Omaha Beach. The German 7th Army were caught off guard and at low readiness, thinking that the poor weather conditions meant that no attack would come that day. Even General Erwin Rommel, the Desert Fox himself, was back in Germany that day celebrating his wife's birthday. Even as Allied troops poured onto the beaches of Normandy, Berlin's high command hesitated to awaken Hitler from his sleep, convinced that the real assault by a much larger force would come at Calais. For 2 days following D-Day, German command remained deceived, waiting for an attack from the non-existent Fusag and the opening of the real Second Front. It wasn't until 9 June that a desperate plea from General Gert von Rundstedt moved Hitler to deploy the fearsome Nazi panzer divisions. However, Garbo transmitted a crucial message on this day, reinforcing the diversion at Normandy and suggesting that a major offensive would still target Calais. This message reached Hitler's desk and, demonstrating how much faith the Nazis had in Garbo, led to a critical halt by Hitler of German armored divisions en route to Normandy. This was a moment that shifted the tide of the invasion, saving countless Allied lives and securing a strategic foothold in Europe. Even by December, 22 German divisions still lingered at Pas-de-Calais in anticipation of Fusag's phantom assault. In fact, there were then even more forces in the Pas-de-Calais than there had been before the Normandy invasion had even begun. The key to the work done by Agent Garbo and other brave double agents like him was the fact that it was not only on D-Day itself that the Germans were fooled, it was during D-Day +1, D-Day +2, D-Day +3, and so on, when reinforcements were continuously delayed, that made all the difference. By August of 1944, Allied troops and French resistance fighters were gearing up for the Battle of Paris, and the Soviets were pressing in on the Nazis from the east. Agent Garbo's career in intelligence was nearing its end. German intelligence agents were turning themselves into the Allies in droves as the Third Reich crumbled. Juan Pujol had continued to operate as a double agent long after D-Day, playing a key role in ensuring that German bomb attacks using their powerful V-1 rocket missed their intended targets in London. With the Nazis all but dismantled, the British considered running Garbo as a double agent against the new foe rising in the east, the Soviet Union. But it was decided that this was too dangerous. Pujol was terrified that his identity would eventually be uncovered, and there were enough Germans about who would have considered him a traitor and meant to do him harm. Juan Pujol Garcia had emerged victorious in his personal war against Hitler. On the 29th of July 1944, in a twist of irony, Pujol received a message from the Abwehr to let him know that he would receive the Iron Cross, Germany's highest military honor, reserved usually only for frontline soldiers. Shortly before Christmas in 1944, Pujol was also honored by the British in a secret ceremony in which he was named a member of the Order of the British Empire. This made Juan Pujol Garcia the only individual decorated by both sides in World War II. Agent Garbo continued to communicate with the Germans right up to the end of the war. When jubilant crowds poured out onto the streets on Piccadilly Circus and Regent Street on the 8th of May 1945, Pujol sent his final message to the Germans to tell them that he was fleeing to South America. In June of 1945, Juan Pujol traveled to the United States with his best friend in MI5 and former handler Tommy Harris. There they met with FBI Chief J. Edgar Hoover, who, to Pujol's surprise, did not try and recruit him. The Americans were in awe of what Garbo had achieved and provided him with much-needed documents to allow his travel to South America. After his brief time in the US, Pujol went on a tour of South America in search of a new home for him and his family. He settled on Venezuela, seeing a country with a prosperous, democratic future. Before settling down, and for his final flourish, Agent Garbo traveled back to Madrid, where he met with former Abwehr members, including his old handler Federico. If nothing else, the manner in which he was received by the then defeated Germans, including payment of a sizable reward for his efforts for the Reich, proved that his deception was believed until the very end. Pujol then returned to a quieter, more routine way of living, starting his new life in Venezuela teaching English to local employees of the Shell Oil Company, and later opening a stationery shop. Juan's marriage to Araceli unfortunately did not survive the war. Although she joined him in Venezuela and bore him another daughter, their relationship could not be salvaged. Araceli returned to Spain with their children in 1948. The following year, and to protect him from possible reprisals, MI5 had spread a rumor that Pujol had died in Angola after contracting malaria. This story was spread far and wide, relayed even to Araceli and her children, who sadly were left to believe that their husband and father was dead. For more than 3 decades, Juan Pujol lived peacefully in Venezuela, far removed from the danger, intrigue, and heroics of his former life. He remarried and had 3 more children with his second wife, Carmen Cilia. His anonymity was, however, shattered when author and British intelligence historian Nigel West tracked him down in South America shortly before the 40th anniversary of the D-Day landings. West was adamant that Pujol should travel to Great Britain to be honoured by the Duke of Edinburgh, husband to Queen Elizabeth II. Reluctant, but believing that after so long any Nazi sympathizer who meant him harm was either too old or dead, Agent Garbo finally broke cover and returned to England. There he was formally awarded his MBE, which had been given to him in secret so many years earlier. Juan Pujol also travelled to France, where he faced an emotional reunion with former MI5 colleagues and military veterans at Omaha Beach, where thousands of visitors swarmed the beaches to commemorate the 40th anniversary of the D-Day landings. There, the diminutive Spaniard was celebrated as a hero, including by many of those he had helped save decades earlier. Juan Pujol Garcia, the man who had hoped to fade into obscurity, now had his face plastered across the front pages of newspapers from the United Kingdom to continental Europe. News soon spread to Spain, where his long-lost family were shocked to learn that their husband and father had not died in Angola, but was very much alive. Pujol had a poignant reunion with his family at Barcelona's Hotel Majestic, where the family spent a few hours together. After returning to Venezuela, Pujol would write long, heartfelt letters to his family filled with love and regret for the lost decades. 4 years later, on the 10th of October 1988, Juan Pujol suffered a stroke and died later that day. He was buried in a Venezuelan national park cemetery. His tombstone, among many others in the overgrown graveyard, reads simply, "Remembered by his wife, children, and grandchildren." While the success of the Allied victory in World War II can never be pinned on one single individual, there can be no reckoning of the number of Allied servicemen and civilians alike that were saved by Juan Pujol's actions. For this, he has been referred to as the most successful double agent in history, and the spy who defeated Hitler. However true these monikers may be, they wouldn't have mattered to Agent Garbo. Agent Garbo was among the few spies in history who can claim to have undertaken their work with pure motives. Juan Pujol Garcia was a man driven by idealism and a hope for a better future. The Glienicke Bridge spans the placid water of the Havel River in Germany, connecting West Berlin to Potsdam. The bridge's stark, almost austere simplicity belies the great many human dramas that unfolded along its length during some of the most tense periods of the Cold War. It was on this very bridge, dubbed the Bridge of Spies, under the watchful eyes of two global superpowers, that a tension-filled prisoner swap took place on the 11th of February 1986. A crowd of journalists and TV crews gathered on the western side of the bridge to observe the spectacle. Standing on the bridge that day was Karel Koecher, dressed in a Brooks Brothers suit and wearing expensive Gucci loafers. He was flanked by his equally well-dressed wife, Hanna Koecher. 20 years earlier, the Czechoslovakian nationals had fled to America to start a new life. As Soviet émigrés, they set out to live the American dream. For Karel, this meant climbing the ranks of academia. For Hanna, it was a lucrative career in the diamond trade. Both had become naturalized US citizens. But all of this was a smokescreen. Karel was in fact a sleeper agent deployed by Czechoslovakian intelligence to spy on the United States. He achieved what no other before him had managed: to infiltrate the CIA as an illegal Soviet spy. As they strode confidently across the bridge of spies to their freedom, American authorities could not help but feel that an American traitor had slipped through their fingers. This is the story of Karel and Hanna Koecher, the last of the Cold War super spies. Karel Koecher was born on the 21st of September 1934 in Bratislava, the Slovak capital of Czechoslovakia. A nation still in its relative infancy, Czechoslovakia was formed through a union after the fall of the Habsburg Empire between Slovakia, Bohemia and Moravia. Karel was the son of Austrian-born Jaroslav. His mother, Irena, was Jewish. Czechoslovakia comprised a number of disparate people groups, but this notwithstanding, in the 1930s, the country was set to become a European industrial powerhouse. However, the rise of Nazism in Germany would bring a premature end to this hopeful outlook. With the German Führer nearly installed, anti-Semitism became rife in Czechoslovakia by 1934. The young nation watched on helplessly when, on the 30th of September 1938, Germany, Great Britain, France, and Italy signed the Munich Agreement. This ceded large swathes of Czech land to Germany, including the Sudetenland, which had a large population of ethnic Germans. Adolf Hitler was not appeased, and so continued to absorb more territory and installed a Nazi puppet state in the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia. On the 1st of September 1939, the Nazis invaded Poland and thus began World War II. The crackdown on Jews in Czechoslovakia was severe, with the Koecher family moving when Karel was just 4 years old from Bratislava to Prague, where they thought they may blend in among the more cosmopolitan society. Karel's mother Irena spent the entirety of the war holed up in the family apartment and managed to evade the Nazis. Her parents and 2 brothers were not as lucky, perishing in the Nazi concentration camps. The liberation of Czechoslovakia began in mid-1944, with the Soviets establishing a provisional Czechoslovak government in April of 1945. As the Soviets moved in, Czechoslovakia was a country ripe for the ideological taking. Karel Koecher, who was 11 years old by this time, had already learned to speak English in addition to his native Czech. Even from this early age, he started to get into trouble. He, along with some other students in his class, protested against the hanging of Stalin's portrait in the classrooms. For this, he was expelled, but since communism had not yet exerted its stranglehold on society, Karel and his peers were allowed back after a successful appeal. In 1949, Karel began attending a French-speaking school in Prague, and it wasn't long before he was fluent in French. While intelligent and diligent, he had a definite anti-authoritarian streak, which came to the fore when he and a group of his classmates conspired in November 1949 to overthrow the communist regime. This was a lofty ambition for a small group of 15-year-old boys, but they nevertheless sought to procure some firearms for the job. The teenage boys, however, were oblivious to the fact that one in their number was an informer for the STB, the Czech state security agency responsible for all intelligence and counterintelligence, both domestic and foreign. When the STB caught wind of the boys' plans, the group was promptly arrested. After a thorough interrogation, the boys were released without charge, the authorities perhaps recognizing that teenage boys sometimes get up to mischief. While he managed to avoid prison, young Karel now had an STB file opened in his name. This would haunt him for decades and set in motion his later life as a spy. Czechoslovakia was a country rapidly falling into the hands of the Soviet Communist Party. Stalinist-style political purges were common, and currency reform decimated the savings of countless Czech families. But then, with the death of Joseph Stalin on the 5th of March 1953, there was a glimmer of hope. Through his economic, social, and political reforms, new Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev released millions of political prisoners from Soviet prisons and secretly denounced Joseph Stalin to party members during his speech at the 20th Congress of the Communist Party. Times in Czechoslovakia remained tough, with President Antonin Tsar Potocki remaining an ardent follower of Stalinism, even erecting the world's largest statue of the man in Prague in 1955. In 1960, the Czechoslovak Socialist Republic was born. With that, its political and ideological transformation was complete. Back on the home front, Karel clashed often with his father, Jaroslav. He was evidently a hard man and routinely denigrated his son. The family was not well off, Jaroslav being forced into early retirement from his position at the post office and the family surviving off a single meager pension. To earn his keep, Karel began working as a tour guide in Prague from age 15. He was by then fluent in Czech, English, French, and Russian. His language and storytelling abilities served him well, and he relished the opportunity to exercise his creative streak, something that his father did not encourage. After graduating from his French high school with top marks in 1953, Karel applied to study at the prestigious Charles University, but, strangely, his application was rejected. He applied for a second time with the same result. Only after his third application later that year in 1953 was he accepted to study mathematics and physics, subjects chosen for him by his father. Evidently, Karel Koecher's STB file, which marked him as a troublemaker, was harming his future career prospects and social standing. Karel nevertheless pursued his studies diligently, enrolling also in the Prague Academy during the last year of his studies at Charles University, where he studied film theory and script writing. Karel also wrote part-time for Czechoslovakia television and taught science and maths at a vocational high school, eventually being appointed an assistant professor of mathematics at the Czechoslovakia Institute of Technology. Karel had by then spent 7 years working as a tour guide in Prague. He received a call one day from a professor who worked in the philosophy department at Columbia University in the United States. It was a phone call that would change Karel's life forever. Professor George Klein had been told that Karel spoke good English and wanted to know whether Karel could be his guide as he toured the country studying Czech and Eastern European literature. Karel accepted the offer, and what solidified the relationship between the two men was when Karel took Klein to see the grave of Franz Kafka, a still obscure Czech author whose work wouldn't find international recognition for many years to come. Klein introduced Karel to a new world of people and ideas he seldom encountered in Czechoslovakia, instilling in him a desire to see and experience what the world had to offer beyond the Iron Curtain. To this end, Karel Koecher applied to join a teaching group that was due to travel to Mali. While he was accepted into the program, he was denied a passport. Then, after he won a competition through UNESCO to teach in Cameroon, his passport was again denied. Karel's suspicions about his record with the STB would only be confirmed years later. He had been blacklisted for travel outside of Czechoslovakia. In an attempt to clean up his record, Karel applied for membership with the Communist Party of Czechoslovakia in 1960. A friend had convinced him that this was a good idea, arguing that if Karel could not beat them, he may as well join them. Frustrated, yet intent on not giving up, Karel successfully applied in 1962 to work as a comedy writer for Czechoslovakia radio. The opportunity would, however, be short-lived, after Karel got into a spat with an undercover STB agent after a night out on the town. Karel was approached by the STB agent after he was seen kissing his date goodnight on her doorstep. An argument ensued, with Karel being reported over the incident and later convicted of committing criminal activity of amoral character. Following an appeal, Karel was sentenced to 2 years probation. This was enough for him to be fired from his job at the radio station. This put Karel in a difficult position, for to be unemployed in Czechoslovakia was in fact a felony at the time. He was eventually able to find work as a night watchman at a construction yard. He moved between jobs for a period, teaching at a planetarium and then working as an agricultural laborer. For a man of Karel Koecher's intellect and ambition, he was never going to be satisfied with that kind of life. In 1962, Karel contacted a friend from his former film school whom he knew to be working for his arch-nemesis, the STB. Working within the counterintelligence division, Jan Lischke's job was to snoop on actors and filmmakers who were considered soft targets for enemy recruitment. Lischke withdrew Karel's file from STB records and saw that it contained a thorough accounting of all of Karel's past indiscretions. Karel's suspicions as to why he could never seem to get ahead in life were then confirmed. The two friends gave the matter some thought. Applying for party membership hadn't been enough to clear Karel's record. Yet, if he could be employed by the very organization harassing and holding him back, maybe then he could arrange for his record to be expunged. It was a plan so crazy, it might just work. Karel began joining his friend Jan Lischke at the bars and cafes frequented by the local STB agents. Slowly, he began to ingratiate himself, his comrades soon realizing that the former professor and polyglot may be of use to the agency. It's not clear exactly when he was recruited, but for the next 3 years, Karel was given extensive training in spycraft, including secret communications, detecting and avoiding surveillance, and how to pass polygraph tests. Karel Koecher, anti-authoritarian as he may have been, had just signed up to become a small cog in the colossal Soviet machine. Karel continued working as a laborer in the agricultural sector, which he knew would serve as an aid in his ongoing rehabilitation. One night in 1963, during a party held in the warehouse where he worked, Karel laid eyes on Hanna Pardamsova. Karel was instantly besotted with the young woman 10 years his junior. Not only was she strikingly beautiful, but he soon learned that she came from a family with good communist credentials. Hanna's father joined the party in 1945 and climbed the ranks to become the head of a local party branch and later a senior member of the Communist Party's national infrastructure. The feelings were mutual, and within 3 months of meeting, the couple were married in November of 1963. Hanna knew about Karel's training and association with the STB, and both had their sights set on traveling abroad for their first big assignment. Soon enough, Karel and Hanna got their big break. They had earned enough trust with the STB to be asked to travel to the USA to pose as dissident refugees. Once in America, their goal was to ensconce themselves within the artistic, journalistic, and scientific circles of the eastern United States. From there, they would attempt to work their way into security organizations and gain access to classified materials to feed back to their Czech handlers. If this plan sounds simplistic, it was. Karel and Hanna were being treated as guinea pigs in the STB's first attempt to deploy a sleeper agent behind enemy lines. There was not much of a plan apart from getting the couple to the USA and then seeing what they could do. Traveling from behind the Iron Curtain to the West during the Cold War was no simple task. Fortunately, Hanna had an uncle living in Austria. Uncle Joseph was going to be their gateway to the West. On the 11th of September 1965, Karel and Hanna traveled to Austria. They traveled light, taking with them almost nothing except the clothes on their backs and a bar of soap containing a hidden set of cipher codes needed to communicate with the STB. As a staunch communist and party member, Hanna's father was indoctrinated into the operation. He served as the conduit through which Hanna would communicate by sending coded messages on postcards. As part of the plan, Karel had confided during a visit from Professor George Klein that he and Hanna intended to defect. He, of course, did not tell him of his true mission. Ironically, Klein was strongly suspected by the STB, and Karel for that matter, of working for American intelligence. Once in Austria, Karel and Hanna presented themselves at the American embassy, which had been tipped off to their arrival by Klein, and sought asylum in America. The beauty of Karel's cover story was that it was more or less true. His record with the STB that had plagued him his entire life now served another purpose: credibility in the eyes of the West. Karel and Hanna were granted asylum, and on the 5th of December 1965, they boarded a charter flight arranged by the American Fund for Czechoslovak Refugees. They were bound for America and would soon start their mission. Back in Prague, the STB were left wondering whether they had made the right decision in selecting Karel as their subject. The agency was aware of his progressive views and, of course, his history of run-ins with the law. They also knew that he had a violent temper, was emotionally volatile, and was primarily driven by money. Only time would tell if they had made the right choice. It didn't take long for Karel and Hanna to start building their new life in New York. Both soon found jobs which allowed the couple to rent an apartment on 55th Street near 8th Avenue and to purchase a used Chevy vehicle. Hanna worked for Harry Winston's famed Fifth Avenue jewelry store sorting diamonds. Karel, again through his relationship with Professor George Klein, secured a position working at Radio Free Europe. This was a radio station run by the CIA, which broadcast pro-American news and political analysis to the Eastern Bloc. To the Soviets, Radio Free Europe was propaganda enemy number one. It was popular among students and intelligentsia, and the USSR would have wanted nothing more than to stamp it out completely. Having a man behind enemy lines, they hoped would prove useful in getting information on RFE's staff, who consisted of many dissidents and second-generation Soviet émigrés. Karel, however, refused to inform on his colleagues at the radio station. His STB handlers were routinely frustrated by the dearth of information he supplied, and what he did share they found not to be particularly useful. Karel's persistent refusal to cooperate in this area remained a bone of contention between him and the STB for years. Karel Koecher's handler during this initial phase of his deployment was Miroslav Pollard, an STB agent operating under diplomatic cover, working out of the United Nations. Miroslav and Karel met from month to month, with Karel being paid a few $100s on each occasion. Karel was, however, still very much a sleeper agent, biding his time until he managed to burrow his way into the depths of American intelligence. In 1966, with his sights still set on finding his way into the fold of American academia, Karel applied for and was granted a fellowship to study at Indiana University. Karel and Hanna thus packed their things and moved to Bloomington, Indiana in September of 1966. Bloomington was no Manhattan, and so by springtime the following year, Karel and Hannah were angling to move back to New York. George Klein proved useful once again, introducing Karel to a professor at Columbia University. And so, after spending 2 semesters at Indiana, Karel was offered and accepted a position working at Columbia's Russian Institute while he studied for his PhD. This was a think tank headed by Zygmunt Brzezinski, a prominent Polish American who would later serve as counselor to US President Lyndon B. Johnson. Karel was certainly surrounding himself with influential people. Despite their clear progress, the Koechers were feeling the financial pinch, and this caused strain on their relationship. Their jobs didn't pay that well, and they felt leagues behind Karel's peers in academia who had old money backing them up. Little did the Koechers know that events in their home country of Czechoslovakia would soon add to their woes. In January 1968, Alexander Dubček was elected as the first secretary of the Communist Party of Czechoslovakia. This was seen by the people as a hopeful sign for change following years of growing dissatisfaction among Czechoslovaks over economic difficulties and the lack of political freedoms. Dubček's desire was to introduce socialism with a human face. He wanted to democratize the government and increase freedom of the press, speech, and travel. He also had his sights set on a more decentralized economy. All these ambitions represented a significant departure from the strict Soviet-style control that characterized the Eastern Bloc. Dubček's policy of reform, called his Action Program, was viewed with deep suspicion by the Soviet Union and other Warsaw Pact nations. They feared the spread of liberal-minded ideas to their own countries. The tension reached its peak when, in the late hours of the 20th of August 1968, the Soviet Union, along with forces from Poland, Hungary, East Germany, and Bulgaria, invaded Czechoslovakia. The invasion was met with widespread non-violent resistance from the Czechoslovak population, but what became referred to as the Prague Spring was quickly snuffed out. The aftermath of the Soviet invasion was a period of normalization during which the status quo was restored. Soviet leader Leonid Brezhnev removed Dubček from office and engaged in a wholesale purge of government officials and employees, most of whom were replaced by hardline Soviet-style communist lackeys. On the global stage, the West condemned the invasion, seeing exactly how low Soviet tolerance was for any kind of social and political reform. The Cold War divide deepened as Soviet satellite states realized, whether they liked it or not, they were beholden to their superpower Soviet overlords. Back in New York, Karel watched on with disgust. Describing himself in a later interview as a Czech patriot, Karel's primary national loyalty was to Czechoslovakia and his Slovak people, not the Soviet Union. He hated the regime that invaded his country and cared even less to work with anyone installed as part of the new Soviet puppet regime in Czechoslovakia. Karel's STB handler was one such victim of these purges, being replaced by a new man loyal to the KGB. Karel Koecher lost virtually all motivation to continue his work for the STB. He considered defecting, this time genuinely, and to tell all to the FBI. In 1969, he quit his job at Radio Free Europe after the program that he was working on was cancelled. After months of lying low and avoiding contact with his handlers, Karel received a signal to meet with the STB on the 30th of March 1970. Karel did not pitch for the meeting, nor did he the next day at a pre-agreed backup date. For the next few months, Karel went to ground. It was only on the 10th of October 1970 that Karel finally agreed to meet with his new handler. The meeting at the Continental Restaurant did not go as the STB expected, with Karel flying into a rage, yelling at his new handler and threatening him. Despite the fiery encounter, the two men agreed to meet again a few months later. Karel was given a shopping list of documents and information that his bosses wanted to get their hands on. Whether Karel produced the goods would be a true test of his loyalty, which the STB at that point was starting to seriously doubt. In December 1970, when Karel arrived at the next meeting empty-handed, the STB began to lose all hope in their agent. They even considered plans to take him down or sabotage his life in the USA. During this tense period, Karel even paid a visit to the FBI in November and told them that he had been approached by Czech intelligence. Karel reasoned that if he came clean and offered to turn double agent, he would avoid prosecution and be allowed to remain in the US. The FBI, being more interested in the mafia at that point in time, didn't take Karel up on his offer and took no further action. On the 21st of September 1971, Karel became a naturalized United States citizen. Hana's application was delayed given her firm family links to the Czech Communist Party, but her citizenship was granted the following year. While the STB considered how best to cut off their agent for good, they had no idea that Karel was on the verge of his biggest break yet. Growing increasingly frustrated with his job prospects, Karel visited the job placement office at Columbia University, where he expressed an interest in working for the US government. Given his proficiency in Czech and Russian, it was suggested that he apply to join the CIA. And so, in April 1972, and armed with letters of recommendation from Klein and Brzezinski, this is exactly what Karel did. The CIA was desperate to find men like Karel who spoke Russian and other Eastern European languages, and he was thus a shoo-in for a position. Apart from the regular interview process, there was one other small hurdle to overcome: a polygraph test. But for a man like Karel, this was no big issue. He was a physicist by profession and had been trained by the STB to pass lie detector tests through control of his physiological responses to questioning. Karel took the test and passed with flying colors. In February 1973, Karel Koecher moved to Washington, D.C., where he began working for a secretive branch of the CIA's Soviet East European Division. There he was tasked with listening to recordings of secretly taped conversations between the CIA's Soviet targets. Given his ongoing uneasy relationship with the STB, Karel hadn't even told his handlers the reason for his move to Washington. Czech intelligence was rather stunned when they found out, and word quickly filtered up the chain of command to the KGB. Suddenly, there was a lot of interest in Karel Koecher. The STB had to face the fact that, as volatile as their agent was, he had managed, entirely on his own, to infiltrate the Central Intelligence Agency. Against all odds, Karel Koecher had succeeded, and the STB's sleeper agent was about to be activated. With his top-secret security clearance, Karel began to feed critical information back to his handlers. He told them that the KGB station chief in Beirut was being monitored, that Czechoslovakia's military mission in West Berlin was being actively watched, and that 4 different phone lines had been tapped by the CIA at the Soviet embassy in Bogota. After listening to and translating dozens of conversations from these tapped phone lines, Karel learned that the CIA was attempting to recruit a Soviet diplomat stationed in Bogota. In 1973, Alexander Ogorodnik had been enjoying his time away from Moscow in Latin America, perhaps just a little bit too much. He had just found out that his Colombian mistress was pregnant, and his bosses were going to be none too pleased when they found out. Through a joint Colombian intelligence and CIA operation, Ogorodnik was recruited as a spy for the West. Codenamed Trigon, Ogorodnik was soon recalled to Moscow to take up a position in the Global Affairs Department of the Soviet Foreign Ministry. The CIA was thrilled to have an agent working for them in the heart of the Soviet Union. His case was run by Martha Marty Peterson, the first woman to serve as a case officer in the CIA's Moscow station. Ogorodnik was arrested in July 1977 after the KGB got wind of a dead-drop exchange arranged with Peterson. During his interrogation, Ogorodnik bit down on a pen supplied to him by the CIA. Inside was a cyanide capsule. Within seconds, he was dead. A later investigation into the compromised operation revealed that translations of Agent Trigon's report from Russian into English had been prepared by none other than Karel Koecher. Whether he appreciated it or not, there was a very real human cost to the work that Koecher was doing. Having outed a Soviet double agent, Karel knew exactly how much his position at the CIA was worth not only to the STB, but to the organization pulling its strings that had much deeper pockets. He used this as a bargaining chip to demand much more compensation from the KGB. Hanna was no mere passenger in her husband's duplicitous dealings. She had chosen to remain in New York to continue her work in the diamond trade. She was earning a good living of $20,000 per year working for Savion Diamonds, but also became a courier for her husband, meeting with STB agents and receiving payment in cash for documents and information that she handed over. Her job as a diamond dealer, which required extensive travel all over the world, provided excellent cover for her many trips overseas. Karel was eager to return to New York City, which he did in the summer of 1975 after accepting a transfer to the CIA's Office of Political Research, where he worked on a contract basis, earning $12,000 a year. In their endless pursuit of wealth and status, Karel continuously demanded more money from the Soviets. He argued that he couldn't fit in unless he was on an equal financial footing with his colleagues and contemporaries. Karel was paid another $20,000, which he used in January 1976 to make a down payment on an apartment at the luxurious Park Regis building on the Upper East Side of Manhattan. Life was going well for the Koechers by this stage. They had fully assimilated into their new American lives, were earning good money, and Karel was the STB and the KGB's golden boy. The couple, however, took their hedonistic lifestyle to extreme levels. Theirs was a life fueled by materialism. Money, drugs, and sex were the orders of the day. From around the time that Karel started working for the CIA in Virginia, he and Hanna began to attend sex parties together on the weekends. They became active swingers and partied hard among the social and political elites from Washington to New York. The couple would attend these parties weekly at such venues with names like Plato's Retreat, the Hellfire, the Swinging Gate, and Capital Couples. These extramural activities were in addition to the many holidays that Karel and Hanna took together, both at home in the US and in Europe. Karel also became a fitness fanatic. If he wasn't out jogging, he could be found training at the Young Men's Hebrew Association gym on 92nd Street. Karel's life as a spy was soaring to new heights. As he became more senior in his role at the CIA, he was being asked not just to translate recordings and reports, but also to provide his own political analysis of the documents he translated. What had started as a gamble by an inexperienced Czechoslovakian spy agency was paying major dividends. Karel's success was so prolific that reports of his activities had come across the desk of Oleg Kalugin, the KGB's head of foreign counterintelligence. He was, in essence, one of the KGB's top spy catchers. There was, however, one small catch. Oleg Kalugin was rumored to secretly be working for the CIA. In August of 1976, Karel and Hanna arranged to meet with the STB in Austria while holidaying in Europe. When they arrived, they were told that they were being recalled to Czechoslovakia for further meetings. Once there, Karel was taken to an STB safe house in a small village outside Prague, where he was confronted by Kalugin. For hours, he was put through the ringer, being interrogated about his every movement since landing on American shores. By the end of the session, Karel was given an ultimatum: appear on Czech TV to admit to espionage and denounce the CIA, or be cut loose. Karel refused point blank, saying that if he was not allowed to return to the USA, people would come looking for him. He and Hanna were, after all, American citizens. The two spies had reached a stalemate. Karel and Hanna were reluctantly allowed by the KGB to return to the United States, but their lives had been turned firmly upside down. Returning to Moscow, Kalugin wrote a report denouncing Karel as an American spy. Kalugin was powerful enough within the KGB apparatus for his decision to be taken as final. Now cut off from their handlers, Hanna continued working in the diamond trade and Karel returned to a quiet life of academia after his contract with the CIA came to an end. For the next 5 years, the Koechers lived, perhaps for the very first time since arriving in America, an honest life. By the beginning of the 1980s, Oleg Kalugin's power was starting to erode. Rumors circulated about the possibility of him being a traitor, and he was demoted to deputy head of the Leningrad KGB. As the Soviet intelligence world began to lose faith in their former general, questions started to arise about some of the decisions he made along the way. Viewed with fresh eyes, Kalugin's interrogation and denouncement of Karel Koecher in 1976 started to be seen in a new light. The STB realized how they were squandering one of their most valuable, albeit volatile, illegal agents. In May 1981, KGB head Yuri Andropov launched Operation Ryan. This was a Soviet military intelligence program designed to establish evidence of plans by America for a nuclear first strike against the Soviet Union. The new Reagan administration did little to quell Soviet fears, with Ronald Reagan's Star Wars speech in 1983 sending tensions to new heights. The Soviets needed all information on the ground as they could gather, and so plans were soon put in place to try and patch things up with Karel. An STB agent by the name of Jan Fiele was tasked with reactivating Karel as an agent. He was a face familiar to Hane, who had met the man on occasion in previous handover meetings. He traveled to the USA in 1982 and re-established contact with Karel. Bored and unfulfilled, Karel Koecher didn't hesitate to accept Jan Fiele's offer. Karel managed to secure for himself a job working for the political campaign team of New York gubernatorial candidate Louis Lerman. He was thus making important contacts in Republican circles and had keen insights on the developing political situation in America. As pleased as Karel was to have resumed his work as a spy, he was getting anxious. From the conspicuous man with binoculars across the street to the strange occasional clicking sound on his home telephone and the guy Karel kept bumping into at the gym, he was convinced that he was being watched. Hane had become so concerned about surveillance that she stopped working as a courier entirely by October 1983. By January 1984, Karel followed suit, communicating the end of his cooperation with the STB by sending a message to Prague. Karel and Hane's concerns of compromise were such that they had for some months been planning an exit from the United States. In November of 1984, they sold their Manhattan apartment, transferring the proceeds to a bank account in Zurich in anticipation of a move to Austria. Their concerns about surveillance were valid. For some months, the FBI had been watching Karel and Hane. Through routine surveillance by the FBI's counterintelligence squad, Karel began to make a regular appearance among the various Czech nationals the FBI had on its watch list. It is believed also that Jan Fiele, who recruited Karel, had in fact been working for the CIA at the time. Fiele suddenly disappeared without trace, possibly into the CIA's witness protection program. The KGB's official position was that Oleg Kalugin had betrayed Karel Koecher. On the 15th of November 1984, the Koechers left a meeting at the bank following the sale of their apartment. Karel walked Hane to her office in the Diamond Club building on 47th Street and escorted her inside. A few minutes later, he exited the building, alone. He then spotted a familiar face. It was the man he kept seeing at the gym. The man caught his eye and walked directly up to Karel, hand outstretched. "I have some friends that would like to speak to you," the man said. Karel knew immediately that he was looking into the eyes of an FBI agent. While he knew he wasn't under arrest, Karel thought better of declining the man's invitation. A car pulled up, and Karel climbed in. Karel was driven to a nearby hotel and taken up to a suite overlooking Central Park. This was a joint CIA-FBI operation. Karel was told to take a seat, and the questioning began immediately. Hane, they said, had also been picked up and was being questioned in another room. Despite being subjected to many hours of questioning and being directly accused of being a Soviet spy, Karel maintained his nerve. If the FBI and CIA's intention was to extract a confession from Karel, they were not going to succeed. Having no direct evidence of espionage, the agents had no choice but to let Karel and Hane go later that day. Karel did, however, agree to meet again with the CIA and FBI, but further interviews yielded little more for the investigators. Eventually, Karel was offered a deal by the CIA, confess to his espionage and cooperate fully with the investigation, in which case he would eventually be allowed to leave the country a free man, or face prosecution and potentially spend the rest of his life behind bars. Self-preservation kicked in, and Karel took the deal. After providing a confession of sorts, the Koechers were scheduled to leave the United States for good, bound for Austria. On the 27th of November 1984, it was arranged that the FBI would drive the couple to the airport. Instead, reneging on the deal offered them by the CIA, the FBI arrested Karel Koecher for espionage and detained Hane as a material witness. Karel was locked up in New York's Metropolitan Correctional Center, although he knew he faced the possibility of a life sentence, or even worse, capital punishment. He also knew that investigators didn't have much dirt on him. As the matter wore on, Hane ended up spending 4 months in jail after being charged with contempt of court for refusing to testify before a grand jury. She was released pending an appeal. The handling of the Koecher case serves as a lesson in how to bungle an operation. The confession that Karel had provided as part of his deal with the CIA was tainted and would not be admissible in court. Without the confession, investigators had little more than circumstantial evidence. Prosecutors were nevertheless under pressure to take the matter to trial, and so Karel languished in jail while he awaited his day in court. Running out of options, Karel devised a cunning plan. Through his lawyer, he wrote a letter to the head of the KGB, Vladimir Krychov. Karel proposed that he be traded for Nathan Sharansky. If that name is not familiar to you now, it would have been in the mid-1980s. Nathan Sharansky was the world's most famous political prisoner at the time, having been detained in Russia after attempting to immigrate to Israel in 1973. In 1977, he was imprisoned on charges of espionage. In reality, he was no spy. He just had a knack for exposing the corruption and cruelty of the Soviet Union. He was a dissident and a global symbol of resistance. It was a bold call for Karel to think that the KGB would agree to exchange him for their most high-profile prisoner. Even Karel's lawyer was doubtful, considering his client at the time to be nothing more than a second-rate spy. The gamble, however, paid off. Whether the KGB truly valued Karel Koecher as one of their most effective spies, or merely saw the exchange of Sharansky as a public relations and propaganda stunt, we will never know. What we do know is that arrangements were soon made for a grand prisoner swap along the famous Glienicke Bridge. For American prosecutors, the prisoner exchange was to be the silver lining on an otherwise very dark cloud. Put simply, Karel's investigation and prosecution had been botched. There was very little prospect of prosecutors actually securing a conviction. At least in a prisoner exchange, they would get something out of the whole fiasco. As part of the deal, Karel pleaded guilty to espionage charges on the 3rd of February 1986 and was compelled to accept a life sentence, commuted to actual time served. Both he and Hane forfeit their American passports and were declared persona non grata. After the formalities were out of the way, the two Czech spies were flown from New York to Frankfurt and then traveled to Berlin for the swap. Karel, wearing a pair of Gucci loafers and a tailored Brooks Brothers suit, and Hane, wearing a black fur coat and white fur hat, strutted across the bridge as cameras snapped away. Sharansky crossed the bridge in the other direction, along with various other political prisoners swapped that day. Karel and Hane entered the gold Mercedes-Benz owned by famed spy lawyer Wolfgang Vogel and were soon whisked away across the border. Karel and Hane received a hero's welcome when they returned to Prague. They were given a house and a new Volvo as a reward, and Karel soon secured a position working at the Prague Institute for Economic Forecasting. Hanna started working as a translator for the British Embassy in Prague. Eventually, however, her employer caught wind of her former life as a spy, and she was terminated. Karel and Hanna's acclaim as national heroes did not survive the fall of the Soviet Union. As the hammer and sickle flag was slowly lowered from the Kremlin on Christmas Day 1991, the Koechers became nothing more than relics of a former era. Karel and Hanna remain living in the Czech Republic in relative obscurity today. Their humdrum existence a far cry from their hedonism-fueled lives of old. Ultimately, Karel Koecher was left questioning whether, in the grand scheme of things, anything he did truly made any difference.
That's it. I mean, a man's life, okay, so it was exciting in a way, but you want to see some accomplishment. You really made a difference. I don't know, what a difference did I make? What did I accomplish? I don't know if I would do it again.
I mean, I have to say that Kmart security is better than anything the Navy would have. I mean, Kmart protects their toothpaste better than the Navy protects their top secrets.
I would like to ask you to put aside the emotions that you feel about me, about the situation, about espionage in general.
John Walker was paid by the Soviets for handing over the most deeply held American secrets.
The damage was absolutely enormous, incalculable. It probably altered the strategic balance of power, perhaps permanently.
John Anthony Walker Jr. ran the largest and most damaging espionage ring in Cold War history. For nearly 18 years, he and his co-conspirators sold US Navy secrets to the Soviets. Yet things inevitably got too big and too messy. John Walker's contempt for his wife and those around him meant that it was only a matter of time before his house of cards went tumbling down. In the year of the spy, John Anthony Walker Jr. was the spy of the decade. John Anthony Walker Jr. was born in Washington on the 28th of July 1937. His mother was an Italian-American, and his father, John Sr., worked as a film marketer for Warner Brothers. John Walker Jr., nicknamed Smilin' Jack for his wide and mischievous boyish grin, was the middle child of the family, having an older brother, Arthur, known as Art, and a half-brother named Gary. The family lived off the smell of an oil rag, which was the result of John Sr.'s alcoholism and inability to manage his financial and personal affairs. The Walkers moved around in an attempt to evade mounting debts, eventually settling in Scranton, Pennsylvania. John Walker was raised a Catholic and served as an altar boy. However, his rebellious nature saw him throwing rocks through his church windows and pilfering from the donations box. He did, however, have an industrious streak, earning enough from his paper route, working as an usher in a movie theater, and as a door-to-door salesman to buy himself a car by his 16th birthday. He had no interest in his schoolwork, and after dropping out of high school became a small-time thief. In 1955, he was nabbed by the cops after a slew of burglaries in which he made off with a few car parts and a small amount of cash. He was promptly charged, convicted, and received a probationary sentence. It was at this point that Art, who had joined the US Navy 2 years earlier in 1953, decided to have a sit-down with his younger brother in an attempt to get him onto the straight and narrow. The only alternative being possible jail time, John was convinced by his brother to sign up for the Navy. Art had to make representations to the judge in John's case to motivate for his younger brother's release from probation to allow him to enlist. At 19 years of age, John Anthony Walker Jr. joined the US Navy as a radioman, setting in motion a career that would forever change the landscape of American intelligence. He was first assigned to serve on a destroyer escort and then the aircraft supercarrier USS Forrestal. Walker seemed to have found his calling, ascending quickly through the ranks and earning the US Navy equivalent of his high school diploma and a college degree. In 1957, and while on shore leave in Boston, John met the daughter of a poor Boston family. Barbara Crowley, who like John was 19 years old, had also been raised Catholic and had been taught that she should marry as soon as possible and devote her life to raising her children. John and Barbara's courtship was brief, the couple marrying within a few short months of meeting. Their first daughter, Margaret Ann, was born that same year, and the couple went on to have another 2 daughters, Cynthia and Laura, and a son named Michael. Subsisting on a single meager Navy salary was tough, with the result that the young family spent their early years living in a cramped trailer. By the time that Michael was born in 1962, John and Barbara's marriage was already splintering. Husband and wife both drank to excess, and physical abuse was common. John preferred to spend his shore leave with his Navy buddies at the bar and had various extramarital affairs. All the while, Barbara neglected her household duties and engaged in love affairs of her own while her husband was out on patrol. These affairs included, shockingly, a 10-year romance that Barbara carried on with Art, John Walker's very own brother. Despite his financial and matrimonial woes, John Walker's career in the Navy was flourishing. His first deployment took him to the coast of Vladivostok, where he assisted in US surveillance missions. In July of 1962, he observed Starfish Prime, a high-altitude nuclear test conducted by the United States and launched from the Johnston Atoll located near the Hawaiian Islands. Walker was trained in cryptographics in 1963, receiving his top-secret cryptographic security clearance after passing a stringent background check known as the Personal Reliability Program. He also qualified at submarine school and was soon thereafter deployed to the Pacific aboard the submarine USS Razorback. Walker routinely received a 4.0 performance rating, the highest available, and was eventually assigned to the Blue Crew of USS Andrew Jackson, a Lafayette-class nuclear-powered submarine equipped with the US Navy's most advanced Polaris nuclear-armed ballistic missiles. He also received training in the maintenance and repair of cryptographic machines, and so knew not only how to use them, but how they functioned. Walker continued to excel in his role, with the result that in 1966 he was assigned to the Gold Crew of USS Simon Bolivar, another nuclear-powered ballistic missile submarine. As the leader of the radio room and the communications watch officer of the Atlantic Fleet's submarine command, Walker managed coded message traffic and had access to the cryptographic systems of US nuclear submarines. I want to pause for a moment to tell you more about Magellan TV. I recently watched The Spy Who Went Into the Cold on Magellan TV. It's a fascinating documentary about Kim Philby, a Soviet super spy who operated at the height of the Cold War. If you're captivated by all things spying and espionage, this documentary is a must-watch. Magellan TV's curated collection of the finest documentaries cover history, science, nature, crime, and more. With new content being released every week, it's completely ad-free and includes a growing collection of new 4K content. Plus, you can watch Magellan TV anytime and anywhere, whether you're on your TV, laptop, or mobile device. Click the link in the description box to get a 30 free days trial to watch The Spy Who Went Into the Cold, and all the rest of Magellan TV's extensive collection of over 3,000 high-quality documentaries. Thank you to Magellan TV for sponsoring this video, and now, let's get back to the story of John Walker. After 10 years serving in the Navy, John Walker had advanced from radioman to chief petty officer and then to warrant officer. Despite his progression, he was growing discontent. He found the large vessels in which he was confined for 2 months at a time very impersonal, and he missed the tight-knit crews of the smaller vessels on which he started his career. He battled to readjust when returning from his patrols, and his home life left much to be desired. Still feeling the financial pinch despite his professional advancement, John invested his small savings in a plot of land outside Charleston, South Carolina. This was conveniently located to where he was stationed with the Navy in 1967 aboard the USS Simon Bolivar. He planned to build a car park, but when that fell through, he instead opened a bar called the Bamboo Snack Bar. The venture was not a financial success, burning through money which left John strapped for cash. He even went so far as to suggest to his wife Barbara that she turn to prostitution to earn a bit of extra money. This idea she declined, leaving John to bitterly take on other jobs, including driving a cab and shuttling rental cars to and from a central depot in the city. John Walker Jr. had also over the years started to become politically disaffected. He resented his government's policy of deception, which he traced back to America's entry into the Second World War. He also believed the assassination of US President John F. Kennedy was a government cover-up, and that the Cold War was a propaganda sham. He later stated that the military machine spawned by the Cold War and the portrayal of the USSR as the evil empire became to him an ongoing pathetic joke. And so it was a combination of greed and political disaffection that drove John Walker Jr. into the hands of the Soviet Union. Perhaps it was also a desire for status and a longed-for but unachieved sense of self-importance that also played a role. However, broken down into its constituent parts, money was a prime motivating factor for Walker, who knew that the information he had access to would fetch a pretty penny from his nation's chief rival and enemy. The Cold War in the 1960s saw the intensification of hostilities on the ideological battlefront. By the middle of the decade, America was embroiled in its most unpopular conflict in Vietnam, and President Harry Truman's domino theory was playing out in real time, with countries such as Cuba and China falling under communist totalitarian rule. In December 1967, Walker crossed the Rubicon when he decided to leak top-secret information to Moscow. The documents he photocopied while stationed at Atlantic Fleet Submarine Force Headquarters included the cryptographic keycard settings used by the Navy during the month prior. These keycards allowed Navy radiomen to decipher encrypted radio communications using the KL-47 cipher machine. Walker jumped in his red 1964 MG and drove straight to Washington with his secret payload. He managed to slip inside the Soviet embassy, somehow evading the ever-present FBI observation posts. He didn't mince his words when he presented himself to an embassy security officer, Yakov Lukasiewicz. He said that he was a US naval officer, and he had secret information that he wanted to sell. Yakov was taken aback and unsure of how to handle Walker. Walk-ins had to be treated with circumspection in case the offer proved to be a dangle by a rival intelligence agency. He nevertheless appreciated that if Walker was genuine, the value of his intelligence would be enormous to the Soviet Union. He decided to meet with Walker, being impressed during their 2-hour discussion as to how Walker didn't try to bluff about his love for communism. He strictly meant business. As soon as the meeting was over, Walker was smuggled out of the embassy undetected. Yakov immediately contacted KGB resident Boris Solomatin, who, along with Oleg Kalugin, who was the chief of the KGB's political intelligence section, evaluated Walker's intelligence. Their assessment confirmed that if Walker was a bona fide volunteer, he was the kind of spy who turns up once in a lifetime. A second meeting took place in February of 1968 in Northern Virginia. At the meeting, Walker handed over further classified Navy documents and technical manuals. In exchange, the KGB handed Walker $5,000, a sum far more generous than the Soviets usually handed out to their spies. Walker was also given a miniature Minox camera to aid him in his intelligence gathering. The camera was for decades a favorite among intelligence agencies the world over, given its small size and excellent image quality. By that point, John Anthony Walker Jr. was then officially acting as a spy for the Soviet Union. His case was assigned to be managed by Oleg Kalugin of the KGB's Line PR, and his handler was to be Yuri Lenkov, a naval spy runner. It was agreed by all that further face-to-face meetings should be kept to a minimum. Walker was given an elaborate set of plans for signals and dead drops around the Washington area. These instructions he followed meticulously, and his spycraft was evidently excellent. It would be 10 years before he met his handlers in person again, and the meetings would not take place on American soil. As it was, the dead drops were arranged every 3 to 6 months or so to minimize the potential for compromise. The signal chosen by the KGB and Walker to indicate that they were ready to make an exchange was to leave empty soda cans at pre-agreed signal sites. At one of the dead drop sites, Walker would leave his 6 to 8 rolls of microfilm in a trash bag in an obscure location in the woods. At a different site, the KGB would leave a package for Walker to collect that contained his compensation, instructions for the next exchange, and occasionally a personal note. The Walker operation was highly compartmentalized by the KGB, with only a select few individuals being indoctrinated. Soon after his recruitment, the Walker operation was transferred to the newly created KGB 16th Directorate, which was the equivalent of America's NSA. While the Soviets knew that they had struck gold with John Walker, the cryptographic tape and code sheets that he was providing would have been useless to the KGB without the means to decode the messages the tape contained. As a radioman and warrant officer, Walker operated in the radio rooms of the various vessels to which he was assigned. These were the beating hearts of the Navy's communication systems and the means by which their ships and submarines communicated back to base. These radio rooms contained the most high-tech equipment used to encipher and decipher encrypted radio traffic sent over what was called the Fleet Broadcast System. The first set of key codes given by Walker to the KGB were for the World War II KL-47 cipher machine, which were similar in many ways to the German Enigma machines. In time and as technology progressed, the KL-47 was replaced by a more modern device, the KW-7. This was a grey box containing vacuum tubes and transistor components and operated online as a high-speed encrypted teleprinter. However, for the intelligence leaked by Walker to be of any true value, the Soviets needed to get their hands on a machine that could read the encrypted messages. To this end, John Walker was given a small device called a rotor reader that he could use to read the internal wiring patterns of the cipher machines. This information, along with the technical manuals that Walker provided on the KL-47, allowed the Soviets to reverse engineer their own knockoff machines. As far as the later KW-7 model is concerned, the Soviets came into possession of the genuine article through far more dramatic and contentious means. On the 23rd of January 1968, the USS Pueblo, an American research vessel that had been retrofitted as a spy ship, was captured by North Korean forces while it was sailing in international waters. The 83-man crew was held hostage for a tense 11-month period. North Korea is said to have delivered a payload of valuable captured intelligence and equipment to the Soviets, including a KW-7 device and its technical manuals found aboard the ship. Whether the incident was orchestrated by the Soviets remains up for debate, with later information suggesting that the Soviets were not involved in the capture of the USS Pueblo and that the event in fact harmed Soviet-North Korean relations. Whatever the truth, The Soviets then had in their possession a genuine KW-7 machine to read the teletape Walker was sending them. The cipher key codes used to decrypt radio messages were changed regularly for security reasons. According to Walker, he only provided old key lists that were not as closely guarded as current or future keys. The superseded tape could still, however, be used by the Soviets to break American codes. It is believed that using the intelligence received from Walker and their newly acquired cipher machines, the Soviets were able to read as many as 1 million Navy messages. An example of the practical impact of Walker's betrayal of the United States was seen in the proxy war it waged in Vietnam. North Vietnam became a beneficiary of Walker's intelligence thanks to its Soviet ally. The interception and decoding of US military communications allowed the North Vietnamese to anticipate American B-52 bombings and take appropriate countermeasures by evacuating the areas they knew would be targeted. American effectiveness in the war was thus diminished, and Walker, even if he was not aware or simply did not care, most certainly cost the lives of American soldiers. While stationed at the US naval base in Norfolk, Virginia, gathering intelligence for his Soviet bosses was easy. John Walker held courier status and as such was able to transport reams of paper to his bachelor office quarters where he photographed them using the Minox camera. By 1968, John Walker was being paid thousands of dollars each month for the information he was delivering to the KGB. Walker's wife Barbara was growing suspicious. Her husband was, at least according to him, spending inordinate amounts of time after hours at the office, and, all of a sudden, their financial problems had become a thing of the past. When she asked about their improved living standards and abundance of cash suddenly lying around, Walker said he was making extra money by moonlighting. Barbara didn't buy this and was convinced that her husband was cheating. When she rifled through his desk drawers one day, she uncovered a metal box containing cash, sketches of drop sites, and handwritten notes from the KGB. Barbara was smart enough to join the dots and confronted Walker over it. In return for raising the issue of his spying, Barbara received a beating, including 2 black eyes. John Walker now had a problem with his wife in the know. His KGB handlers had warned him about not letting his wife find out, as they said she would prove to be the weak link in the operation. Perhaps as a way to draw Barbara into his criminal activities and to force her silence, Walker convinced his wife to go along with him when he made his dead drop exchanges with the Soviets. He thought that perhaps this would be enough for Barbara to think that she was in too deep to expose her husband to the authorities. Barbara went all in, jumping out of John's car to stash dead drops and even ironing the creased bills they received in exchange from the Soviets. By 1969, Walker's work was keeping him on land, mostly at a San Diego Navy facility where he trained junior radio operators. This meant that he didn't have access to the same level of valuable intelligence he did while on board Navy ships and submarines. However, what he did have was access to the Navy's library of classified materials. He had to navigate a complex set of marine checkpoints to get information in and out of the library, even going so far as forging new security clearance papers after his had expired. The value of Walker's intelligence took a dip during this period, as did the payments he received from the KGB. John Walker was determined to regain access to the information he had when based on the east coast of the USA. He was actively on the lookout for a new recruit to join him in his espionage. Some years earlier, Walker had befriended Jerry Whitworth, who went on to become a petty officer in the US Navy. The two men had similar backgrounds, having terrible relationships with their respective fathers, flunking out of high school, and generally getting into trouble. In 1974, and after a few years of subtle grooming, Walker managed to enlist Whitworth into what was on its way to becoming a spy ring. Walker remained vague about the operation, styling it as a consultancy and that it was US allies that would benefit from the intelligence they shared. This, along with the money promised by Walker, was enough to convince Whitworth to sign up. By the time Whitworth was recruited in 1974, Walker was stationed back at Norfolk and was assigned to the amphibious Force Atlantic headquarters. This made gathering top-secret intelligence easier, but brought to the fore the problems John and Barbara were still having in their marriage. Barbara had remained silent about her husband's spying since she found out, but there was no telling when she might expose him to the police and the FBI. John Walker was also faced with another problem. Those holding top-secret security clearances were required to undergo periodic reinvestigation as part of standard security protocols. Part of the procedure involved a polygraph test, something that Walker feared he would fail miserably. However, by 1976, John Walker had enjoyed a long career in the Navy and chose to retire instead of risking a reinvestigation. Besides, he had a succession plan in the form of Jerry Whitworth to continue his spying operation so that the money would continue to flow. The KGB had been angry when they were presented with Whitworth's recruitment as a fait accompli when they met with Walker in Casablanca in 1977. But nevertheless, the KGB bought into the arrangement after Whitworth proved his worth by passing on a manual for a new tactical satellite communications system. Using KGB money, Walker purchased a van for Whitworth to allow him to photograph classified materials in secret. With a deputy then in place, John Walker retired from the Navy in 1976. He formed a private investigation company called Confidential Reports, through which he laundered the money he continued to receive from the Soviets. At this point in his life, John Walker took the opportunity to finally divorce Barbara. He routinely skipped his alimony and child support payments, all the while enjoying for himself a life of wine, woman, and song. This left his family living barely above the breadline. Walker bought for himself a plane, a sports car, and a boat, the last of which was aptly named Dirty Old Man. Against the KGB's advice and warnings, Walker made little attempt to hide his wealth. Retirement allowed Walker to start to meet his KGB handlers in person, which he did every 6 months or so, either in Vienna or Casablanca. While Walker was flittering about Morocco or Austria, Jerry Whitworth was back in the US ferreting away top-secret documents. While stationed on the USS Enterprise, Whitworth delivered a pile of documents a foot high to the KGB. The type of information Whitworth sold to the KGB via Walker included cable traffic, photographs, key lists for various cryptographic systems, and data on the US's newest secure phone system. Whitworth, however, began to have second thoughts about his involvement in the spy ring. He wanted to retire from the Navy in 1979, but Walker would not allow this. As a result of Walker's influence, Whitworth continued to spy, but eventually called it quits in 1983 when he retired from the Navy without telling Walker. Walker had seen the writing on the wall for his friend Jerry Whitworth for some time, and so had taken steps years earlier to recruit others into his spy ring. John's older brother Art had retired from the Navy in the early 1970s and had gone to work for a private defense contractor based in Chesapeake, Maryland. Art still had access to classified materials through his work, and by 1981 had been recruited by Walker into the spy ring. Compared to the intelligence provided by Whitworth, what Art produced was of comparatively low grade, not fetching much from the KGB. Walker became desperate to find others with better access to more lucrative secrets. Walker had his sights set on 2 others who were even closer to home. He knew that Whitworth was getting cold feet and wanted to retire, so in 1979, Walker attempted to recruit his youngest daughter Laura. She was serving in the US Army as a secure communications operator. Laura was pregnant at the time, and Walker tried to convince her to have an abortion so that she could stay in the Army. Thankfully, she turned him down. While Walker found no success in recruiting his daughter, His youngest son, Michael Walker, was a much softer target. Just like his father, Michael Walker had dropped out of high school, dabbled in drugs, and generally got up to mischief. Idolizing his father, Michael joined the Navy in 1982. When John Walker finally invited his son into the fold the following year in 1983, young Michael couldn't have been more excited and proud. Michael was a yeoman stationed on the USS Nimitz, a US Navy aircraft carrier, one of the largest warships in the world. Although he was just a lowly administrative clerk, he had access to classified materials that were sent on their way to the burners. Eager to please his father, Michael Walker passed on everything he could lay his hands on. Running to over 1,500 pages, he brought home material on weapon systems, command procedures, stealth methods, and contingency target lists. The question on most people's minds at this point is, how could John Walker and his spy ring have operated undetected for almost 18 years? John Walker took advantage of his position of trust, all those within his inner circle of influence, and the evidently lax security of the Navy. It was, however, Walker's greed and tendencies towards psychopathy that ultimately brought him down. Jerry Whitworth's conscience had been gnawing at him ever since he retired from the Navy. When he could take it no longer, he wrote a letter to the FBI's San Francisco office in 1984 using the pseudonym Russ. Whitworth said that he had been operating as a spy for some years, selling secrets to the KGB. He offered to tell all in exchange for immunity from prosecution. The FBI attempted to meet with Whitworth, but the retired spy ultimately got cold feet and the lead went dead. On the 17th of November 1984, John Walker's estranged and abused ex-wife, Barbara, finally cracked. Whether it was her conscience or that Walker had again skipped paying alimony, she called the FBI's Boston office to denounce her husband. She had bitten her tongue for nearly 2 decades, but years of marital misery that fueled her alcoholism and the encouragement by her daughter Laura finally made her call in. She was clearly inebriated when she made the call, but said that her husband had for almost 20 years been selling secrets to the Soviets. Initially, the FBI wasn't sure what to make of the call. Perhaps it was just the ramblings of a jaded, alcoholic ex-wife and a story which ought not to be believed. Nevertheless, on the 29th of November 1984, an FBI special agent interviewed Barbara at her home. Reeking of alcohol and openly drinking from a bottle of vodka, she recounted all the details of her former husband's secret life that she had come to know over the past 2 decades. She told of what she found in her husband's drawer all those years before, and how she had even accompanied him on some of his dead drop exchanges. She said that her husband had received payment of $35,000 for the information he delivered on one occasion. However, the vodka and how evasive Barbara was when questioned about why she took so long to come forward gave the FBI investigator pause to doubt the veracity of her tale. A report was written following the interview, but it was filed away, marked as requiring no further investigation. It was only the next year, in February of 1985, that an FBI supervisor undertook a routine look at inactive files. He thought it prudent to send the report on to the FBI's small Norfolk office to take a look. The report landed on the desk of lawyer and FBI supervisor Joe Wolfinger. He assigned the case to his Squad 4, headed by Chief Investigator Bob Hunter. Contact with Barbara and her daughter Laura resumed, with both agreeing to take polygraph tests. The results indicated that they were both being truthful. The FBI, however, didn't want to rely on mother and daughter as their key witnesses, for each had their own personal problems, which at trial would bring their reliability into question. The FBI knew that their best bet at securing a conviction was to catch Walker in the act. In early March 1985, FBI headquarters finally authorized a large-scale investigation into the life of John Anthony Walker. Operation Windflyer soon got into full swing. Investigators managed to obtain a warrant to install surveillance devices in Walker's home and houseboat. The FBI listened in to a pre-arranged telephone call between Laura and her father and an in-person meeting between John and Barbara. Neither discussion produced the confession they hoped to capture on tape. For 2 months, investigators listened in to every dreary personal and business call made by Walker until one conversation piqued their interest. On the 16th of May 1985, John Walker received a call from his mother to let him know that his aunt had passed away. He told his mother that he could not attend the funeral scheduled 2 days later on the 18th of May 1985 because he had an important errand to run that only he could attend to. In half a dozen or so other phone calls to friends and colleagues, Walker gave a different story each time he spoke of his plans for the weekend. Something was amiss, and the FBI was hopeful that John Walker in fact planned to execute a dead drop. As Saturday, the 18th of May 1985 dawned, the FBI launched one of its largest ever surveillance operations. With eyes in the sky and FBI agents in vehicles dotted across a 200-mile wide area, nothing happened. John Walker went about his day as normal, mowing his lawn and planning a meet-up with another woman while his fiancée was out of town. Then, the next day, Sunday 19th of May 1985, the FBI observed John Walker getting into his van and driving around his neighborhood in what appeared to be an attempt at dry cleaning. In other words, he took a circuitous route, doubling back and darting back and forth in case of surveillance. He then headed west on Interstate 64. The surveillance continued until the early hours of Monday morning, with John Walker being followed as he drove around seemingly aimlessly. The FBI scrambled to retrace Walker's steps, which led them to retrieve a package he had left for his Soviet handlers in a wooded Maryland suburb near a no-hunting sign. The package consisted of 129 pages of top-secret classified documents that had been pilfered from the USS Nimitz and were covered in Michael Walker's fingerprints. In the early hours of Monday, the 20th of May 1985, Walker was lured out of his hotel room by an FBI agent posing as hotel security, who said that Walker's car had been involved in an accident in the hotel parking lot. Exiting his room at 3:30 a.m., Bob Hunter swooped in, arresting John Anthony Walker Jr. in the hallway of a Ramada Inn at Rockville, Maryland. An urgent message was sent to the USS Nimitz, which was entering the port city of Haifa in Israel. On board was 21-year-old Michael Walker, who was promptly arrested. He denied any involvement in espionage when first questioned by the Naval Investigative Unit, but soon caved, offering a full confession to the FBI. A search of John Walker's apartment revealed plentiful evidence of his spying activities, including payments made to Jerry Whitworth. Walker's final package for the KGB contained scribbled notes that the FBI were able to link back to Whitworth and Art Walker, who were rounded up and arrested. In his nearly 2 decades-long spying career, John Walker earned for himself more than $1 million. Walker freely admitted that his chief motivation was money. He said, "I became a spy because that is what I had access to. If I'd worked in a bank, I would have taken money. If I'd had access to dope, I would have sold drugs. The point is, I became a spy because I needed money. It was as simple as that." The Navy was evidently blind to the spy in their midst all those years. In a 1972 performance review, by which time Walker had ironically already been working for the Soviets for 4 years, Walker was described by his commanding officer as intensely loyal, taking great pride in himself and the naval service, fiercely supporting its principles and traditions. He possesses a fine sense of personal honor and integrity, coupled with a great sense of humor. Barbara was mortified to learn that her son Michael had been arrested. She said later that she had no idea that he was involved in the spy ring, and that had she known, she may have taken her secret to the grave. Barbara spent the next few months unsuccessfully campaigning for her son in an attempt to extricate him from the scandal. As part of a guilty plea bargain and in a final betrayal, John Walker agreed to testify against his friend Jerry Whitworth at his trial in 1986. This was in exchange for prosecutors seeking a more lenient sentence for his son Michael. Whitworth received about $335,000 for the information he supplied to the KGB. He pleaded not guilty and, once convicted, received a sentence of 365 years in prison and a fine of $410,000. Hapless Arthur, despite not providing the KGB with any information near as damaging as his co-conspirators, received a life sentence and a fine of $250,000. Michael Walker received a 25-year sentence thanks to his father's guilty plea deal, and the ringmaster himself, John Anthony Walker, was sentenced to 2 life terms plus 10 years. Michael Walker was released from prison in February of 2000 for good behavior. Last reports indicated that he was attempting to rebuild his life as a local artist living in Massachusetts. As for Barbara, she passed away in Norfolk, Virginia in 2009. John and Arthur would have been eligible for parole in 2015. However, both died within a month of each other in prison in 2014. The information supplied by John Walker and his spy ring enabled the Soviets to read more than 1 million encrypted messages. The cipher machines compromised by the Walker-Whitworth spy ring were used not only by the Navy, but by all the branches of the US military, as well as the CIA. US intelligence suffered unparalleled compromise thanks to Walker. The Soviet Union gained intricate knowledge of US tactics, operations, and capabilities. Many consider the Walker spy ring to have created the most damaging security breach of the Cold War. It allowed the Soviets to learn and anticipate how the USA thought militarily. This upset what was considered to be the balance of power in the event of the breakout of all-out war. Prior to John Walker's treachery, the USA had firmly established itself in the realm of naval superiority over the Soviet Union. This was thanks in large part to the US Navy's technologically superior nuclear submarines. US submarines were stealthy and quiet, whereas Soviet submarines were noisy and easily detectable. Once John Walker started sharing the Navy's secrets, the Soviets were able to close the technological gap decades earlier than they otherwise would have been able. A new class of submarine developed by the Soviets was even referred to informally as the Walker class. Given the consistently high-grade intelligence that Walker delivered, the impact of his spying is thought to have been far more damaging than many of his contemporaries. It was estimated by the chief of US naval operations that it would cost $100 million to undo the damage done by Walker to US national security, assuming, of course, that it could be undone. John Walker was unrepentant, blaming the Navy for his wife's alcoholism and his dysfunctional family. Perhaps the best way to sum up the tragic saga of the Walker-Whitworth spy ring is to recall the words of author Michael J. Sullick. Describing Walker as the evil spy for the evil empire, he said, "The unhappy family of John Walker was unhappy because he was evil incarnate. He was an abusive, philandering husband, a neglectful father, a cold, manipulative son, and an exploiting brother. He had no redeeming qualities except one. John Walker was an exceptional spy." In 1985, the Cold War was entering its final throes. The policies of openness and reform by newly installed Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev marked the beginning of the end of the Soviet Union. 1985 was also the year of the spy. This was owing to the dozen or so high-profile espionage cases that dominated American news headlines. One of the spies arrested that year stands out from among his peers. His story is remarkable not only for the quantity of secret material he delivered over his short spying career, but also for whom he delivered it to. Jonathan J. Pollard was a civilian intelligence analyst at the US Navy's Anti-Terrorist Alert Center in Maryland. He delivered the equivalent of 30 filing cabinets worth of top-secret and classified material to Israel over an 18-month period. The revelation that a Jewish American had been run as a spy by Israeli intelligence on American soil sparked a major controversy and caused two allies to teeter on the edge of a diplomatic crisis. Pollard's arrest marked the beginning of a saga that would captivate and polarize opinions for decades. His imprisonment made him a symbol of one of the most contentious episodes in the history of American intelligence. Born on the 7th of August 1954, Jonathan Pollard was the youngest of three siblings. His father, Dr. Morris Pollard, was an accomplished microbiologist. Just prior to Jonathan's 8th birthday, his father accepted a position at Notre Dame University, and the Pollard family moved to South Bend in Indiana. Jonathan was an intelligent child who always had his nose in a book. He was teased, bullied, and beaten up at school, which he attributed to anti-Semitism. These circumstances led his parents to enroll him at a private Hebrew day school. The Pollard family was proudly Jewish, and Jonathan and his siblings grew up within a strong Jewish tradition and culture. At his new school, Jonathan started to develop a zeal for Judaism and established the foundation of his later Zionist beliefs. He observed Israel's existential crisis and ultimate victory in the 1967 Six-Day War, and shortly after his bar mitzvah, Jonathan visited the memorial site at the Dachau concentration camp, the notorious World War II Nazi death camp. These were experiences that left lasting imprints on him and heightened his sense of devotion to the Jewish people and the Israeli state. There is no doubt that young Jonathan Pollard was a gifted student. His abilities led him in 1970 to be awarded a chance to attend a science camp at the prestigious Weizmann Institute. His love for Israel grew exponentially during this period of his life, with Jonathan's mother having to convince him not to make Aliyah, that is, to return to the Jewish Holy Land. However, notwithstanding his ethnic and religious devotion, he had a penchant for mischief, getting involved in a fight while at the camp and being remembered by one of the scientists there as an unstable troublemaker. After graduating high school with honors, Jonathan enrolled at Stanford University. Here he developed a fantasy for espionage and a desire to become a secret agent. He bragged to his classmates about being a spy working for Mossad, Israel's intelligence agency. This was, of course, an outright lie, and just one of many examples of Pollard's compulsion to lie and spin tales of grandiose delusion. He took the story so far as to refer to himself as Colonel Pollard in his college yearbook. He graduated from Stanford with a political science degree and was then accepted into the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy at Tufts University in Boston. There he attended for 2 years, flunking out after failing to complete several courses. Pollard had, however, by that stage, already decided that he wanted to pursue a career in intelligence. Pollard applied for a graduate fellowship position with the CIA, and as part of the interview process was required to take a polygraph examination. During the test, he admitted to using Thai sticks and hashish, and to smoking marijuana about 600 times during his university career. Understandably, he was turned down for the position. Undeterred, in 1979, Pollard applied to become an intelligence analyst for the U.S. Navy Field Operational Intelligence Office located in Suitland, Maryland. The position required top-secret and sensitive compartmented information security clearances. While Pollard had to undergo an extensive background information check, A polygraph test was this time not required. The check included a general request to other intelligence agencies for any information they had on record. The CIA, however, citing privacy concerns, declined to release the information they held on Pollard, including the results of his polygraph test. Had it done so, this story may have ended here. Pollard passed the background check and was given the job and assigned to the Naval Ocean Surveillance Information Center, where he monitored shipping traffic. Only a month or two into his job, Pollard approached one of his superiors with a proposal. He said that he had a contact in the South African government and that he could use this connection to run an operation against the then apartheid government. Pollard boasted to his superior that his father worked for the CIA and was the station chief at the American Embassy in South Africa. This was, of course, another brazen lie. The technical director to whom Pollard had made the proposal knew this to be false and recommended to the head of the agency that Pollard be terminated immediately since he was still serving his probationary period. Remarkably, the opposite occurred, with Pollard being assigned to a secret task force called Task Force 168, which collected human intelligence for the Navy. Pollard was distrusted by his superiors in TF 168, who began to second-guess the appointment. It was decided that a ruse would be pulled in order to compel Pollard to sit through a polygraph exam. He was told that he was being recruited as an agent to pursue his South African connection, but that he would have to pass a polygraph test first. When the test was administered, Pollard displayed bizarre behavior, shouting, gagging, and repeatedly running to the bathroom in between questions. Pollard was a nervous wreck, and after hours of attempting to question him in vain, the examiner had to abandon the test. While the test itself was inconclusive, the examiner stated categorically that Pollard should never be used as a double agent, nor should he be granted access to any sensitive or top-secret information. As a result, then Director of Naval Intelligence Rear Admiral Sumner Shapiro directed that Pollard be moved to a new position in the organization and one in which he would not require TS or SCI security clearance. Although still holding a secret security clearance, Pollard was incensed. He considered his higher clearance a status symbol and one which he wore as a badge of honor. He reverted to playing the professional victim, blaming the Navy for being anti-Semitic and sidelining him for this reason. He lodged a grievance with his employer and effectively went to war with the Navy. Eventually, and after threatening legal action, Pollard had his security clearance restored on the 19th of January 1982. This reinstatement, made reluctantly, was subject to quarterly monitoring and reporting by his line manager. These reports said that Pollard's performance was exemplary and that he was making a valued contribution to the NICS's mission. Eventually, however, and after personnel changes, the reporting and monitoring stopped. In 1981, Pollard met Anne Henderson, an attractive and intelligent 21-year-old woman from New York who worked in the press room of the National Rifle Association. The two soon fell in love and in 1982 moved in together in an apartment in Arlington, Virginia. Then followed a series of further red flags which were either missed or ignored by the Navy. These included Pollard getting into financial trouble and nearly being evicted from his apartment for failing to pay rent. After moving to the DuPont Circle area of Washington, D.C. in 1982, Pollard and Anne regularly smoked marijuana and took cocaine at various parties. On another occasion, Pollard had applied for a new position that opened up within the Navy. He arrived to the interview late and disheveled. He spun a story about his girlfriend Anne having been kidnapped by members of the Irish Republican Army, and that he had spent the weekend running around the Washington area negotiating for her release. Needless to say, Pollard didn't get the job, but the incident was never reported up the chain of command. Whether these incidents were not appropriately reported or were simply chalked up to personal eccentricities, Pollard continued to climb the bureaucratic ladder and was noted as being an intelligent and hard-working analyst. Yet J. Pollard was discontented. He grew increasingly concerned over the security position of his ethnic home, Israel. As a nation, Israel has since its creation in 1948 faced the unenviable position of being surrounded by enemies. Despite a series of US presidents describing the relationship between Israel and the USA as a special friendship, Pollard believed that his country of birth was not doing enough to protect its ally. Friendly relations between Israel and the USA suffered a setback in June of 1981 when the Israeli Air Force executed a coordinated attack against Osirak in Iraq, a nuclear reactor facility. The operation was a major success, with Saddam Hussein's nuclear capabilities completely neutralized. However, the US and other nations considered the move a violation of international law. For a period after this event, US intelligence began to withhold certain information from its Israeli ally for fear that it would act on it in a similar fashion. It would take 2 years for the countries to formally restore their strategic channels of communication, with US President Ronald Reagan signing an agreement with Israel concerning bilateral information exchange in 1983. Pollard, however, believed that the US was not keeping up its end of the bargain and was withholding information relating to key aspects of Israeli national security. He considered his options and was torn between, on the one hand, immigrating to Israel and taking with him what information he could carry, or, on the other, remaining as an analyst in the US and using his security clearance to provide classified material to Israel. Needless to say, he opted for the latter option, which had the added benefit of allowing him to live out his fantasy of being a secret agent. Circumstances would soon allow Jonathan Pollard to pursue his goal. On the 18th of April 1983, a lone suicide bomber drove a truck filled with explosives into the US Embassy in Beirut, killing 63 people. Then, 6 months later, on the 23rd of October 1983, a Hezbollah terrorist drove a truck packed with TNT into the US Marine Amphibious Unit compound at Beirut International Airport. The detonation killed 220 Marines, 21 other service members, and injured another 100 people. In response to these attacks, the Naval Investigative Service established a new intelligence unit called the Anti-Terrorist Alert Center, or ATAC. Pollard was initially transferred for a 6-month period to ATAC, and then on the 14th of October 1984 was hired as a permanent employee. The ATAC was designed to have computer links to all the US military intelligence collection commands. Pollard found himself, therefore, with virtually unlimited access to all highly classified information stored within the CIA, NSA, and FBI databases, among others. He was also given a courier card, which allowed him to carry classified materials on his person anywhere in the Washington, D.C. area without fear of being searched. For an aspiring double agent, Pollard could have chosen no better place. It was around this time that Pollard was contacted by a friend of his, Stephen Stern. Stephen was a wealthy New York stockbroker. The two men would discuss business opportunities and the current state of affairs in Israel. During one such discussion, Stephen mentioned to Jonathan that he had attended a conference where he listened to a speaker by the name of Colonel Aviem Sela. The colonel was studying for his PhD in New York at the time, and Stern wanted to make an introduction. Pollard knew exactly who Colonel Sela was, an Israeli war hero and a national icon. He was in fact the fighter pilot that led the 1981 attack on Osirak and had also gained fame for shooting down as many as 90 Syrian MiG fighter planes in the 1982 war in Lebanon. Pollard knew immediately that this was his golden opportunity to offer his services to Israel. He gratefully accepted the invitation and immediately rushed to tell his girlfriend Anne about the good turn of events. Pollard had only just started working at his new position at ATAC when one evening he received a telephone call from Colonel Sela. The two men arranged to meet at the Washington Hilton Hotel in May of 1984. Despite all his military accomplishments, Aviem Sela was no spy runner. He had no experience in human intelligence or espionage, but knew that he was dealing with a potentially delicate matter. Through a civilian contact stationed at Israel's New York consulate, Sela got in touch with Lakam, an Israeli agency tasked with gathering scientific intelligence. This was an agency much smaller in scale and reach than Israel's more well-known intelligence centers, Mossad and the Shabak. It was, however, headed by one of Israel's preeminent spy masters, Raphael Rafi Eitan, famous for his role in capturing notorious Nazi leader Adolf Eichmann. Eitan gave his blessing to Seller for the meeting to go ahead, but advised that he proceed with caution. Walk-ins always had to be treated with circumspection. Who knew? Pollard may have been a plant by one of its rival intelligence agencies. Yet even if he wasn't, the fallout, should Israel be discovered to even be considering spying against its closest ally, would be catastrophic. The first meeting between Jonathan Pollard and Aviem Seller went ahead on the 24th of May 1984. The two men immediately found common ground in their shared love for Israel and a growing concern for its welfare. Pollard wasted no time in telling Seller the kind of information he had access to at work, which to Seller sounded almost too good to be true. As a test, Seller requested to see a small sample of the type of intelligence Pollard had access to. To arrange their next meeting, Seller told Pollard that he would call him at home and mention a Hebrew letter. This directed Pollard to one of the several payphones located near to his home, which had been assigned that specific letter. A week later, Pollard and Seller met again at the Hilton Hotel, but then traveled together to a park adjoining the Dumbarton Oaks Research Library in Georgetown. Pollard had brought with him a briefcase stuffed with classified material, including a 3-volume series on Saudi Arabian ground forces and a ground logistics study. But what clinched the deal was when Pollard pulled out satellite photos of the Osirak site following the Israeli operation. Seller was amazed. He had never seen the fruit of his labors for which he had gained so much fame. Any doubts that he had about Pollard immediately evaporated. A third meeting was soon arranged for the 21st of July 1984 at the Holiday Inn in Chevy Chase, Maryland. This time, Pollard brought with him 2 large suitcases packed to bursting with classified and top-secret documents. Seller and Pollard traveled together in a rental car to a house on Deborah Street in Potomac, Maryland. This was a house owned by Ilan Ravid, the attaché for scientific affairs at the Israeli embassy in Washington. The documents Pollard had brought with him, marked TS or SCI, and which Pollard had to return to his office by the next Monday morning, were photographed and handed back to him. At this meeting, Pollard was told that he would be required to travel to Paris that November to meet the man in charge of the whole operation. The compensation to be paid to Pollard for his efforts was also discussed, it being loosely agreed that he would be paid the equivalent of his annual salary working for the NIS, which was $1,000 per month. By this stage, Pollard and Anne had gotten engaged. This was used as the cover story for his trip to Paris. Anne was to accompany Jonathan, with the couple posing as lovebirds on vacation to purchase an engagement ring and celebrate their upcoming nuptials. Pollard could never have afforded the trip and the engagement ring on his federal salary, and so he invented a fictitious wealthy uncle whom he named Joe Fisher. Uncle Joe was not able to attend the wedding, and so generously paid for the couple's holiday, along with an expensive sapphire and diamond engagement ring. Pollard was told not to tell Anne the true reason for their trip, but that horse had already bolted. Although he assured Seller that Anne knew nothing, Pollard was telling Anne every last detail about his new career as a double agent. The couple journeyed to Paris in November 1984. They stayed at the expensive Paris Hilton International Hotel and dined at expensive restaurants, all on the account of the Israelis. Pollard was also introduced to Yosef Yossi Yager, who he later learned was the scientific attaché to the Israeli consulate in New York City. For 3 days, while the men discussed operational planning and tasking, Anne was taken on shopping trips, which included the purchase of the engagement ring. Once business had been attended to, Lacam sponsored a 3-week tour of Europe for Pollard and his fiancée. Returning to the US flush with cash and very much in love, Jonathan and Anne blew their newfound money on food, drink, and drugs. For the next 18 months, Pollard's spying went into overdrive. He provided the Israelis with reams of classified material pilfered from his office in Suitland. Every Friday, Pollard would cram his briefcase full of classified materials, which he would take to his 1980 Ford Mustang, sometimes doing this multiple times in the day. He then transferred the documents to suitcases, often while parked at a nearby car wash. Pollard then rendezvoused with Seller and other Lakam agents twice a week. The meetings were moved to an apartment nearer the Israeli embassy, which was home to Embassy Secretary Irit Erb. Pollard would also meet Yago on the last Saturday of each month at Erb's apartment to be given a shopping list of further documents that they required and to discuss the value of the previous delivery. The primary information Israel was after concerned the military and nuclear capabilities of Pakistan and Israel's Arab neighbors. The Israelis also chiefly wanted to learn about the assistance those countries were receiving from the Soviet Union. Pollard and his handlers proceeded with reckless abandon. They didn't follow any form of standard spycraft, such as dry cleaning en route to their meetings or arranging dead drops to exchange information. They assumed nobody would ever suspect that the Israelis had recruited an American spy, and they were exactly right. On one occasion, in January 1985, Pollard returned to his office after hours to remove multiple boxes filled with secret documents. Given his courier card, he was not questioned by the on-duty security guard, who even placed a block to stop the door from closing behind Pollard as he went to and from his car. Several Xerox machines were installed at the Israeli apartment to copy the most sensitive documents which Pollard had to return to his office. As the operation ramped up, Rafi Eitan decided it was time to replace Colonel Seller with a seasoned spy runner. Enter Uzi. The man whose true name was Yaakov Nimrodi was an international arms dealer and well-versed in the art of espionage. He was charged with being Jonathan Pollard's new handler. In the summer of 1985, Jonathan and Anne made a second overseas trip, this time to Israel. Pollard was growing ever more anxious as he met with his handlers in Tel Aviv. It was the year of the spy, after all. American spies and double agents were being rounded up left, right, and center. The members of the Walker spy ring had just been arrested in May of 1985. Pollard worried that he would be next. He was devastated to learn that Rafi Eitan intended to continue the operation for another 10 years. In convincing a nervous Pollard to sign up to this deal, his compensation was increased to $2,500 per month. He was also promised an Israeli passport and was told that to secure his eventual retirement in Israel, $30,000 would be deposited annually into a Swiss bank account for the next 10 years. He also didn't have to worry about his upcoming wedding in Venice and European honeymoon. That too would be paid for. Finally, Pollard was given assurances that he would be taken care of if he was ever discovered. After all, Israel and the USA were close allies, and a small matter of spying between friends was nothing a little bit of quiet diplomacy couldn't sort out. Somewhat assuaged, and with dollar signs in their eyes, Jonathan and Anne set off for Venice, where they were married on the 9th of August 1985. They then enjoyed a lavish honeymoon across Europe and London, returning to the United States as husband and wife a few weeks later. Jonathan Pollard immediately picked up where he left off, stealing every secret document he could lay his hands on. While sense would dictate that Pollard would have tried to keep a low profile, he couldn't resist telling tall tales to his colleagues. On one occasion, he spun another story about Anne being kidnapped, this time from a gun show, and that she was being held hostage in a nearby motel. To another colleague, Pollard claimed to have been taken prisoner in Damascus and tortured by the Syrians. He boasted about having a degree in advanced mathematics and continued to spin the false story of his father working for the CIA. His work performance began to drop, and this combined with his persistent fibbing resulted in Pollard being given a verbal warning. He was also quick to flaunt his security clearance to impress anybody who cared to listen. On several occasions, Pollard handed classified documents to people in his social circle. This included copies of economic and political analyses, which he gave to 2 investment advisor friends. He also wanted to get into the arms trade, just like Uzi. He tried to pass secret materials to Kurt Lobeck, a freelance journalist covering the Soviet-Afghan War, whom he tried to enlist in an arms trafficking scheme. Given his careless approach and constant braggadocio, Pollard's luck in remaining undetected was bound to only last for so long. On Friday, the 8th of November 1985, a co-worker spotted Pollard removing documents marked TS SCI from the office. This in itself ought not to have raised suspicions given Pollard's courier card, but the co-worker overheard Pollard earlier in the day saying that he intended to destroy the documents which he had requested in error. Only a few minutes later, the co-worker spotted Pollard handing the same bundle of documents to his wife Anne outside the building in the parking lot. This incident was reported up the chain of command, eventually making its way onto the desks of NIS and FBI investigators. Pollard's concerns had been realized. Vigilance and security awareness within military and naval intelligence was heightened in the wake of the Walker-Whitworth espionage case. Pollard was also observed to be showing unusual interest in matters in the Middle East, whereas his role related to intelligence gathering and analysis in the Americas and the Caribbean. He was acting erratically and his work standards were continuously dropping. He generally gave the impression of being a disgruntled employee. The FBI were concerned enough to start an investigation. They authorized the installation of pinhole cameras around Pollard's office cubicle. He was watched round the clock and was followed when leaving the office parking lot. The NIS's own internal investigator, Ronald Olive, was also put on the case. The surveillance would have paid off had somebody been monitoring the video feed on the morning of the 15th of November 1985. The cameras were not watched for a crucial 3-minute period when Pollard stuffed as many as 3,000 pages of classified material into his briefcase. Nevertheless, investigators knew that Pollard would likely attempt to leave the office the following Monday with another bundle of classified documents. This is when they intended to close in. On Monday, the 18th of November 1985, plans were afoot to intercept Jonathan Pollard at the end of the workday. He was seen on the hidden cameras packaging a bundle of classified documents. As he approached his car carrying the package, he was intercepted by 2 FBI agents. There wasn't enough evidence to arrest Pollard at that stage, and so investigators needed him to speak to them voluntarily. He was asked to return inside to answer some questions. Appearing confused, Pollard thought better of refusing and agreed to return inside. Then followed an interview that would last long into the night. Pollard had an answer for everything and admitted nothing. His story was that he was in fact wanting a second opinion on the classified documents from an analyst friend working for another U.S. intelligence agency. The FBI agents were trying to get Pollard to agree to a permissive search of his apartment. They had no warrant and were at that stage entirely dependent on Pollard's cooperation. As minutes turned to hours, the investigators realized that they couldn't hold Pollard for much longer. He wasn't under arrest and was free to leave at any time. He also wasn't budging from his position of denial and avoidance. He was due that night to meet Colonel Seller along with his wife for dinner. Pollard requested to phone Anne to let her know that he was running late. This he did, telling Anne over the phone to go on without him and that she should take the cactus, you know, the one that they had bought for their friend's birthday, and not to forget the wedding album. This was Pollard giving his wife Anne a pre-agreed code to let her know that he was in trouble. This was her signal to remove or destroy any classified documents that were being stored at their apartment. On the other end of the line, Anne quickly hung up and got to work. She filled a suitcase with all the documents she could find lying around the flat, and convinced a neighbor to hold onto the suitcase for the time being. She contacted Seller and told him that Jay was in trouble. Colonel Seller had no intention of hanging around and jumped on the first plane back to Israel. Jonathan and Anne would have done well to do the same. Back at ATAC offices, investigators took a break from the interview. As Pollard was returning from the restroom, he bumped into NIS Special Agent Olive. Using his best good cop routine, Olive suggested to Pollard that he agree to a cursory search of his apartment. After all, he had nothing to hide, right? Better to dispel the cloud of suspicion that was hanging over his head than risk a lengthy investigation. Reluctantly, Jonathan Pollard agreed. Agent Olive and the 2 FBI agents went immediately to Jay Pollard's apartment. He was counting on Anne to have stashed away any incriminating evidence. She arrived a few minutes later, breathless and agitated after stashing the heavy suitcase of documents with the neighbor. Jonathan and Anne sat on a couch while investigators tore through their apartment. Both must have been mortified when a pile of 60-odd classified documents were brought out from their bedroom, which were found in a box under a pile of dirty laundry in the closet. J. Pollard, of course, had an answer for everything. He was a hard-working analyst. He worked long hours and sometimes brought home classified documents to work on after hours. Pollard agreed, despite his prior experiences, to take a polygraph test. In a bizarre turn of events, the FBI withdrew from the matter at that point, telling NIS to deal with it internally. After Agent Olive and the others left the Pollard apartment that night, Jay and Anne raced to a nearby 24-hour coffee shop to regroup and plan their next move. They tried to call Aviem Seller, but received an answer from Josef Jager. He told Jonathan to stall the investigators for 72 hours and hung up. Pollard assumed that this was how much time was needed to implement a rescue plan. But oh, how wrong he was. The next day, Tuesday, the 19th of November, Jonathan Pollard tried to avoid the polygraph test by calling in sick. After being convinced to still take the test, Pollard arrived at the office wanting to first speak to Agent Olive. While somewhat unconventional, it was decided that Agent Olive would interview Pollard. His story was at first that the documents he had taken related to possible arms smuggling to Afghanistan through South Africa. The documents, Pollard said, he had supplied to freelance journalist Kurt Lobeck. Agent Olive wasn't buying this story, but he allowed Pollard to ramble on. He initially denied receiving any compensation, but eventually admitted to receiving $2,500 a month for his efforts. Agent Olive then broke the meeting to inform the FBI that they were dealing with a full-blown case of espionage. When the meeting resumed, now with an FBI agent in tow, J. Pollard signed an 11-page confession detailing his crimes. The confession was, however, a mix of half-truths and outright lies, making no mention of the Israelis. The investigators needed more before making an arrest. The interview was adjourned for the night and Pollard was driven home. He and Anne were surveilled, but not closely enough, as it turned out. Pollard managed to evade his minders and got to a nearby payphone that night. After trying unsuccessfully to reach Jager, he contacted the Israeli embassy. He desperately wanted an update on the plan to extract him and Anne. Meanwhile, investigators were tipped off as to the suitcase full of classified documents, which was quickly retrieved and later searched. As fate would have it, Pollard's interview would never resume. Anne was suffering from a medical condition and was due to undergo a minor procedure in hospital the next day. Jay and Anne decided it was time to make a run for it. They had waited 72 hours, but the Israelis had not made contact. On the morning of Thursday, the 21st of November, Jonathan and Anne loaded their packed suitcases into the car and left their apartment building, managing again to evade FBI surveillance. Jonathan called the Israeli embassy from a payphone, and he was told that, provided he could shake off the FBI tail, they would be allowed refuge inside. After Anne's procedure at the hospital that morning, the FBI followed Jonathan's 1980 Mustang as it left the premises. They assumed that he would be returning to their apartment, but instead, Pollard led the investigators on a wild goose chase across the city, going this way then that, in an attempt to shake off the tail. Eventually, Pollard turned the car into a compound. When the agents realized that Pollard had entered the Israeli embassy, they were stunned. They didn't know at that stage which foreign power Pollard was supplying to, perhaps the Soviets, maybe one of the Arab countries, but the thought that a close ally was involved had never even entered their minds. Agents looked on helplessly as the embassy gates shut behind Pollard's vehicle. They saw Pollard exit the car and an exchange occurred between him and a guard. As a few minutes ticked by, the area outside the embassy began to swarm with police and FBI activity. But then, Pollard, appearing exasperated, got back into his car and turned it around. As he rolled out onto the street, he was immediately apprehended and taken into custody. Jonathan J. Pollard had just then joined the ranks of spies having been left out in the cold. He was taken immediately to a nearby FBI field office. Anne hadn't yet been implicated in any wrongdoing and was thus free to go. Crying hysterically, she was driven back to her apartment. She was arrested the next day after the situation involving the suitcase was brought to light. The news of the arrests soon broke and the American public was stunned. Yet another double agent had been discovered in the so-called Year of the Spy. The scene was thus set for a period of tense relations between the US and Israel. For the first 3 days following Pollard's arrest, Israel remained strangely silent. Much to the US State Department's chagrin, the Israelis immediately withdrew Yossi Yago and Ilan Ravid from the Israeli embassy to avoid them being subjected to questioning. The American public were growing accustomed to learning about Soviet spies, but how could a small Middle Eastern state that was meant to be an ally have penetrated US intelligence? Hotly debated was the question of whether those with dual national loyalties should be permitted to work in US national security. Only on the 24th of November 1985 did Israel's foreign ministry release a statement. All that was said was that any act of espionage against the United States stood in total contradiction to Israeli policy. There was a promise of cooperation, with Israeli Prime Minister Shimon Peres promising to return any classified material that had been received from Pollard. Apart from this, Israel's leadership remained silent. All the while, US intelligence scrambled to establish how long Pollard had been a spy and the extent of the damage he may have caused. When Israel finally did break cover a few days later, its official position was that Pollard had been run as a rogue operation without the knowledge or consent of the highest echelons of Israeli political leadership. With tensions simmering, the US demanded more answers. The US Justice Department sent a delegation to Israel where those involved in the Pollard affair were interviewed in a secret location near a Tel Aviv military base. Those interviewed were promised immunity from prosecution in exchange for a full debriefing. The Israelis handed back only 163 documents they had received from Pollard, which was only a tiny fraction of the total number. Back in the United States, Jonathan Pollard was feeling bereft and abandoned. As the evidence against him was now overwhelming, and he had already partly admitted his espionage, he decided his best option was to fully cooperate with the authorities in the hopes of receiving leniency. After consulting with their attorneys, Jay and Ann Pollard decided to plea bargain. On the 4th of June 1986, Jonathan Pollard pleaded guilty to conspiracy to commit espionage. He confirmed that he was aware that the maximum sentence for such an offense was life in prison and a $250,000 penalty. Anne pleaded guilty to conspiracy to receive embezzled government property and accessory after the fact to possession of national defense documents. After their pleas were entered, a later date was arranged for a sentencing hearing. Jonathan was remanded to jail, whereas Anne was released on bond on medical grounds. The two plea agreements reached between prosecutors and the Pollards recorded the US government's agreement not to seek the maximum sentence of life imprisonment. Among these conditions were that Jonathan Pollard agreed to submit to a full debriefing and damage assessment, and, crucially, that he and Anne would not speak publicly about the matter without the prior permission of the Director of Naval Intelligence. During his extensive debriefing, Pollard was first to name Aviem Seller as being involved. Beyond his spying for Israel, Pollard also admitted to passing classified information, albeit on a comparatively smaller scale, to officials of other foreign governments, including apartheid South Africa. In the lead-up to the sentencing hearing, the defense and the prosecution exchanged various memoranda in aid of sentencing to Judge Aubrey Robinson. In a contentious move, Pollard submitted a 61-page memorandum in which he claimed to have spied to save Israel and to cause damage to the Soviet Union. He denied becoming a spy for financial gain, saying rather that he was motivated by the constant anti-Semitism he experienced in his daily life. On the 19th of January 1987, U.S. Secretary of Defense Caspar Weinberger filed a lengthy classified memorandum which detailed the extent of the damage that Pollard had caused to U.S. national security. In what became known as the Weinberger Memorandum, the sheer volume of material Pollard made off with in 18 months was emphasized, enough to fill a room of 6 by 6 by 10 feet. Weinberger highlighted how dangerous it can be for classified information to be passed on, even to an ally, for who knows what other third parties may come into possession of it. There are those that believe Israel repackaged some of the intelligence they received from Pollard, passing it on to the Soviet Union in prisoner exchanges, and to allow for the continued immigration to Israel of Jews living in the Soviet Union. Then, just weeks before the sentencing hearing, Pollard agreed to be interviewed by Wolf Blitzer, a journalist at the time for the Jerusalem Post. On the 15th of February 1987, Blitzer's article titled "Pollard, Not a Bumbler but Israel's Master Spy" was published in the Washington Post. The article included details of classified materials Pollard had disclosed to Israel, including satellite photos of the Palestinian Liberation Organization headquarters in Tunisia and information concerning the military capabilities of various Arab nations. This was a clear breach of his plea deal, and prosecutors were incensed. They chose not, however, to file papers with the court advising of Pollard's reneging of the plea agreement. To make matters worse, Anne appeared on CBS's 60 Minutes on the 1st of March 1987, where she was interviewed by investigative reporter Mike Wallace. This was just 3 days prior to the sentencing hearing. The interview, intended by Anne and Jonathan to curry favor with the public and justify their actions, backfired spectacularly. Following the Blitzer interview, Defense Secretary Weinberger filed a supplementary memorandum in which he summed up his view of the harm caused by Pollard. He said, "It is difficult for me, even in the so-called Year of the Spy, to conceive of a greater harm to national security than that caused by the defendant in view of the breadth, the critical importance to the United States, and the high sensitivity of the information he sold to Israel." On the 4th of March 1987, Jonathan Pollard was sentenced to life imprisonment. Anne was sentenced to 5 years imprisonment. Pollard's sentence immediately sparked controversy, with many considering the US government to have reneged on the plea deal by seeking a life sentence. Many were shocked by the severity of the sentence, given that many other US spies who had spied for the Soviet Union had got off far more lightly. In truth, what prosecutors had agreed with Pollard was to bring to the court's attention the nature, extent, and value of his cooperation in the investigation. Prosecutors still, however, recommended to the court that it impose a substantial period of incarceration and a monetary fine. It always remained within the judge's discretion to impose a sentence which could never be limited by any plea deal. In the media, opinions from Pollard's sympathizers and critics spanned the full gamut, portraying him in turn either as a selfless hero or a self-aggrandizing criminal. In Mark Shaw's Miscarriage of Justice, the author emphasized the disproportionality of Pollard's sentence, painting him as an intelligent but desperate and overly idealistic naval analyst. In The Hunting Horse, The Truth Behind the Jonathan Pollard Spy Case, Elliot Goldberg argued that Pollard was merely a scapegoat in a massive US effort to cover up its dealings with Saddam Hussein and his chemical weapons arsenal. In contrast, Agent Ronald Olive, the NIS investigator who played a key role in uncovering Pollard's espionage, wrote in his book, Capturing Jonathan Pollard, that he was greedy, arrogant, and unrepentant, the damage he caused being incalculable and colossal. Following sentencing, Pollard was moved around the U.S. prison system until being transferred to the Butner Federal Correction Complex in North Carolina. This is where he served the majority of his sentence. Anne Pollard served just 3.5 years of her 5-year sentence before being released on parole due to her ongoing health condition. After release, she immigrated to Israel. Despite campaigning for her husband's release, she received divorce papers from Jonathan out of the blue, seeking separation on the basis that the marriage had irretrievably broken down. Pollard soon remarried Esther Elaine Zeitz, a Canadian schoolteacher who had also campaigned for clemency. As Jonathan languished in jail year after year, support for him, both domestically in the United States and in Israel, began to mount. It was only in 1998 that Israel formally acknowledged Pollard as having been their spy. A formal proclamation said Jonathan Pollard had acted as an official Israeli agent handled by those serving as high-ranking senior officials of the Israeli Bureau for Scientific Relations. While still in jail, Pollard was granted Israeli citizenship. He failed in all appeals to have his sentencing overturned, and a succession of US presidents declined to grant clemency or to commute his sentence. Pollard even found himself being used as a bargaining chip in then US Secretary of State John Kerry's attempts to broker a Middle Eastern peace deal in 2014. But that too came to nothing. After spending 30 years behind bars, Jonathan Pollard was released on parole in 2015. His parole was subject to strict conditions, including that he live within the New York area, have limited to no access to the internet, report regularly to his parole officer, and wear an ankle bracelet. Once his parole conditions expired in 2020, Pollard realized his lifelong ambition to make Aliyah and immigrated to Israel with his wife Esther on the 30th of December 2020. Upon his arrival in Israel, he kissed the tarmac and was welcomed as a national hero by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Today, Pollard remains living in Israel. His second wife, Esther, sadly passed away of COVID in January 2022. Jonathan makes interview appearances on TV and gives keynote speeches telling of his life and experiences. He remains a celebrated hero in his new home, while his legacy of betrayal in the United States lives on, nearly 40 years later. The United States and Israel were able to put the Pollard saga behind them, although both sides likely remain more vigilant than before. During Pollard's many debriefings and polygraph exams, a common line of questioning was whether any others were involved in his espionage activities. Conspiracy theories circulated concerning a mysterious Mr. X, a shadowy top US government official rumored to be the kingpin in a much larger network of spies. Occam's razor would suggest, however, that this is an unlikely scenario. As with all spies and double agents, the factors and circumstances that led Jonathan Pollard to spy are varied. In his own mind, he was justified in what he did. In the mind of the law, he committed a criminal act and received a just punishment. The cold winter air bit at Nicholas Shadrin's face as he stepped out into the dimly lit streets of Vienna. It was 6:30 p.m., and the city was cloaked in the quiet hush of a winter evening. The former Soviet naval captain turned American double agent had left his wife back at their hotel room, assuring her that he wouldn't be long. As he approached the steps of a centuries-old church, its spire visible from the nearby US consulate, a shiver of unease ran down his spine. This was his second meeting with the KGB on this trip, and a rendezvous to which he had become accustomed. But this time, something about it felt different. Two men emerged from the shadows, their faces familiar, yet their expressions inscrutable. Shadrin nodded in recognition, a thin layer of tension hanging in the air. Without a word, they gestured towards a dark sedan idling at the curb. The car door opened with a foreboding creak, and after a moment's hesitation, Shadrin slid into the back seat. The door closed behind him with a finality that echoed in the stillness of the night. As the sedan pulled away, the lights of the US consulate glimmered in the distance, but there was no one there to see him off. His CIA handlers had opted for no protective surveillance. The car disappeared into the labyrinth of Vienna's streets, and with it, Nicholas Shadrin vanished. never to be seen again. He was not always named Nicholas Shadrin. He was born Nikolai Fedorovich Artemonov. It was the 19th of May 1928 in Leningrad when Nikolai was welcomed into a family that was, prior to the Russian Revolution, rather affluent. His mother was a teacher and his father a mechanical engineer. Baptized into the Russian Orthodox Church, young Nikolai enjoyed a loving home life. He became a member of the Young Pioneers while attending elementary school. This was the communist equivalent of the Scouts. An avid reader, Nikolai excelled at school and in 1941, when he turned 13, was selected to attend a prestigious naval secondary school on Vasilyevsky Island, the largest of the St. Petersburg Islands. From that moment, Nikolai had his sights set on becoming a naval officer. He and his family had first, however, to survive the Second World War and the Axis siege of Leningrad, which started in September 1941. By the time that the Soviets succeeded in lifting the siege in January of 1944, Nikolai had lost his beloved pet dog, a German shepherd that was a casualty to the war effort, where dogs were trained to run at German tanks with explosives strapped to their backs. During the impossibly tough years of the war, Nikolai's father had to trade in virtually all his remaining valuable possessions to feed his family. But even this was not enough to save Nikolai's mother from starving to death. Nikolai himself didn't emerge physically unscathed, losing some of his teeth due to malnutrition. Having survived the horrors and hardships of World War II, Nikolai completed his secondary education and had the honor of enrolling in 1945 in the Frunze Naval Academy. There he majored in subjects such as radio electronics, weaponry, and naval science. He went on to graduate in the 15th percentile of his class in 1949, which is the same year that he became a member of the Communist Party. Nikolai felt a strong sense of national pride, particularly in the immediate aftermath of the war, and was fully confident in the ability of Joseph Stalin to lead his people. However, the seeds of resentment for the Soviet regime, which later turned to hate, were firmly planted in him from an early age. When he was a young boy, he was taught that enemies were everywhere, and that, if necessary, he should be prepared to denounce even his own family members. He witnessed arrests in the streets, and friends and neighbors suddenly disappeared, usually into the NKVD torture chambers. After joining the Soviet Navy, Nikolai was laser-focused on his goal of becoming an officer. His rise through the naval ranks was nothing short of meteoric, within 3 years becoming the deputy commander of a destroyer. In September of 1955, by the age of 27, Nikolai Artemonov was promoted to commander of a Soviet Red Banner Baltic Fleet destroyer, becoming the youngest Russian ever to hold such a position. His ship was specially selected to represent the Soviet Union on official tours to Copenhagen, Malta, and England. He was indeed the archetypical new Soviet man, hard-working and austere, intellectually and physically fit, and committed to the communist cause and ideals. While Nikolai held a deep love for Mother Russia and its rich history and cultural heritage, he was growing quietly resentful of the Soviet system. Building on his experiences as a youth, he then heard with dismay of the quashing of the 1956 Hungarian Revolution and the brutal stamping out of the unrest in Poland. It would not be long before the resentment would be such that Nikolai would turn his back on the Soviet Union for good. By October of 1958, Nikolai's ship was assigned to Gdynia in Poland, where he worked with the Polish Navy in training Indonesian sailors, the Soviet government being a strong financial and ideological backer of the Indonesian regime. Just 1 month into his new assignment, Nikolai met a beautiful, young, dark-eyed woman with whom he would almost instantly fall in love. Blanka Eva Gora, a recently qualified dentist and the daughter of an officer in the Polish Merchant Marine, was soon wooed by the dashing 6'2" ambitious young Russian commander. Within a few short months, the couple were engaged to be married. There were, however, two problems. Nikolai Artemonov was already married, and Eva Gora had absolutely no intentions of leaving Poland to live in the Soviet Union. The first obstacle, Nikolai said, was easily overcome. He was estranged from his wife, and he knew senior members of the party that would consent to his divorce and remarriage to Eva. The second problem proved a more difficult hurdle. Eva was adamant that she would never step foot in the Soviet Union, let alone settle there for the rest of her life. As much as Poland was under the sphere of influence of the Soviet Union, the Poles generally harbored deep-rooted animosity towards the USSR, stemming from centuries of Russian attempts of subjugation. For Eva, a move east was totally off the cards, her father being utterly dismayed that his daughter was even associating with a Soviet in the first place. But Nikolai's love for Eva, and how much he had grown to detest the Soviet Union, led him to propose a plan that was as bold as it was dangerous. As the couple sat in the back seat of Nikolai's private limousine on the way to celebrate the commander's 31st birthday, he lowered his voice and asked Eva a question. Would she be prepared to flee from Soviet-controlled Poland and start a new life with him in the West? Eva, although giddy with excitement, faced her decision with understandable trepidation. Their journey would be fraught with danger. If they were caught, they would surely be imprisoned, or worse. For Nikolai, it meant giving up an illustrious career in the Soviet Navy. For both of them, it meant surely never seeing their families again. Eva didn't have much time to consider Nikolai's proposal. He was due to return to the Soviet Union within a few short weeks. If her decision was a yes, Nikolai needed 24 hours' notice to make final preparations. A few days later, Eva made her decision. She would go with her love to the West. Nikolai's plan to escape Poland would take all his skills and talents as a seaman. One of the privileges he enjoyed as a Navy commander was access to his own personal 22-foot motor launch, which was used to ferry him from ship to shore. This would be the vessel the couple would use on their journey west. Using only the stars and a simple compass, Nikolai carefully plotted his route across the Baltic Sea to Sweden, studying the currents and the crisscrossing routes of both the Polish and Soviet ships. Planning to make landfall at the island of Åland on the southeastern coast of Sweden, the journey would take 24 hours, half of which would be in the daylight and thus even more perilous. On the beautifully clear evening of the 6th of June 1959, the couple embarked on their escape. They had to take with them a young Russian sailor named Popov, who was assigned to operate the motor launch that night. Nikolai told him that they intended to go out on a fishing trip, which justified the packing of provisions and extra gasoline. Sending Popov below, and armed only with his prized pistol, Nikolai aimed his boat towards the Gulf of Danzig and set off. By 11 p.m., the boat had entered the open waters of the Baltic Sea, and the weather had erupted into a squall. With the confused Russian sailor below deck, Nikolai expertly navigated his boat, avoiding all Soviet and Polish ship patrols, and the next evening landing the boat just half a mile away from its intended target on the shores of Åland. After disembarking, the trio walked along the coast until they stumbled upon a small fishing village where they were greeted and taken in by the locals. Nikolai had no intention of using his high station to barter for himself a better position in the West. He viewed his exodus as requiring a clean slate. As such, he entered Sweden in a civilian business suit, leaving his Navy uniform along with his treasured pistol behind on the motor launch. Nikolai managed to get the fisherman to hail a taxi for him. Then he, Eva, and the utterly confused Russian sailor Popov were taken to a small local police station. Eventually, a member of the Swedish Navy was called to speak with Nikolai. Commander Sven Rydstrom spoke Russian and struck up an immediate rapport with the new defectors. Nikolai and Eva were transferred to a larger police station and then on to a Stockholm safe house. Arrangements were made for Popov, the then terrified Russian sailor, to be sent back home. It was only after Nikolai and Eva made landfall that the Soviet Navy realized that their star commander and his Polish girlfriend were missing. The KGB immediately launched an extensive but quiet investigation, knocking on the doors of every family member, friend and acquaintance to try to establish what had happened. As the news of Artemonov's defection and his brave voyage across the Baltic spread across Sweden and then the world's media, the Soviets did all they could to hush the matter up, with no reporting of the incident occurring in Soviet newspapers or other media. Nikolai's weeks-long interrogation by the Swedes ended with the acceptance by the authorities that he was a bona fide defector and not playing a KGB spy game. The problem was, Sweden was in close proximity to Soviet satellite states and was no place for a Russian defector to settle. Nikolai and Eva needed to be moved elsewhere. The couple hadn't given much thought to where they would go, their focus being only the escape. Commander Rydstrom suggested England, but Eva proposed the United States, where she believed she would be able to practice dentistry. Rydstrom expressed reservations about this idea, saying that the Americans could at times be just as callous as their Soviet counterparts should it serve their own goals. The commander's warning notwithstanding, it was Eva that initiated communication with the USA after approaching the American embassy in Stockholm. Of course, the American authorities immediately indicated their interest in welcoming Artemonov to the United States as a defector, and so it was on the 1st of August 1959, after the necessary paperwork had been shuffled around, that Nikolai and Eva continued their journey west. They flew in secret aboard a cargo plane from Stockholm to Frankfurt, where they were housed in the CIA's defector reception center. This was not an altogether pleasant experience for them. Nikolai and Eva became increasingly anxious after being compelled to take numerous polygraph tests, the results of which were never disclosed. For 3 weeks, Nikolai had to endure endless interviews and psychiatric evaluations. Eventually, however, their good faith was accepted and they were cleared to be transferred on to the United States of America. Nikolai and Eva landed at Andrews Air Force Base at 2 a.m. on the 22nd of August 1959. The Office of Naval Intelligence had been preparing for their arrival and could not wait to meet the highest-ranking Soviet naval officer ever to defect to the United States. The timing of Nikolai's arrival could not have been more fortuitous. The Soviet Navy was undergoing its largest ever fleet buildup, such that there were concerns that its navy would soon rival that of the USA. While Nikolai Artemonov brought with him not a single document, what he did have was knowledge that was vast and current. He knew the technical capabilities of the Skori-class destroyer that he had commanded like the back of his hand, and was privy to the latest in Soviet naval tactics, weaponry, and communications systems. His debriefing could potentially save millions of dollars and allow the USA to better focus their research and development goals and spending. Initially, the CIA was not much interested in Nikolai Artemonov, given that he had no physical documents to share. This suited Nikolai just fine. He took a dim view of spying and espionage, having a disdain for the KGB and little interest in dealing with their Western counterparts, the CIA. As a trained military man, he regarded the tactics of intelligence agencies as crude and underhanded. Nikolai was relieved to learn that he would be dealing primarily with the ONI, the Office of Naval Intelligence, with the goal that he would bring the agency up to speed on Soviet naval technology and tactics. Nikolai Artemonov was no name for a newly settled defector wanting to blend in. Nikolai naturally changed to Nicholas, or Nick, and Eva chose for themselves the surname Shadrin. Ironically, the name was taken from the arch-villain in Alexander Pushkin's famed work, The Captain's Daughter. Before his work with the ONI could begin, Nicholas Shadrin had to undergo an arduous CIA interrogation. For 8 hours a day, he was grilled about his former life in the Soviet Union and the reasons for his decision to defect. The CIA wanted to extract from Shadrin all information that was considered perishable. In other words, his knowledge of Soviet cryptographics and current operating plans, which were things that the Soviets would no doubt quickly change as a result of the defection. Shadrin loathed the long days dealing with the CIA officers, whom he referred to in a derogatory sense as plumbers. He also grew increasingly anxious, which soon turned to anger over the fact that he and Eva had not been issued with any identity papers or US passports. They had nothing to show who they were, and Shadrin felt at the complete mercy of an agency he did not respect nor trust. While all this was going on, Eva was improving her command of the English language thanks to her larger-than-life tutor, a Polish woman named Mrs. Forrester. She was also growing accustomed to a new Western lifestyle and intended to study to qualify for an American dentistry license. At the end of September 1959, Nicholas and Eva were moved from their Washington safe house to an old farmhouse near Leesburg, Virginia, where they stayed only a few months, being moved to a luxurious new safe house in McLean, Virginia in December of 1959. It was around this time that Nicholas and Eva were married in a small civil ceremony by a justice of the peace, Nick's previous marriage having been dissolved by means of a Mexican divorce. After 9 months of debriefing, it was decided finally that Nicholas Shadrin would be hired as a consultant for the ONI. As valued as he was as a defector, granting him a security clearance was always going to be a risk. One could never say for certain where exactly the loyalties of a defector such as Nicholas Shadrin lay. While authorization for him to commence work with the ONI was given, he was not granted any security clearance. Hoping that he would soon enough demonstrate to his superiors that he could be trusted with US state secrets, Shadrin got to work as a consultant and intelligence analyst. Nicholas Shadrin had been paid a lump sum by the CIA for the lengthy debriefing, which he used as a down payment on a new home for him and Eva in Arlington, Virginia. Life was starting to settle down for the Shadrin family, or so it seemed. It wouldn't be long before his journey, which should have remained a fairly straightforward case of defection, would take a sharp twist and turn to rival even the most thrilling of spy novels. In September of 1960, Nicholas Shadrin was preparing to appear before a subcommittee of the House Un-American Activities Committee. Established by the U.S. House of Representatives in 1938, the HUAC had as its primary objective the investigation of alleged disloyalty and subversive activities by private citizens, public employees, and organizations suspected of having communist ties. In short, it was a tool used by the USA to counter the communist propaganda emanating from the Soviet Union and to combat the spread of communism in American society. It was no coincidence that Shadrin's appearance before the committee occurred just 5 days before the arrival of Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev in the USA on the 20th of September 1960 to attend the United Nations General Assembly. Khrushchev made a now famous state visit to the USA a year prior in 1959, and so the Kennedy administration knew what to expect in terms of the propaganda that would be peddled. The purpose of Shadrin's appearance before the HUAC was intended to counter this propagandizing by him describing his life in the Soviet Union. For 2 days, Shadrin had makeup and a disguise applied to his face by cosmetic specialists. He appeared before the committee using his birth name, Nikolai Artemonov, and everyone knew exactly who he was, so it was not clear then, both to Eva or Nicholas, why his appearance needed to be altered. Nevertheless, at the hearing, Captain Artemonov railed against the Soviet Union and its political system. He disclosed to the committee the adoption by the Soviet Union of their doctrine of a surprise first nuclear strike against the United States. Artemonov said that, contrary to Khrushchev's appeal to disarm, the Soviet Union were themselves preparing for a first strike, and that the USA should not fall for his false promises. He also disclosed the fact of the Soviet Union using fishing trawlers to spy on American ships off the coast of the USA. All this was, of course, information that was not news to US intelligence, but it was the first time that the public at large had heard it. Nicholas Shadrin's testimony had its intended effect, shocking the American public and making the front pages of newspapers across the USA. The damaging testimony was also beamed by Radio Free Europe into communist bloc countries, serving to bolster US propaganda and encourage local anti-communist groups. The Soviet regime was surprised to see the re-emergence of their former naval commander when he appeared before the HUAC. The leads in his disappearance had quickly gone cold, with the KGB knowing only from Popov, who had the misfortune to be piloting the motor launch on the night of the escape, that Nikolai Artemonov had escaped to Sweden. After breaking cover at the committee hearing, Nicholas Shadrin was tried in absentia in the Soviet Union and sentenced to death. Brushing aside the thought of capital punishment, Shadrin showed his true value to the USA during the Cuban Missile Crisis in October of 1962. He made a massive contribution towards the ONI's assessment of Soviet naval strength, being able to state with full confidence that the Soviet Navy lacked the range to include Cuban waters. This sort of information was critical to US President John F. Kennedy in making minute-to-minute policy and strategy decisions. While her husband was making global news headlines and helping to stop the outbreak of World War III, Eva had enrolled to study for her US dentistry license. She went on to graduate from Howard University in 1964, and 3 years later set up her own dental practice. Nicholas Shadrin also returned to his studies in 1961, reading for his master's degree in engineering at George Washington University. For a defector as prominent as Nicholas Shadrin, the danger of Soviet reprisals was always lurking behind every corner. Not long after his bombshell testimony at the HUAC, Lieutenant Commander Lev Vitorin, a man whom Shadrin knew well from the Naval Academy, arrived in Washington to take up the position of Assistant Naval Attaché to the Soviet Embassy. Being a highly trained Soviet agent, Shadrin also knew him to be the best pistol marksman in the Soviet Baltic Fleet. Shadrin became immediately convinced that the man had been sent to America to track him down and kill him. For the next few years, Shadrin was forever looking over his shoulder and felt a constant sense of unease. Shadrin feared the worst one night after he fell ill during Eva's graduation dinner. Suffering from acute stomach pain, Shadrin was convinced that he had been poisoned by the KGB. After being rushed to hospital, it was determined that he was simply suffering from a bout of stomach flu. For a man as confident and calm as Nicholas Shadrin, even he feared the KGB, knowing how they handled defectors. In reality, the KGB had not forgotten about their traitor Nikolai Artemonov. They intended, or so it seemed, not to kill him, but to recruit him. In 1966, the newly appointed Director of Central Intelligence, Richard Helms, received a puzzling phone call early one morning. The man on the other end, calling himself Igor and speaking with a heavy Russian accent, said that he was an officer of the KGB stationed in Washington and that he had a very important matter to discuss. The caller was Igor Koshnov, a senior KGB officer and the head of counterintelligence for the KGB station at the Soviet Embassy. He was, of course, very well known to the CIA and was a man that was highly politically connected to people within the inner circle of Soviet leadership. A meeting was quickly arranged. If Koshnov could be recruited as an agent for the CIA, he could likely help American intelligence weed out the moles they knew they had within their own ranks. 5 hours later, at a meeting in a Washington safe house, Koshnov said that he had been assigned by the KGB to recruit Nicholas Shadrin as a double agent. He was due to return to the Soviet Union within a few months. If, upon his return to Russia, he could confirm that the recruitment had been a success, he would surely be on a fast track to promotion. His proposal was that if the CIA could help him recruit Shadrin, he, in return, would start providing intelligence to the CIA on KGB penetration of the agency. The offer sounded too good to be true, with many in the know at the CIA being convinced that Koshnov was a KGB dangle. Nevertheless, The desire to root out spies was far too great, and the CIA accepted Kochenov's offer. It was reasoned by CIA head James Angleton that even if Kochenov was a provocateur, Shadrin faced no danger so long as he never left the United States. At this point, Nicholas Shadrin had no idea that he was soon to become the center of a dangerous spy game. Given how he couldn't stand intelligence agencies, Shadrin was going to be an almost impossible nut to crack. It remained obscure how the CIA planned to convince Shadrin to become a CIA agent and then allow himself to be recruited by the KGB as a double agent. It was eventually decided that it would only be a Navy man that could convince Shadrin to play along. Admiral Rufus L. Taylor, the then director of the Office of Naval Intelligence, was held in very high regard by Nicholas Shadrin. Taylor would later go on to become the deputy director of the CIA. It was the admiral who was tasked with winning over Shadrin. He proposed that he serve his country by pretending to be recruited by the KGB should the opportunity arise. The opportunity had, of course, already arisen, but to this, Shadrin was none the wiser. At first, and as expected, he flatly refused the proposal. Admiral Taylor would, however, not give up so easily. Taking advantage of his relationship with Nicholas, Taylor told him that the operation would be run by the FBI's Soviet counterintelligence section. The CIA would only get involved if he traveled overseas, which was never going to happen due to the obvious safety concerns. This was an assurance that would later ring in his ears. Shadrin pondered his decision. As the years had worn on, the value of his intelligence began to wane. He was no longer ensconced in the Soviet Navy, and thus his knowledge of its internal affairs and strategies was growing stale. Admiral Taylor told Shadrin that playing the role of double agent would surely pave the way to him finally being granted a security clearance. Shadrin had felt that his lack of a security clearance is what was holding back his career. If he could just be given that, his career would surely soar to new heights. In the spring of 1966, and still mulling over his decision, Shadrin began working at the Defense Intelligence Agency. For him, this was at best a sideways move professionally. He felt that his new role, which mostly involved translating Russian articles into English, was a far cry from the high-value consulting work he had been undertaking for the ONI. As much as he didn't enjoy the work, it was still of value to American intelligence, and his output included reports that were sent directly to the White House. By the summer of 1966, Nicholas Shadrin finally relented and agreed to allow himself to be recruited by the KGB should an opportunity present itself. The operation would be run jointly by the FBI and the CIA. The Bureau assigned Albert Turner, an experienced operative, as Shadrin's handler. The agency, on the other hand, chose Bruce Soley, an officer with limited experience in Soviet operations and running foreign agents. Within a few days of him agreeing to the plan, and as if by pure chance, Igor Kochenov approached Nicholas Shadrin in a public place in the Washington area. Blissfully unaware that the meeting had been contrived by American intelligence, Shadrin immediately reported the contact to the FBI. Shadrin then agreed to participate in the operation, a decision that would lead him to act as a double agent for the next decade. Shadrin and his KGB handler, named Oleg Kozlov, began to meet in secret, with Shadrin handing over low-grade material, known as chicken feed in the espionage trade, to the KGB via dead drops around the Washington area. Shadrin played the role of disillusioned Soviet defector with aplomb, convincing the KGB that he was committed to helping the motherland and hoped to one day return home. Meanwhile, Igor Kochenov returned to the Soviet Union after the end of his tour in the USA and a thorough debriefing by the CIA. Kochenov remained a key priority for the CIA after he left the US. The hope was that Kochenov would be promoted in the wake of his success with recruiting Nicholas Shadrin, and that American intelligence would have eyes and ears within the upper echelons of the KGB leadership. However, with Igor back in Moscow, there was no way to communicate with him safely. The entire operation thus depended on Nicholas Shadrin stringing the KGB along and hopefully re-establishing contact with Koshnov. After 3 years of playing his role of double agent, Eva was surprised when her husband proposed that they take a holiday to Europe. It was to be the first time they had returned to the continent since their terrifying escape to Sweden a decade earlier. Traveling abroad, even for pleasure, came with its unique set of risks for a man like Nicholas Shadrin. But evidently, he was confident that he had duped the Soviets into believing that he was a genuine double agent. So in 1969, Nicholas and Eva departed the US, arriving first in England and then touring continental Europe for 17 days. This was genuinely a trip for tourism, with Nicholas not meeting with the KGB. It would, however, be 2 years later that the KGB proposed to Shadrin that he meet with KGB officers outside of the USA for the first time. The chosen location for the meeting was Montreal in Canada. Although outside of the US, Canada was close enough to home to offer Shadrin some level of comfort as to his personal safety. The trip went ahead in September of 1971. As soon as Eva and Nicholas had dropped their bags at the Hotel Bonaventure, Nicholas said that he needed to attend a business meeting, and that he wanted to get it out of the way so that they could enjoy their holiday. He handed his wife a note on which was written a number to call if he did not return from his meeting. Eva knew nothing about her husband's decision to work for the FBI, and thus was unaware of the potential danger he was heading into. As it turned out, Shadrin met with the KGB without incident, and the Shadrin family completed their tour of Montreal. Growing ever more confident, Nicholas and Eva traveled again to Europe in September of 1972. This time, their travels included a stopover in Vienna, the veritable beating heart of Cold War espionage. After the successful meeting in Montreal, the KGB invited Shadrin for another in-person meeting. Shortly after the couple's arrival in Vienna, Nicholas again told his wife that he had some business to attend to, but this time he would be staying the night. He handed Eva a sheet of paper with a number to call should he not return the next morning. As he had promised, Nicholas returned the next morning, clean-shaven and in good spirits. Exactly what happened at the meeting in Vienna is either not known or still classified. What is certain is that he met with KGB officers, but unfortunately, the man who he truly wanted to see, Igor Koshnov, was not present. What most likely occurred was that Shadrin received fine treatment at a villa where he may even have been granted a high rank in the KGB as a reward for his years of dedicated service. It is also thought that while in Vienna he received special training from the KGB in the operation of several high-tech spy communications devices, including a burst transmitter. When he returned stateside, his KGB handler, Oleg Kozlov, arranged for Shadrin to receive one of these transmitters along with a code book for sending secret transmissions delivered by diplomatic pouch. Although Shadrin had not managed to meet with Koshnov, the trip was still regarded as a success. The FBI and CIA truly believed that their agent was steadfastly trusted by the KGB. Whether or not this was the case will forever remain an unanswered question. What the Soviets wanted out of the engagement could have been any number of things. Perhaps they believed that Nicholas Shadrin could climb the ranks of American intelligence and be a key agent in place. On the other hand, if the KGB had only pretended to take the bait and intended at some stage to reel their traitor in, it would send a message to any potential future defector about how the KGB always gets its own back. It was expected that, given how successful Shadrin's trip to Vienna had been, his operation would soon start ramping up. However, the opposite occurred. A few weeks after the trip, Shadrin's handler was recalled to Moscow. With that, the minuet with the KGB suddenly ceased. Throughout 1973 and 1974, Shadrin had no further contact with the Soviets, and it seemed his operation was withering. It was only in the summer of 1974 that the Soviets suddenly reconnected with Shadrin via a series of telephone calls and then a cryptic note delivered to his home. The contact did not, however, result in any meetings or exchanges of information. In an attempt to get the operation back on track, the FBI directed Shadrin to request another high-level meeting with the KGB, sending him once again into the Lion's Den in Vienna. After being in transit for 18 hours, Nicholas and Eva Shadrin arrived at the Hotel Bristol in Vienna at 3 p.m. on the 17th of December 1975. After refreshing themselves, they went from their third-floor room down to the hotel bar for a drink. A few minutes later, Nicholas told Eva that he would have to leave for a business appointment at 5 p.m. He explained that the man he was to meet was a Russian who had been working for the USA for the last 25 years. He was going to meet the man on the steps of a large church building directly across from the United States consulate. Not to worry, he said, it was perfectly safe. Eva still had no idea of what her husband had truly got himself into. When 5 p.m. arrived, Nicholas left for his meeting. Eva went for a walk around the beautiful streets of winter Vienna. When she returned to the hotel just over an hour later, she received a telephone call from a woman named Anne Martin. Eva knew Anne as an acquaintance of her husband. What she didn't know was that Anne, not her real name, was in fact her husband's CIA minder. Eva joined Anne in her hotel room while she waited for her husband's return. Finally, at 10:30 p.m., Nicholas knocked at the door. He enthusiastically told both women how successful the meeting had been, but then spoke privately with Anne in the bathroom to give her more details. Shadrin said that he had been asked to attend another meeting in a few days' time. Eva, seeing her husband's jubilance, understood that the meeting might be the key to unlocking the professional success he so longed for. As the night of the 20th of December 1975 approached, after much deliberation, the CIA decided that it would not observe Shadrin when he attended the meeting with the KGB. The possibility of counter-surveillance spotting them couldn't be chanced. The risk of revealing Shadrin as being under CIA control was deemed greater than allowing him to go it alone. And so, fatefully, on the night of the 20th of December 1975, Nicholas Shadrin went off by himself. In front of the same church as before, he met two KGB agents who invited him into the back seat of a waiting sedan. The car drove off, and it was the last that Nicholas Shadrin would ever be seen or heard from again. Meanwhile, back in the hotel room, Eva delayed having dinner, expecting her husband to return later that evening once his brief business had concluded. She waited patiently, thinking to herself that until 12:30 p.m. there was no point in worrying. However, as time ticked away, Eva sat by the hotel telephone in vain, waiting either for Nick to call or to arrive back at the hotel room. By 2 a.m., her husband was nowhere to be seen, and Eva could wait no longer. She anxiously called Anne Martin, who simply said to sit tight and to deadbolt the hotel room door. By the next morning, Eva was a nervous wreck. Deep down, she knew her husband was never coming back. As there was no point hanging around in Vienna, on the 23rd of December 1975, Eva Shadrin was escorted by a US government official back to Washington. As the distraught wife departed Vienna without her husband, the CIA had most likely already accepted that their operation was over and their agents had been lost forever. After returning home, Eva faced a week of anguish over the Christmas and New Year period with no news from the authorities as to the fate of her missing husband. As difficult as it was, she had to keep silent because if the news of the disappearance was leaked to the press, it would likely compromise the already tiny prospect of Shadrin's return. It was only revealed to Eva months after the fact that her husband had been acting as a double agent against the Soviets. She found this hard to believe given Nicholas's view of espionage and was only convinced when the Soviet burst transmitter was retrieved from her attic where her husband had hidden it away. As 1976 dawned, there was a flurry of activity as the CIA scrambled to try and establish what had gone wrong. Secretary of State Henry Kissinger opened lines of communication with Soviet Ambassador Anatoly Dobrynin and the Soviet Foreign Minister Andrei Gromyko. US President Gerald Ford even made a direct appeal to Soviet leader Leonid Brezhnev, but it was all in vain. To whomever they spoke, the answer was always the same. The Soviet Union had no knowledge of the matter and had not seen Nicholas Shadrin in Vienna on the 20th of December 1975. Within the CIA, two factions were developing. In one camp, there were ongoing suspicions about the former Soviet commander. His dramatic escape from Poland across the Baltic Sea to them seemed a feat even too great for an experienced naval captain. This group was convinced that Nicholas Shadrin was a KGB plant all along and had played them for a fool. Those in the other camp remained steadfast in their view of Shadrin's genuine good faith. There was just no way that he could have been playing triple agent. This camp believed that Shadrin's operation had been compromised and that their agent had been kidnapped and taken back to the Soviet Union. The only question was whether Shadrin was still alive or had been taken to the basement of the Lubyanka building to receive the customary traitor's treatment. The CIA managed to communicate with Igor Koshnov on the issue, who said that he too was none the wiser. He said that he had helped to arrange the meeting the night of his disappearance, but had no idea what fate had befallen Nicholas Shadrin. As the months dragged on, it seemed the mystery would never be resolved. Despite the arrival on western shores of a number of other Soviet defectors, none had any insight as to what had happened to Nicholas Shadrin. Then, in March of 1976, famed East German lawyer Wolfgang Vogel emerged to say that he had it on good authority that Nicholas Shadrin was alive and that the Soviet Union would consider his return in a spy swap. Ultimately, however, the hope that Vogel had engendered was false. In the midst of arranging a negotiation meeting, his authority to speak on behalf of the Soviet Union in brokering a deal was abruptly withdrawn. By the time the story made its way to the press 7 months later, there had been no further leads or clues. For nearly a decade, the disappearance of Nicholas Shadrin remained a total mystery. This suddenly changed in 1985 when a senior KGB colonel, Vitaly Yurchenko, defected to the United States. Among the information he shared during his debriefing was the untimely fate of Nikolai Artemonov. According to Yurchenko, it was the KGB's plan all along to lure Shadrin to Vienna, abduct him and return him to the Soviet Union for his criminal sentence to be carried out. He said that in the struggle that ensued in the back seat of the sedan he entered that fateful night, a KGB agent had accidentally administered a fatal dose of chloroform to Shadrin while attempting to sedate him. Following this revelation, and on the 27th of October 1985, 2 FBI agents arrived on Eva Shadrin's doorstep to break the news of her husband's death. While the FBI's stance was that the fate of their agent was then established beyond a reasonable doubt, it was anything but. Yurchenko, in a remarkable turnaround, flew back to the Soviet Union where he was welcomed as a hero. A shadow was thus cast over everything he had told US intelligence during his debriefing. 3 years after Yurchenko's revelations, another CIA source claimed that Nikolai Artemonov was spotted alive and well at the funeral of the former head of the Russian Navy. The general consensus today, however, is that the truth was as told by Yurchenko, that Nicholas Shadrin was accidentally killed by the KGB. In all, the handling of the Shadrin operation was a total disaster from the start, with seemingly no justification for having placed the man in harm's way. After Koshnov was recalled to Moscow, there was very little gained from Shadrin's continued exchanges with his KGB handler Kozlov. Indeed, nobody at the CIA seemed to remember what the quid pro quo in the relationship was meant to be. Using a man as a double agent who had already been sentenced to death for his defection was about as foolhardy a plan that could ever have been conceived. According to Ernest Volkmann, Nikolai Artemonov's story represents the classic wilderness of mirrors effect of certain intelligence operations where all the lines between truth and untruth have been hopelessly blurred. Today, a portrait of Nicholas Shadrin hangs on the Patriots Memorial Wall within the Defense Intelligence Agency. In 2019, Eva Shadrin attended a ceremony where her husband was finally honored for his bravery in serving his adoptive nation, the United States. In the end, however, the recognition gave a little solace to Eva, knowing that her husband had been sacrificed by American intelligence for the sake of a dead-end operation. The art in espionage is the ability to hide in plain sight, and the greatest of spies are the ones you never learn about. This statement rings true in the case of Anthony Blunt. His life seemed predestined for greatness. A Cambridge graduate with familial ties to the royal family, he was the very picture of establishment respectability. His brilliance as a polymath, fluency in multiple languages, and renown as a world-class art historian made him virtually untouchable, and he knew it. Beneath his veneer of aristocratic refinement lurked a secret that would shake Britain to its very foundations. For decades, Blunt operated as a Soviet spy as a member of the so-called Cambridge Five. His position in MI5 and then within the court of the British royal family granted him unprecedented access to top-secret information at the most critical junctures of World War II. It took 34 years before Blunt's treachery was finally revealed by British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher. As shocking as his betrayal was to the British public, a new hypothesis suggests that he may have also been handing secrets to the Nazis, which prolonged the war and cost thousands of Allied lives. Labeling Anthony Blunt as the most dangerous spy in history, as some have done, may seem hyperbolic, but when considering the information he had access to, and thus the power he held to influence the strategic balance of power, it may be true. Anthony Blunt was born on the 26th of September 1907 in Bournemouth, Hampshire, to a family with a strong Church of England background. His father, Arthur Stanley Vaughan Blunt, was a vicar and became the chaplain at the British Embassy in Paris. This led in 1911 to the family moving to France, where Anthony spent much of his childhood and where he attended preparatory school. It was also in France where Anthony's lifelong interest in French art and architecture was sparked. Anthony's mother, Hilda, was a distant relative of the British royal family, making Anthony the third cousin of the Queen Mother. The Blunt family was thus well entrenched in the ranks of the British establishment, a fact that would open many professional and social doors for young Anthony in his future. When he returned to England as a teenager, Blunt was educated at the prestigious Marlborough College from 1921 to 1926. There he joined the Society of Amici, a group of left-leaning intellectuals, and in 1928 he founded Venture, a magazine featuring left-wing writers. By this stage of his life, Blunt was already a staunch supporter of international communism. He later attended Trinity College in Cambridge, initially studying mathematics before switching to modern languages, graduating with a first-class degree in 1930. While at university, Anthony Blunt became involved with a secret society of intellectuals calling themselves the Apostles. Cambridge University as an institution emerged as a hotbed of communist and Marxist thought and activity during the 1930s. As such, the university was a fertile recruiting ground for the NKVD, the Soviet intelligence agency and precursor to the KGB. The environment of the 1930s, with its polarized political climate, made left-wing ideologies appealing to many disillusioned and disaffected young men. the Great Depression, the rise of fascism in continental Europe as seen in the Spanish Civil War and in Nazi Germany, and the perceived failures of Western capitalist democracies pushed many to view communism as the antidote to all the world's problems. In the words of Ernest Volkmann, post-war Great Britain was a time of shattered illusions and bleak futures in which Marxist ideology was nurtured and flourished. It had also become fashionable for the young intelligentsia, many of whom found themselves among the upper echelons of the British class system, to engage in an ideological rebellion. Anthony Blunt was also a homosexual, at a time when in Great Britain it was illegal to be so. This put him at personal odds with the state and society, perhaps emboldening him to embrace an ideology that was also in conflict with the establishment. His visit to Soviet Russia during this time also served to draw him ever further towards the political left. Through the apostles, Blunt met like-minded individuals, including Guy Burgess. Also a homosexual, Burgess was charming, witty, and prone to outbursts of outrageous behavior. This was in contrast to Blunt, who was reserved and austere. Blunt's involvement with the apostles and his Marxist beliefs put him firmly within the crosshairs of NKVD talent spotters on the campus. Former Roman Catholic priest and Soviet intelligence officer Theodore Marley initiated contact with Blunt and ultimately recruited him to work for the NKVD. This occurred either in 1933 or 1934. Blunt's primary work for the NKVD was to act as a talent spotter, identifying and assessing potential recruits among left-wing students at Cambridge. He went on to recruit others into the spy ring, which became known as the Cambridge Five. Its other members comprised Kim Philby, Guy Burgess, Donald Maclean, and John Cairncross. There was at least one other whom he recruited, fellow apostle and American Michael Straight, the significance of which would only be realized many decades later. While Anthony Blunt became known as the fourth man, given the exposure of other members of the Cambridge spy ring that preceded him, it is now believed that Blunt was in fact the first man recruited by the Soviets into the group which they called the Magnificent Five. There is, however, debate about whether it was Blunt who recruited Burgess or vice versa, with Blunt saying it was the charismatic and whimsical Burgess who recruited Blunt to the Soviet cause. There have been accusations of Blunt using his sexuality as a weapon in his Soviet recruitment strategy, romancing potential recruits and then threatening their exposure should they not toe the line. Whatever the truth, it is not disputed that Blunt enjoyed great success prowling the halls of Cambridge looking for new recruits. Having become a sleeper agent in the pre-war years, Anthony Blunt's career as an art historian was distinguished and influential. He was elected as a Fellow at Trinity College, Cambridge, based on his dissertation on artistic theory in France and Italy during the Renaissance. His expertise in 17th century painting, particularly the works of Nicolas Poussin, would become widely recognized. It was, however, the outbreak of World War II in 1939 that saw Anthony Blunt and his fellow spies being activated for the Soviet cause. Blunt made a conscious decision not to join the Communist Party of Great Britain, but his communist affiliations became a blocker when he first applied to join the British Army Intelligence Corps. They do say, however, that it is who you know that counts. Also a member of the Cambridge Apostles Network was Baron Victor Rothschild of the famed banking family. At the time, he was working for MI5 as the head of the explosives and sabotage section. Rothschild put in a good word for Anthony, as a result of which he was promptly appointed to No. 21 Field Security Unit as a military liaison officer. Thus, despite being known as a communist sympathizer, it seems Blunt's strong anti-fascist stance led MI5 to consider him an asset rather than a threat. By December 1939, Blunt had attained the rank of captain and was stationed in Boulogne, France, as part of the British Expeditionary Force. He found his role to be distinctly dreary, and he wondered whether he was being punished for his past political affiliations. His military service was, however, short-lived, as he was among those evacuated during Operation Dynamo. Back in England, Anthony Blunt felt a renewed sense of commitment to anti-fascism. He desired to make a more meaningful contribution to the war effort, and felt that his talent for languages and his academic background made intelligence work the right fit for his ambitions. His decision to pursue a career in intelligence also cannot be seen as being entirely independent of Soviet influence. When the war broke out, Britain's Secret Intelligence Service needed all hands on deck. There was very little in the way of vetting processes, and provided one had gone to the right school, had good family connections, and was generally considered a good egg, you were in. The recruits were largely drawn from aristocratic backgrounds or those with familial ties to existing MI5 officers, many of whom, according to MI5 Secretary Joan Miller, were young men who had never worked before. As a result of the rapid expansion of British intelligence, in 1940, MI5 headquarters was secretly relocated to an evacuated section of Wormwood Scrubs Prison in West London. The prison's secondary role as intelligence HQ was short-lived. During the London Blitz of 1940, the Luftwaffe bombed the prison, requiring MI5 to relocate to other premises. It seemed strange for the Germans to specifically target a prison in a dive bomb attack, leading to questions over whether Nazi high command had received a tip-off. Blunt, of course, would have been a prime suspect. As a freshly recruited intelligence officer, Blunt was disappointed to be posted to D Division, which dealt with military security, and not counter-espionage and sabotage operations, which was where he desired to work. Nevertheless, it wasn't long before Anthony Blunt was transferred to B Division, responsible for counter-espionage against the Germans and the Soviets. There he soon made an impression on MI5 counterintelligence chief Guy Liddell. Blunt was 32 years old at that point, and became Liddell's personal assistant. Rumors abound that the two men were closer than mere colleagues. By this stage, the pre-war investment by the Soviets into recruiting their Magnificent Five started to pay dividends. Blunt was then working for MI5, Guy Burgess and Philby were climbing the ranks of MI6, and Donald Maclean worked in the British Foreign Office. By 1943, and completing the Cambridge Five, John Cairncross was working at Bletchley Park on ultra ciphers. In 1942, Anthony Blunt was tasked with heading up a project code-named XXX. This was an ongoing operation by the British to monitor the diplomatic missions of neutral countries, including Portugal, Spain, and Sweden. These nations being suspected of providing cover for German intelligence operations, Blunt's primary task was to develop methods of intercepting diplomatic bags from the embassies as they were transported back to their home countries. This allowed MI5 to examine and photograph their contents. Blunt's team collaborated with port security and the post office. At ports, couriers were persuaded to hand over their bags, which were then placed in a safe. Blunt's operatives would open the safe, remove the bags and examine them before resealing them without leaving any trace. Similar tactics were employed at airports, where flights were delayed to facilitate the interception of diplomatic pouches. As diplomatic bags and pouches were meant to be inviolable and not subject to search or seizure, the operation was highly illegal. MI5 was delighted at Blunt's ability to build a network of embassy workers to do his bidding, and even more so at the haul of confidential information it produced, as was the NKVD, for they too received photographed copies of all the information courtesy of Blunt. Blunt was also responsible for monitoring the movements of diplomatic staff and foreign nationals, information which he of course not only handed over to MI5, but the KGB also. As the war was heading towards its climax in 1944, Blunt was named MI5 liaison with the Supreme Headquarters Allied Expeditionary Force, the Allied High Command in Europe. This position not only gave him access to the intelligence emanating from Ultra, Britain's top-secret code-breaking operation, but also to key operational plans, including the invasion of Normandy. Blunt was assigned to a planning group responsible for putting the finishing touches on Operation Fortitude, the Allies' grand plan to deceive Hitler into believing that the invasion would happen at Calais, not Normandy. As a matter of course, Blunt passed on everything he knew about Fortitude, as well as all ultra-intelligence that came into his possession. This was derived mostly from intercepted and decrypted Wehrmacht radio traffic emanating from the Eastern Front. This was information that was invaluable to the Soviets. From the contents of diplomatic telephone conversations, deciphered diplomatic telegrams, To agency gossip and intelligence from embassies across Europe, Blunt supplied Soviet intelligence with no less than 1,771 documents between 1941 and 1945. One of Blunt's key contacts and suppliers of top-secret materials was stationed at Bletchley Park. Fellow spy ring member John Cancross helped to pass on secret information regarding British code-breaking intelligence against the Germans to the Soviets. This breach was particularly significant given the sensitive nature of the work conducted at Bletchley Park. One may think that passing on intelligence to the Soviet Union, which was after all then an ally, was not so egregious an offence. However, even then, it was an uncomfortable truth that the marriage was one of convenience born out of a need to defeat a common enemy. Ultra-intelligence, Operation Fortitude, and the planned Normandy landings were top secret and highly compartmentalized. Much of the intelligence and planning was withheld from the Soviets for multiple good reasons. Blunt had a desire to see a communist revolution in his own country and would have had few qualms about Great Britain being defeated in war if it served as the birth pangs of a new communist utopia. Anthony Blunt's involvement with Soviet espionage is well established, but new research suggests that he may have also been involved in one of the most damaging espionage operations of World War II, the betrayal of Operation Market Garden. This ambitious Allied offensive, launched in September of 1944, with 40,000 paratroopers being dropped behind enemy lines, is today still regarded as one of the greatest airborne invasions in military history. It had as its aim to capture key bridges in the Netherlands, including that at Arnhem, and to pave the way for a rapid advance into Nazi Germany. However, the operation was a disaster, with more than 17,000 Allied troops lost in what became one of the final defeats of the war for the Allies. As well as bringing an abrupt halt to the Allied advance, the failure of Operation Market Garden also paved the way for Stalin's troops to first reach Berlin. Had this not happened, the Iron Curtain, which split Europe in two, may have only been a theory of alternate history enthusiasts, rather than a grim reality that shaped global geopolitics for decades. The hypothesis by author Robert Verkake links Blunt to a mysterious figure known as Agent Josephine, a Nazi spy who passed critical intelligence about Operation Market Garden to the Germans. Josephine's warnings allowed the German forces to anticipate the Allied attacks and prepare an effective defense. The identity of Josephine has long been a subject of speculation, but these recent findings suggest that Blunt may have been the spy. In mid-1943, the codebreakers at Bletchley Park first started intercepting communications signed off by the mysterious Agent Josephine. The decoded communications were described by one MI5 officer as being the best illicit intelligence derived by the enemy from this country which he had ever seen. British intelligence soon identified Josephine's handler, a German lawyer by the name of Karl-Heinz Kramer, who operated out of the German embassy in Stockholm. And guess who was put in charge of investigating and identifying the mysterious mole on behalf of MI5? None other than Anthony Blunt himself. As Blunt made initial inquiries and possibly ran interference in Britain, MI6 had a man in Stockholm, Peter Falk, who was doing his own investigating. Falk managed to recruit the housekeeper for the Kramers, who had taken a strong dislike to Mrs. Kramer. Using a pat of cold butter to create an impression of the key to Karl Kramer's safe, MI6 were able to create a duplicate. Copies of documents found in the safe revealed extraordinarily sensitive information relating to the Allied war effort. Information that could only have been obtained from somebody high up in the intelligence ranks in Britain. Peter Falk immediately returned to England with copies of the documents. On the 23rd of December 1943, he met with Anthony Blunt at the Reform Club to discuss his findings. After saying that he was greatly concerned about British and America's plans for post-war Europe falling into Soviet hands via Kramer, Blunt is said to uncharacteristically have lost his temper, first suggesting that the documents were fake, and then saying categorically that there was no possibility that information was being leaked to the Soviets. Blunt left the club that night with the documents in hand, having promised to investigate further and report to his superiors at MI5. There is no evidence that he ever did so. When Blunt did finally identify a possible suspect, he singled out a loose-lipped Swedish diplomat named Frank Serval as the mole. However, even after Serval's arrest, intelligence continued to flow to the Nazis, raising suspicions that Blunt had protected the real source, himself. The possibility that Anthony Blunt was also working as a spy for Nazi Germany presents a new radical reinterpretation of his legacy. Robert Verkeek believes that it was Blunt himself who was Josephine, and that his role in sabotaging Market Garden aligned with both Nazi and Soviet interests. The theory suggests that by helping to thwart the Allied advance into Germany, Blunt may have been furthering the Soviet goal of controlling Eastern Europe. Had Operation Market Garden succeeded, Allied forces in all likelihood would have reached Berlin before the Soviets, altering the post-war balance of power. By ensuring the failure of the operation, Blunt may have been advancing Stalin's territorial ambitions. The argument goes that the reason that Blunt did not also compromise the Normandy invasion was because the opening of a second front in Europe also served Soviet interests. While it is an interesting theory, British intelligence agencies remained divided over the existence of Josephine, with some dismissing her, or him, as a mere fabrication or codename for various covert agents of the time. The notion that Anthony Blunt may have been both a Soviet and a Nazi spy would mark him as one of the most treacherous figures in modern history. His actions, if ever proven, directly contributed to the deaths of thousands of Allied soldiers and prolonged the war. By serving both Soviet and Nazi interests, Blunt's espionage had far-reaching consequences that shaped the course of World War II and the Cold War that followed. The mystery of Agent Josephine adds a new and darker dimension to Blunt's legacy. However, Miranda Carter, the author of His Lives, Anthony Blunt's seminal biography, remains highly skeptical that Blunt could have been Agent Josephine, her reasoning being not least of which that Blunt was so steadfastly anti-fascist that the possibility of him spying in any way to benefit the Nazis is beyond the realms of possibility. After the war, Anthony Blunt officially left the world of intelligence to return to a life of academia. In 1945, he was appointed Surveyor of the King's Pictures by King George VI. This was a role he continued under Queen Elizabeth II. This prestigious position brought him into close contact with the royal family and gave him access to royal residences and their art collections. His proximity to the monarchy and his reputation as an art expert provided him with an aura of respectability that helped deflect suspicion. Blunt was also appointed the director of the Courtauld Institute of Art in 1947, helping to transform it into a world-renowned institution. He was also a professor of art history at the University of London, and he was elected as a Fellow of the British Academy, even serving as its vice president. In August of 1945, King George VI personally tasked Blunt with a secret mission of utmost importance, at least to the Windsor family. Blunt was to accompany Sir Owen Morshead, the royal librarian, on a trip to Friedrichshof Castle near Frankfurt, Germany. The ostensible purpose of this mission was to retrieve voluminous correspondence written by Queen Victoria to her daughter, Empress Victoria, the mother of Kaiser Wilhelm II. There was, however, a more sensitive aspect to this assignment that required discretion. The true purpose of Blunt's mission was to recover damaging correspondence that would have shown certain members of the British royal family as being even more than just sympathetic to the Nazi cause. The Duke of Windsor, Edward VIII, who had abdicated the throne in order to marry divorcee Wallis Simpson, was a fervent Nazi. His commitment to Nazi fascism was such that during a 1937 visit to Germany, Adolf Hitler had agreed a deal to install the Duke as the head of a puppet government once Germany had conquered England. The potential fallout, should those letters have come to light, was deemed so critical that Blunt and Morshead's secret mission was personally sanctioned not only by the King, but also by British Prime Minister Sir Winston Churchill. The two men successfully recovered the letters, but it is believed that Blunt secretly photographed the documents and passed them on to his Soviet handler, Yuri Modin. This mission, whether viewed through the lens of preserving royal history or concealing potentially damaging information, demonstrates the trust placed in Blunt by the royal family and the British establishment. Even though Blunt's direct espionage activities diminished as the war in Europe drew to its end, he maintained contact with Soviet agents. He continued to pass along gossip from his former MI5 colleagues, in particular his old boss Guy Liddell, and handed over photographs he had taken with his Leica camera of documents obtained from Guy Burgess. This ongoing connection ensured a steady flow of information to Soviet intelligence, even as Blunt's official role changed. He continued in this fashion until Burgess's defection to the Soviet Union in 1951, at which point he severed ties with the Soviets. Controversially, Blunt was involved in assisting in the defection of Guy Burgess and Donald MacLean to the Soviet Union. Prior to the arrival of MI5 officers, Blunt managed to sneak into Burgess's apartment to remove several incriminating pieces of evidence, including documents that would have linked him to the spy ring. This not only protected himself and his fellow spies, but also preserved the broader Soviet intelligence network within British institutions. Even with the incriminating evidence having been destroyed, suspicion still fell on Anthony Blunt in the wake of the defections, given that he was known to be a friend and associate of MacLean and Burgess. As suspicions increased, Blunt's KGB handler at the time, Yuri Modin, offered to make arrangements for Blunt to be extracted to the Soviet Union. Blunt, however, declined, having become disillusioned with the practical outworkings of communism as seen in the USSR, and chose rather to take his chances remaining in the United Kingdom. He faced interrogators 11 times over the next few years, but managed always to avoid formal charges due to a lack of evidence. In spite of all this, in 1956, Blunt's apparent exemplary service to the Crown was rewarded with a knighthood. While there were still those who quietly suspected that Sir Anthony had been up to no good with the Soviets during the war, his status as a respected art historian and royal servant made him appear above reproach. Cracks in this facade would, however, soon start to show as events beyond his control across the Atlantic began to unfold. The exposure of Anthony Blunt's espionage activities came about through a combination of long-standing suspicions and a crucial tip-off from an unexpected source. The pivotal moment came in 1964, when Michael Straight, the fellow Cambridge student whom Blunt had recruited years earlier, broke cover. Straight had applied for a position in the Kennedy administration and was being vetted. Concerned that his secret past would be uncovered, he chose to reveal his past association with Soviet intelligence. Michael Straight named Anthony Blunt as the person who had recruited him as a Soviet spy, saying that he, Straight, had undertaken some minor espionage work before having a change of heart and cutting off ties with his communist connections. This bombshell was promptly shared with British intelligence, setting in motion the events that would lead to Blunt's exposure. On the 23rd of April 1964, MI5 officer Arthur Martin visited Blunt's apartment near Oxford Street in London. Martin informed Blunt that they now had concrete proof that he was the fourth man in the Cambridge spy ring. Initially, Blunt denied the accusations, maintaining the facade he had upheld for decades. The turning point came when Martin offered Blunt immunity from prosecution in exchange for a full confession. Weighing his options, and faced with this proposition, Blunt finally admitted to his espionage activities with the simple statement, "It's true." During his debriefing, he revealed only that which he was certain MI5 already knew. There was no doubt to all involved that Blunt was withholding information. For instance, he failed to identify John Cancross as the fifth man in the ring, which was only confirmed following the defection of Oleg Gordievsky in 1985. Blunt withheld that information, and who knows what else. The confession ought to have marked the end of Blunt's double life as a respected art historian and secret Soviet agent, but his position and status continued to protect him. The British authorities made the controversial decision to keep Blunt's confession a secret. This decision was likely influenced by a desire to avoid public embarrassment and to protect the reputation of both British intelligence and the Crown. Whether or not the information Blunt had retrieved from Germany years earlier had anything to do with it remains an open question. Blunt was allowed to retain his knighthood and continue his work, including maintaining access to the royal family. This was even after Queen Elizabeth II had been informed of his treachery. It wasn't until 1979, 15 years after his confession, that Blunt's espionage activities were finally made public. It was that year that certain MI5 officers, outraged by the cover-up, leaked details of the deal with Blunt to author Anthony Boyle. His book, The Fourth Man, or The Climate of Treason, made the case for a fourth Soviet spy among the Cambridge spy ring. While Boyle did not expressly name Blunt, Maurice, the pseudonym given to the character in the book, could have been none other than Anthony Blunt. When published, the book set off a media frenzy. With Blunt having failed to stop its publication through his lawyers, the magazine Private Eye first publicly connected Blunt to the story. Thus, on the 15th of November 1979, Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, responding to a question in the House of Commons, finally revealed that Sir Anthony Blunt had been a Soviet spy. The Prime Minister's decision to reveal the truth, beyond the pressure brought on by the book by Boyle, was driven by a complex interplay of personal conviction and political strategy. Thatcher was apparently personally affronted by the immunity deal granted to Blunt, and viewed the entire episode as reeking of establishment collusion. Thatcher's choice resonated with many in MI5 who had long resented the protection afforded to a known traitor, and sparked a broader debate about the handling of the Cambridge spy ring and the extent of Soviet penetration into the British establishment. Anthony Blunt's fall from grace was swift. Within hours of Thatcher's announcement, he was stripped of his knighthood. The loss of his title was just the beginning of his public disgrace. Professionally, Blunt's standing in the academic and art world crumbled. He was removed from his fellowship at Trinity College, severing his long-standing ties with the institution where his academic career had flourished and his spying career had germinated. The British Academy, of which Blunt was a fellow, faced pressure to expel him. Rather than face the humiliation of expulsion, Blunt opted to resign. He also resigned immediately from his most prestigious position, that of Surveyor of the Queen's Pictures, a role he had held since 1945. This severance from the royal household was particularly significant, given his long-standing connection to the monarchy and the trust that had been placed in him despite knowledge of his espionage. Blunt's reputation as an art historian, which he had built over decades, was irreparably damaged. His scholarly work, once highly respected, became tainted by his treachery. The public exposure led to intense media scrutiny and public condemnation. Blunt, who had enjoyed a privileged position in British society, became a pariah overnight. He was forced into seclusion, hiding from the press and the public outrage. Anthony Blunt made a single rare public appearance in a televised interview on the 20th of November 1979. This interview, broadcast on RTN's News at 10, saw Blunt explain his decision to spy for Soviet Russia. He framed his actions as putting conscience before country in the cause of anti-fascism, and that he remained loyal to the crown. He categorically denied that his actions during World War II had put any lives at risk, stating that the information he passed to the Soviets was almost exclusively about German intelligence services, and that he had no access to information about British agents or military defences. He also addressed his continued work with the royal family after his confession in 1964, describing his ability to compartmentalize his roles as schizophrenic. When pressed about being labelled a traitor, Blunt acknowledged that he had been referred to as such, but maintained that he hadn't betrayed his conscience. Anthony Blunt then finally retreated from public life. His memoirs, written after his unmasking but only published posthumously in 2009, revealed the psychological toll of his double life and the impact of its public revelation. Blunt chose to shed no further light on the extent of his betrayal. His writings did little to rehabilitate his reputation, with his contriteness being ascribed to regret at having lost his social position and status, rather than stemming from genuine remorse. To this day, Anthony Blunt remains a subject of enduring fascination and debate. In popular culture, Blunt's dual life has been featured in numerous books, documentaries, and dramatizations, including Netflix's The Crown. Anthony Blunt's contributions to Soviet intelligence were substantial and multifaceted, from passing on ultra-secrets during World War II and possibly also compromising Operation Market Garden, to facilitating the escape of his fellow spies in the 1950s, his actions provided the Soviet Union with a wealth of sensitive information and significantly compromised British national security. Anthony Blunt died of a heart attack in 1983 at the age of 75 in his Bayswater flat in London. Shorn of his titles and status, he remained totally unrepentant. If it is true that in addition to the Soviets, he also spied for the Nazis, then it is undeniable that Mr. Anthony Blunt is indeed one of the world's most monstrous spies. No matter the full truth, of which we will probably never learn, he is remembered as one of the most notorious and dangerous British spies of the 20th century.